A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Star Wars, Republic Commando, Hard Contact. Written by Karen Travis. Prologue. Okay, this is how it happened. It's pitch black below, and we're fast roping into a crevasse. Too fast. I can feel the impact in my back teeth when I land. I'm first down and I flood the chamber with my helmet spot lamp. There's a triple-sealed blast door between us and the Geonosians, and I haven't got time to calculate the charge needed to blow it. A lot then. P for plenty, like I was taught. Stick the thermal tape around the edges and push in the detonator. Easier said than done. The alloy door is covered with crud. Delta Squad CO gets on the helmet comlink.
You having a party down there, Theta? Can't rush an artist. You want to tell that to the spider droids? Patience, Delta.
Come on, stick to the metal, will you?
Nearly there. A lot of spider droids. I hear you, Delta. In your own time. No pressure. None at all. Clear.
We flatten ourselves against the cavern walls. It's all white light and painful noise, and flying dust for a fraction of a second. When we can see again, the doors are blown inward, ripped apart, billowing smoke.
Delta Squad's clear to enter. Take. I thought you'd never ask.
Delta Squad hits the ground, and they're straight in, firing. While we stand back and cover their six. It's a warren of tunnels down here. If we're not careful, something could jump us from any direction. My helmet's supposed to protect against high decibels, but war is noisy. Really noisy. I can't hear my helmet's comlink through the of Geonosian sonic rounds and our own blaster fire. I can hear anti-armor going off too. Fire effect. I can feel it through my boots. Movement catches my eye ahead, and then it's gone. I'm looking up, through the DC-17 scope, checking that it was just my imagination. And Taller gestures toward another of the 5 tunnels facing us.
Darman, take the E-Web and hold this position.
He beckons Vin and Jay, and they move almost back to back, toward the mouth of the tunnel, checking to all sides. And then I look up, overhead. There's more Geonosians around than we thought. A lot more. I take down 2 above me, and then more come out of the tunnel to the left. So I open fire with the repeating blaster. Nice and early, because if I let them get too close, the blast will fry me as well. Even so, it's knocking me back like a trip hammer.
Taller, Darman here. Over.
I can't see him. I can't see any of them, but I can hear rapid fire.
Taller, Darman here. You receiving me? Over?
Not so much silence as an absence of a familiar voice. Then a few fragmented, crackling shouts of,
Down. Down here.
Who? Who's down?
Taller, Ben, Jay, you receiving? Over?
I've lost contact with my squad. It's the last time I see them.
Chapter 1.
Scramble line encrypted. Stand by. Geonosis forward control to fleet support Ord Mantell. Prepare and receive case evac transport. Med triage team estimates serious injuries 12,000. Repeat, 12,000. Walking wounded, 8,000. Repeat, 8,000. ETA, 10 hours. Logistics priority for Bacta tank support teams. Prep for 72,000 combat fit troops. Repeat, 72,000. Pending redeployment. Priority weapons support for commando units. That is all. Out. Republic assault ship Implacable. Inbound for extraction from Geonosis. Stand by. Republic Commando 1136 studied every face in line waiting to board the gunships. Some were helmeted, and some were not. But one way or another, they all had his face, and they were all strangers. "Move it!" the loadmaster shouted, gesturing side to side, with one outstretched arm. "Come on, shift it, people, fast as you can." The gunships dropped down in clouds of dust, and troopers embarked. Some were turning to pull comrades on board so the ships could lift again quickly. There was no reason to scramble for it. They'd done it 1,000 times in training. Extraction from a real battle was what they prepared for. This wasn't a retreat. They'd grabbed their first victory. The gunship's downdraft kicked the red Geonosian soil into the air. RC-1136, Darman, took off his helmet and ran his gauntlet carefully across the pale gray dome, wiping away the dust and noting a few scrapes and burn marks. The loadmaster turned to him. He was one of the very, very few outsiders whom Darman had ever seen working with the Grand Army. A short, wrinkled Duros with a temper to match. "Are you embarking or what?" Darman continued wiping his helmet. "I'm waiting for my mates," he said. "You shift your shiny silver backside now," the loadmaster said irritably. "I got a schedule." Darman carefully brought up his knuckle plate just under the loadmaster's chin and held it there. He didn't need to eject the vibroblade, and he didn't need to say a word. He made his point. "Well, whenever you're ready, sir," the Duros said, stepping back to chivvy clone troopers instead. It wasn't a great idea to upset a commando, especially not one coming down from the adrenaline high of combat. But there was still no sign of the rest of his squad. Darman knew that there was no point in waiting any longer. They hadn't called in. Maybe they had comlink failures. Maybe they had made it onto another gunship. It was the first time in his artificially short life that Darman hadn't been able to reach out and touch the men he had been raised with. He waited half a standard hour more anyway, until the gunships became less frequent and the lines of troopers became shorter. Eventually there was nobody standing on the desert plain but him, the Duros loadmaster, and half a dozen clone troopers. It was the last lift of the day. "You better come now, sir," the loadmaster said. "There's nobody unaccounted for. Nobody alive, anyway." Darman looked around the horizon one last time, still feeling as if he were turning his back on someone reaching out to him. "I'm coming," he said, and brought up the rear of the line. As the gunship lifted, he watched the swirling dust, dwindling rock formations, and scattered shrinking patches of scrub until Geonosis became a blur of dull red. He could still search the Implacable. It wasn't over yet. The gunship slipped into the Implacable's giant docking bay, and Darman looked down into the cavern, onto a sea of white armor in orderly movement. The first thing that struck him when the gunship killed his thrusters and locked down on his pad was how quiet everyone seemed. In the crowded bay full of troopers, the air stank of sweat and stale fear, and the throat-rasping smell of discharged blaster rifles. But it was so silent that if Darman hadn't seen the evidence of exhausted and injured men, he'd had believed that nothing significant had happened in the last 30 hours. The deck vibrated under the soles of his boots. He was still staring down at them, studying the random patterns of Geonosian dust that clung to them, when an identical pair came into view. "Number," said a voice that was also his own. The commander swept him with a tally sensor. He didn't need Darman to tell him his number, or anything else for that matter, because the sensors in the enhanced Katarn armor reported his status silently, electronically. No significant injury. The triage team on Geonosis had waved him past, concentrating on the injured, ignoring both those too badly hurt to help and those who could help themselves. "Are you listening to me, son? Come on, talk to me, son." "I'm okay, sir," he said. "Sir, RC-1136. I'm not in shock. I'm fine." He paused. Nobody else was going to call him by his squad nickname, Darman, again. They were all dead. He knew it. Jay, Vin, Taller. He just knew. "Sir, any news of RC-1135? "No," said the commander, who had obviously heard similar questions every time he stopped to check. He gestured with the small bar in his hand. If they're not in the Kasevak or listed on this sweep, then they didn't make it. It was stupid to ask. Dharma should have known better. Clone troopers and especially Republic commandos just got on with the job. That was the sole purpose. And they were lucky. Their training sergeant had told them, outside in the ordinary world, every being from every species in the galaxy fretted about their purpose in life, searching for meaning. A clone didn't need to. Clones knew they had been perfected for their role, and doubt never need trouble them. Dharma had never known what doubt was until now. No amount of training had prepared him for this. He found a space against the bulkhead and sat down. A clone trooper settled down next to him, squeezing into the gap and briefly clunking his shoulder plate against his. They glanced at each other. Dharma rarely had any contact with the other clones. Commandos trained apart from everyone, including ARC troopers. The troopers' armor was white, lighter, less resistant. Commandos enjoyed upgraded protection, and Dharma displayed no rank colors. But they both knew exactly who and what they were. Nice DC, the trooper said, enviously. He was looking at the DC-17. Troopers were issued the heavier, lower-spec rifle, the DC-15. Ion Pulse Blaster, RPG anti-armor, and sniper? Yeah. Every item of this gear was manufactured to a higher spec. A trooper's life was less valuable than a commando's. It was the way things were, and Dharma had never questioned it. Not for long, anyway. Full house. Tidy. The trooper nodded approval. Job done, eh? Yeah, Dharma said quietly. Job done. The trooper didn't say anything else. Maybe he was wary of conversation with commandos. Dharma knew what troopers thought about him and his kind. They don't train like us, they don't fight like us, they don't even talk like us. Bunch of prima donnas. Dharma didn't think he was arrogant. It was just that he could do every job a soldier could be called upon to do, and then some. Siege assault, counterinsurgency, hostage extraction, demolitions, assassination, surveillance, and every kind of infantry activity on any terrain and in any environment, at any time. He knew he could because he'd done it. First with simunition, and then with live rounds. He'd done it with the squad, the three brothers with whom he spent every moment of his conscious life. They competed against other squads, thousands just like him, but not like them, because they were squad brothers, and that was special. He had never been taught how to live apart from the squad, though. Now he would learn the hardest way of all. Dharma had absolute confidence that he was one of the best special ops soldiers ever created. He was undistracted by the everyday concerns of raising a family and making a living, things that his instructors said he was lucky never to know. But now he was alone. Very, very alone. It was very distracting indeed. He considered this for a long time in silence. Surviving when the rest of your squad had been killed was no cause for pride. It felt instead like something his training sergeant had described as shame. That was what you felt when you lost a battle, apparently. But they had won. It was their first battle, and they had won. The landing ramp of the Implacable eased down, and the bright sunlight of Ord Mantell streamed in. Dharma replaced his helmet without thinking, and stood in an orderly line, waiting to disembark and be reassigned. He was going to be chilled down, kept in suspended animation until duty called again. So this was the aftermath of victory. He wondered how much worse defeat might feel. In Brani, Quilora, 40 light-years from Ord Mantell, Tengel Arm. The field of bark flowed from silver to ruby, as the wind from the southwest bent the ripening grain in waves. It could have been a perfect late summer day. Instead, it was turning into one of the worst days of Etain Tremukin's life. Etain had run, and she had nothing left in her. She flung herself flat between the furrows, not caring where she fell. Etain held her breath as something stinking and wet squelched under her. The pursuing Weequay couldn't hear her above the wind, she knew. But she held her breath anyway. Hey, Gully. His boots crunched closer. He was panting. Where'd you go? Don't be shy. Don't breathe. I got a bottle of Urkel. You want to have a party? He had a remarkably large vocabulary for a Weequay, all of it centered on his baser needs. I fun when you get to know me. I should have waited for it to get dark. I could influence his mind, try to make him leave, but she hadn't. And she couldn't. Try as she might to concentrate, she was too full of adrenaline and uncontrolled panic.
Come on, you scraggin'. Where are you? I'll find you.
He sounded as if he was kicking his way through the crop. And getting closer. If she got up and ran for it, she was dead. If she stayed where she was, he'd find her eventually. He wasn't going to get bored, and he wasn't going to give up.
Girlie.
The Weequay's voice was close to her right, about 20 meters away. She sipped and strangled breath and clamped her lips shut again, lungs aching, eyes streaming with the effort.
Girlie.
Closer. He was going to step right on her.
Girlie.
She knew what he'd do when he found her. If she was lucky, he'd kill her afterward. The Weequay was interrupted by a loud, wet thwack. He let out a grunt, and then there was a second thwack, shorter, sharper, harder. Etain heard a squeal of pain.
How many times do I have to tell you, Daikut?
It was a different voice, human, with an hard edge of authority. Thwack!
Don't waste my time.
Another thwack. Another squeal. Etain kept her face pressed in the dirt.
You get drunk. One more time. You go chasing females. One more time. And I'm going to slit you from here to here.
The Weequay shrieked. It was a sort of incoherent, animal sound that beings made when pain overwhelmed them. Etain had heard too much of that sound in her short time on Quilura. Then there was silence. She hadn't heard the voice before, but she didn't need to. She knew exactly who it belonged to. Etain strained to listen, half expecting a heavy boot to suddenly stamp on her back. But all she could hear was a swish and crunch of two pairs of feet wading through the crop away from her. She caught snatches of the fading conversation as the wind took it. The Weequay was still being berated.
More important.
What was?
Later. But right now, Daikut, I need you to... Okay? Or I'll cut.
Etain waited. Eventually all she could hear was the breath of the wind, the rustling grain, and the occasional fluting call of a groundel seeking a mate. She allowed herself to breathe normally again, but still she waited, face down in ripe manure, until dusk started to fall. She had to move now. The Gidans would be out hunting, combing the fields in packs. On top of that, the smell that hadn't bothered her while she was gripped by terror was starting to really bother her now. She eased herself up on her elbows, then her knees, and looked around. Why did they have to manure bark so late in the season anyway? She fumbled in the pockets of her cloak for a cloth. Now if only she could find a stream, she could clean herself up. She pulled a handful of stalks, crushed them into a ball, and tried to scrape off the worst of the dung and debris stuck to her.
That's a pretty expensive crop to be using that for,
a voice said. Etain gulped in a breath and spun around to find a local in a grubby smock scowling at her. He looked thin, worn out, and annoyed. He was holding a threshing tool.
Do you know how much that stuff's worth?
I'm sorry,
she said. Sliding her hand carefully inside her cloak, she felt for the familiar cylinder. She hadn't wanted the Weequay to know that she was a Jedi. But if this farmer was considering turning her in for a few loaves or a bottle of Urkol, she needed her lightsaber handy.
It was your bark or my life, I'm afraid.
The farmer stared at the crushed stalks and the scattered bead-like grains, tight-lipped. Yes, bark fetched a huge price in the restaurants of Coruscant. It was a luxury, and the people who grew it for export couldn't afford it. That didn't seem to bother the Neimoidians, who controlled the trade. It never did.
I'll pay for the damage,
Etain said, her hand still inside the cloak.
What were they after you for?
The farmer asked, ignoring her offer.
The usual,
she said.
Oh, you're not that good looking.
Charming.
I know who you are.
Oh no, her grip closed.
You do?
I reckon.
A little more food for his family. A few hours drunk in oblivion, courtesy of Urkol. That was all she was to him. He made as if to step closer, and she drew her arm clear of her cloak, because she was fed up with running, and she didn't like the look of that threshing tool.
Oh, great,
the farmer sighed, eyeing the shaft of pure blue light.
Not one of you lot. That's all we need.
Yes,
she said, and held the lightsaber steady in front of her face. Her stomach had knotted, but she kept her voice under control.
I am Padawan Etain Turmukin. You can turn me in if you want to test my skill, but I prefer that you help me instead. Your call, sir.
The farmer stared at the lightsaber as if he was trying to work out a price for it. Didn't help your master much. That thing did it.
Master Fullier was unfortunate. And the trade.
She lowered the lightsaber, but didn't cut the beam.
Are you going to help me?
We're going to have Guess Hokin's thugs all over as if
I think they're busy.
What do you want from us?
Shelter, for the moment.
The farmer sucked his teeth thoughtfully.
Okay, come on, Padawan.
Kit Yusikolan Miatain, please.
She thumbed off the lightsaber. The light died with a fume sound, and she slipped the hilt back inside her cloak, just to be on the safe side. Etain trailed after him, trying not to smell herself, but it was hard. Nauseatingly hard. Even a scent-hunting Gadan wouldn't recognize her as a human. It was getting dark now, and the farmer kept glancing over his shoulder at her. He shook his head, engaged in some internal conversation.
I'm Perhan, and this is my land. And I thought you lot were supposed to be able to use some sort of mind control tricks.
How do you know I haven't?
Etain lied. He said, and nothing more. She wasn't going to volunteer the obvious if he hadn't spotted it for himself. A disappointment to her master, she was clearly not the best of the bunch. She struggled with the Force, and she grappled with self-discipline. And she was here because she and Master Fullier happened to be nearby when a job needed doing. Fullier never could resist a challenge in long odds, and it looked as if he'd paid the price. They hadn't found his body yet, but there had been no word from him either. Yes, Etain was a Padawan, technically speaking. She just happened to be one who was a breath away from building permadomes and refugee camps. She reasoned that a part of a Jedi skill was the simple use of psychology. And if Perhan wanted to think the Force was strong in her, and that there was a lot more behind the external shell of a gawky, plain girl covered in stinking dung, then that was fine by her. It would keep her alive a little longer while she worked out what to do next. Fleet Support, Ord Mantell, Barrack Block, 5 Epsilon. It was a waste. A rotten waste. RC-1309 busied himself maintaining his boots. He cleaned out the clamps, blowing the red dust clear with a squirt of air from the pressure gun. He rinsed the liners and shook them dry. There was no point being idle while he was waiting to be chilled down.
Sergeant.
He looked up. The commando who had walked in placed his survival pack, armor, and black bodysuit on the bunk opposite and stared back. His readout panel identified him as RC-8015.
I'm Phi,
he said, and held out his hand for shaking.
So you lost your squad too? Niner,
RC-1309 said, without taking the preferred hand.
So Nervad, my brother, you're the sole survivor? Yes. Did you hold back while your brothers pressed on? Or were you just lucky?
Phi stood there with his hand on his hips, identical to Niner in every way, except that he was different. He spoke a little differently, he smelled subtly different, he moved his hands, not like Niner's squad did, not at all.
I did my job,
Phi said carefully.
And I'd rather be with them than here. Nervad.
Niner considered him for a while, and went back to cleaning his boots. Phi put his kit in the locker beside the bunks, then swung himself up into the top rack in one smooth motion. He folded his arms under his head very precisely, and lay staring up at the bulkhead as if he were meditating. If he had been Sev, Niner would have known exactly what he was doing, even without looking, but Sev was gone. Clone troopers lost brothers in training, so did commandos. But troopers were socialized with whole sections, platoons, companies, even regiments, and that meant that even after the inevitable deaths and removals during live exercises, there were still plenty of people around you whom you knew well. Commandos worked solely with each other. Niner had lost everyone he had grown up with, and so had Phi. He'd lost a brother before, 2-8 on exercise. The 3 survivors had welcomed the replacement, although they had always felt he was slightly different, a little distant, as if he had never quite believed he'd been accepted. But they performed to expected levels of excellence together, and as long as they did, their Camino Inn technicians and motley band of alien instructors didn't seem to care how they felt about it. But the commandos cared. They just kept it to themselves.
It was a waste, Niner said.
What was? Weiss said.
Deploying us in an operation like Geonosis. It was an infantry job, not special ops. That sounds like criticism of, I'm just making the point that we couldn't perform to maximum effectiveness. Understood?
Niner wanted to say that he missed his squad, but that wasn't something to confide in a stranger. He inspected his boots and was satisfied. Then he stood up and spread his bodysuit flat on the mattress and checked it for vacuum integrity with a sweeper sensor in his glove. It was a ritual so ingrained in him that he hardly thought about it. Maintain boots, suit, and armor plates, recalibrate helmet systems, check heads-up display, strip down and reassemble DC-17, empty and repack survival pack. Done. It took him 26 minutes, 20 seconds, give or take 2 seconds. Well-maintained gear was often the difference between life and death. So was 2 seconds. He closed the top of his pack with a clack, then he checked the catches that held the separate ordnance pack to see that they were moving freely. That mattered when he needed to jettison explosive materials fast. When he glanced up, Phi was propped on one elbow, looking down at him from the bunk.
Dry rations go on the 5th layer, he said.
Niner always packed them farther down between his spare rappelling line and his hygiene kit.
In your squad, maybe,
he said and carried on. Phi took the hint and rolled over on his back again, no doubt to meditate on how differently things might be done in the future. After a while, he started singing very quietly, almost under his breath.
Kamerza doten trach, nayen urzadin, da werda verda adin tratu.
They were the Wrath of the Warrior's Shadow, and the Gauntlet of the Republic. Niner knew the song. It was a traditional Mandalorian war chant, designed to boost the morale of normal men who needed a bit of psyching up before a fight. The words had been altered a little to have meaning for the armies of clone warriors. We don't need all that, Niner thought. We were born to fight, nothing else. But he found himself joining in anyway. It was a comfort. He placed his gear in the locker, rolled onto his bunk, and matched note and beat perfectly with Phi, 2 identical voices in the deserted barrack room. Niner would have traded every remaining moment of his life for a chance to rerun the previous day's engagement. He would have held Sev and DD back. He would have sent 04 west with the E-Web cannon, but he hadn't.
Gratua kun hetsa sudrasha.
Our vengeance burns brighter still. Phi's voice trailed off into silence, the merest fraction of a section, before Niner's. He heard him swallow hard.
I was up there with him, Sarge,
he said quietly.
I didn't hang back. Not at all.
Niner closed his eyes. He regretted hinting that Phi might have done anything less.
I know, brother,
he said.
I know.
Chapter 2. Clone personnel have free will, even if they do follow orders. If they couldn't think for themselves, we'd be better off with droids, and they're a lot cheaper too. They have to be able to respond to situations we can't imagine. Will that change them in ways we can't predict? Perhaps, but they have to be mentally equipped to win wars. Now thaw those men out. They have a job to do. Jedi Master Harligan Zay, Intelligence Officer. Secure briefing room. Fleet support. Ord Mantell. 3 standard months after Geonosis. Fleet support base hadn't been built to accommodate tens of thousands of troops, and it showed. The briefing room was a cold store, and it still smelled of food and spices. Dharma could see the loading rails that spanned the ceiling, but he kept his focus on the holoscreen in front of him. It didn't feel so bad to be revived after stasis. He was still a commando. They hadn't reconditioned him. That meant he performed to expected standards at Geonosis. He'd done well. He felt positive. But his helmet felt different. There was a lot more data on the HUD. The heads-up display. He flicked between modes for a while, controlling each command with rapid blinks, noting the extra systems and hardware that had been installed since Geonosis. Sitting to his left was his new sergeant, who preferred to be called Niner when superior officers went around, and RC-8015, nicknamed Phi. They too were the sole survivors of their squads. At least they knew what he was going through. There was a fourth, makeshift seat in the row of blue alloy packing crate, and it was unoccupied. Jedi Master Arlegan Zay, hands clasped behind his back, paced up and down in front of the screen, cloak flapping, breaking the hollow projection each time. Another Jedi, who had not been identified, was splitting his attention between Zay and the 3 helmeted commandos sitting absolutely still on the row of crates. The reflective surfaces of the spray-clean alloy walls enabled Dharma to discreetly observe an unusual alien, one he had never seen before. He had been trained to take in every detail of his surroundings, although it was very difficult not to notice the creature. The alien was about 1.5 meters long, and it was slinking around the walls, sniffing. Black-furred and glossy, it prowled on long, delicate legs, thrusting a narrow muzzle into crevices and exhaling sharply each time it did. Earlier, Darwin had heard Zay address it as Valaquil. He also said it was a Gerlanin, a shapeshifter. Darwin had heard about shapeshifters in training. He was watching his reflection in his right field peripheral vision when the door swung open and another commando entered, helmet tucked rigidly under his right arm, and saluted smartly.
RC-3222, sir, he said. Apologies for keeping you, sir. The medics didn't want to discharge me.
No wonder. There was a stripe of raw flesh across his face that started just under his right eye, ran clean across his mouth, and finally ended at the left side of his jaw. He certainly didn't look like any of the other clones now. Darwin wondered what level of persuasion it had taken to get the medical staff to skip a course of Bacta. Are you fit, soldier? Zay said.
Fit to fight, sir.
He sat down next to Darwin and assumed the same ramrod posture, glancing at him briefly in acknowledgement. So this was their fourth man. They were a squad again, numerically, anyway. Omega Squad. The other Jedi was staring at the newcomer with an expression of barely concealed astonishment. Zay seemed to notice and nudged his colleague.
Padawan Jusik
Is new to clone armies, as are we all. That was understandable. Darwin had never seen Jedi before the Battle of Geonosis, and he was equally fascinated. You'll excuse his curiosity. Zay gestured at the holoscreen. This is your objective, gentlemen. Quilura. He glanced at his datapad, reading intently. This data has been obtained from high-altitude reconnaissance, so it has its limitations. Zay went on. Quilura is technically neutral. Unfortunately, its neutral status is likely due to end very soon. He had referred to them as gentlemen. Maybe Zay didn't know what to call commandos. It was still early days for all of them. The image on the screen began as a blue and white disc, zooming into views of chains of islands, deep river inlets, and rolling plains peppered with patches of woodland and game-board fields. It looked pleasant and peaceful, and hence utterly alien to Darn, whose entire life beyond Tapoka City had been spent on battlefields, real or virtual. You're looking at farming communities, almost all of them located here in this region, because it's the most fertile land, Zay said. They produce bark, wuxiaoyang, and 50% of the luxury foodstuffs and beverages in the galaxy. There's also gem mining. The population is nevertheless living at subsistence levels. And there's no government other than the law of commerce and profit. Neimoidian traders effectively own the planet, or at least the productive areas that are of use to them. They enforce their stewardship through a militia controlled by Gez Hogan, a Mandalorian so unpleasantly violent that he was actually asked to leave the Death Squad for enjoying his work too much.
Jusik looked up from his datapad.
He appeared to be following the presentation. Scum, he said. One of our sources calls him scum, indicating a very disagreeable group of people. Zay paused for breath, as if to ensure that the last snippet of information had made its point. Given how thinly stretched our resources are, we are unfortunately unable to justify intervening to deal with any injustice on Quilura at this time. But we have excellent intelligence that indicates a significant military asset located there. Darman was listening, and still watching the Gerlanin peripherally. It had moved around the room to sit upright beside Jusik, with his front paws neatly clasped before its chest. He was also observing Jessic. The Padawan still appeared riveted by the commandos. Dharma was careful not to stare, even though any eye movement was disguised by his helmet, because Jedi knew things without having to see. His instructors had told him so. Jedi were omniscient, omnipotent, and to be obeyed at all times. Darman hung on Zay's every word. Quilura isn't on the main lane, so to speak, Zay said. Ideal for hiding, if that's your intention, and there are things hidden there. We need you to apprehend one and destroy the other. A separatist scientist, Ovelat Quell Uthin, and her most recent project, a nanovirus. We have reason to believe both are at a research facility on Quilura. Zay paused, and Justic filled the space. We have a Jedi there, Master Cass Folier, but we haven't heard from him or his Padawan in some weeks. Zay picked up again, and let me assure you that we've been searching diligently for them. We have a location for our targets, but no plans of the buildings. The lack of plans will make your retrieval and sabotage task more challenging, as will the communication situation. Questions? Niner raised a gloved hand from his lap.
Sir, what is the comm situation exactly?
Neomodians.
Not quite with you, sir.
Zay looked blank for a moment, and then his face lit up with revelation. The Neomodians own and control all the infrastructure. The native population scarcely have pits for refreshers, but their overlords enjoy the finest comlink net and air traffic control that credits can buy. They like to ensure that nobody does business without their knowledge. So they monitor everything, and very little intelligence comes out. You'll have to avoid using long-range comlink. Do you understand me, soldier?
Sir, yes, sir, General Zay.
There was a pause, a long pause, and Zay looked along the row of 3 helmets and a damaged face, as if waiting for something. The Jedi had said he hadn't worked with clones before. Maybe he was expecting a dialogue. He stopped at Darman. The potential embarrassment to the Master prompted Darman to fill the silent void. It was an obvious question to ask, really.
What's the nature of the nanovirus, sir?
Zay's head moved back just a fraction. An intelligent and significant question, he said.
Thank you, sir.
The answer, then, should be of great interest to you personally. It appears to be specifically aimed at clone personnel. The sleek black Gurlana drew itself up to a greater height.
They fear you. And with good reason,
it said in a deep, liquid voice.
So they wish to kill, as all ignorant beings do when they encounter something they fear and misunderstand.
It continued elongating, and now appeared to be standing. It had changed shape. Yes, Zay said slowly, dragging the word into 2 syllables, and he looked away from the spectacle of molecular rearrangement. At this time, you still have an advantage. The Separatists almost certainly aren't aware of your potential as clone commandos. They have no idea what you can achieve, and perhaps we have no idea either. But you have been created for excellence, and trained to realize that potential by the most experienced instructors in the galaxy. We have very high expectations. Zay slipped his hands into his cloak, head lowered slightly. If you happen to find Master Folier safe, we would be relieved. But Uthin and the facility are your main priorities. Do you understand everything I have said?
Yes, sir.
Darman nodded once, and so did the others, but it wasn't quite a synchronized movement. We'll get it right, he thought. A couple of days training, that'll sort it out. Train hard, fight easy. I'll leave you to my Padawan then, Zay said, and swept out, pausing briefly at the door to look back at the commandos, tilting his head as if he was either amazed or amused. Justic swallowed hard. The Gurlana flowed from a column back into a 4-limbed thing, and moved to sit beside RC-3222. Gazing up at him, the commando didn't react. It sighed. It had a voice like running water. My, that's indeed Vet's face. Fascinating. Justic gestured to the exit. I'm your armorer, he said. Weapons and data. Follow me and I'll show you what you'll have at your disposal. The commandos rose as one, more or less, and followed him through the door. and down a passage still strewn with victuallating containers. The place smelled of stewed nerve even through Dharma's filtration mask. The Gurlanen flowed before them, now a sinuous predator, now a trotting quadruped, shifting shape as it went.
Justic stopped at a door
At the end of the passage and turned to them. I wonder if I could ask the rest of you to remove your helmets. Nobody asked why, and they all obeyed, even though it wasn't phrased as the unequivocal order they were expecting. The helmets still made faint sounds as they opened. Oh,
Justic said.
and stared for a second. Then he opened the door, and they stepped into a makeshift armory. It was a cache of treasures. There were upgrades and bolt-ons that Dharma knew might fit his existing gear, and ordnance that he didn't recognize but looked like Republic issue. And there were exotics. Weapons he recalled from his database as belonging to a dozen different species, and quite a few that he couldn't place at all were laid out neatly on trestle tables. It was inviting, almost as inviting as a mill. That all looks rather useful, sir, Niner said. Delta Squad has been collecting a few things here and there,
Justic said.
The commandos were focused on the weaponry, but Dharma was also noting Jusic's behavior, with growing interest. The Padawan stood back to let the men get a closer look at the armaments, but he was watching them carefully. You're nothing like droids at all, are you? No, sir, Vi said. We're flesh and blood, bred to be the best. Like advanced recon commandos? Not quite ARC, sir. Not like clone troopers either. We don't work alone, and we don't work in formations. We just look the same. This is your unit of 4 then? A squad? He seemed to be recalling a hurried lesson. Almost like a family? Niner cut in. It is now, sir. He picked up a portable missile launcher that looked slightly different from the standard issue Plex. Light. Very light. Merson prototype,
Justic said.
Novel alloy. Heavier payloads. Extra range. It has a micro-repulsor lift stabilizing unit. But they haven't resolved all the more challenging technical issues yet. So consider it shoulder launching. You peered out 3222 space. Is that painful? Not too bad, sir, the commando said. But the wound had to hurt like fire. The braided skin was still weeping. I'll see to it later.
It didn't seem to be the answer that Justic was expecting.
Judging by the slight sound he made. Maybe he thought clones didn't feel pain like droids. Do you have names? I don't mean numbers. Names. Now that was a very private thing. You kept your name to yourself, your squad, and your training sergeant. Dharma was embarrassed for him. My squad called me Aten, the wounded commando said. Bender glanced at Vi but said nothing. Aten was Mandalorian for stubborn.
Justic held up 2 reels of line
That looked like bat ribbon, one black, one white. He took a ribbon of each color, twisted 2 short links together, and held up the braid in one hand, and a bead-sized detonator in the other. 1 meter of this is the equivalent yield of a thermal detonator, but it's directional, ideal for making a frame charge. But be cautious with the quantity if you want to enter a building, rather than destroy it completely. You have some special implosion ordnance for that purpose. Any useful hand-thrown stuff? Darman asked. Stun grenades? We have a few Geonosian sonic detonators, and a box of EMPs for anti-droid use. That'll do me fine. I'll take the lot. Niner was watching Darman intently. You're obviously our demolition man, he said. Then the sergeant turned back to the Padawan. We've been thoroughly trained, sir. You can have complete confidence in us. That was true, Darman thought. They had been very thoroughly trained, day in, day out, for 10 years, and the only time they weren't training was when they were sleeping. Even if they were untested as a special forces unit, apart from playing infantry 3 months ago, Darman had no doubt that they would perform to expected standards. He was happy to have the demolition role. He was proud of his skill in what was delicately known as rapid entry. What do you think happened to Master Fuller, sir? Darman asked. He wouldn't normally have posed unnecessary questions, but Arligan Zay had seemed to approve of his curiosity, and Darman was conditioned to do whatever Jedi generals wished.
Justic opened a case of Camino saber darts
and held it out as if offering a tray of ooch cakes. Valaquil believes he was betrayed by a native, he said. They've been known to do anything to earn food, or a few credits. Darman wondered how a Jedi could be taken by anything less than an army. He'd seen them fight at Geonosis. His warfare was a science. Theirs appeared to be an art.
Didn't he have his lightsaber?
He did?
The Gurlanen said.
But Master Fuller had some discipline issues.
Darman, a soldier able to withstand every privation in the field, and whose greatest fear was to wither from age rather than die in combat, felt inexplicably uncomfortable at the idea of a Jedi having failings. Master Fuller is a courageous Jedi, Justic said, almost losing his composed manner for a moment. He is simply passionate about justice. Niner diffused the moment. Darman felt reassured by his effortless authority.
Sir, how long have we got to plan the mission and attempt a few dry runs? He said.
8 standard hours, Justic replied, almost apologetic. Because that's how long the journey to Quilora will take. You're embarking now. Etain emptied her bag on the straw mattress in the drying barn. Despite appearances, this was the guest suite. Livestock wasn't allowed in the barn at this time of year, because animals had a tendency to eat the bark grain, and that was an awfully expensive way to fatten merlies for the table. The animals were allowed in that main house, and in the winter they even slept there, partly to keep the place warm, and partly to protect them from prowling G'dans. The house had smelled like it too. Nothing of the merlies, not even their body heat, or the pungent odor, was ever wasted.
Keep some bugs away, Barhan had told her. It's a good stink.
Etain knelt beside the mattress, and tried to think her way out of her predicament. Master Fuller was probably dead. If he weren't, he would have returned for her. He had been brilliant, magnificently skilled, when he was focused on being so, but he was also impatient, and inclined not to walk away from matters that weren't his concern, and those were 2 factors that didn't mix well with a covert mission. He decided one of Hogan's thugs needed to learn a lesson, and how to respect the local population. All it took was for one of the Mandalorian's lieutenants to offer the same locals more than the price of a bottle of Urkel to say where and when Fuller was in town. Town. That was a joke. And Bronny wasn't Coruscant. Not at all. The only infrastructure in the rambling collection of farmsteads was devoted to what it took to grow, harvest, and export its cash crops, and to the comfort of its commercial overlords. Etain had grown up in a world where you could travel at will, and send messages easily, and neither of those taken for granted facilities was readily available here. Etain needed one of 2 things right now: to get passage off Quilora, or to get a data transmission out in her stead. She still had a mission to complete, if only to justify Master Fuller's sacrifice. She took a small sphere from the scattering of possessions on the mattress and opened it in 2 halves like a chefna fruit. A hollow chart blossomed into 3 dimensions in her cupped hands, then another, then another. She had layouts of half a dozen Neomodian and separatist buildings in the surrounding region, because Fuller hadn't been the only one who was careless. After a few bottles of Urkel, the local construction workers dropped their guard. Etain was neither a natural warrior nor a great charmer, but she was aware of her talent for spotting opportunities, and made up for a lot. She wasn't sure if her master's fate was tied into the hollow schematics, or if he'd been seen as a direct threat to Uthan. She suspected Ges Hogan might even have done something, simply because he didn't care much for Jedi. Play warriors, he called them. He despised anyone who didn't fight with hard metal or their fists. Mandalorians were tough, but Hogan operated at a totally different level of brutality. Etain had realized that, the moment she and Fuller had walked through what was left of a 4-house village, that must have displeased him in some way. She would never erase those images from her mind. She meditated hard, twice a day. It still wasn't helping. Settling down on her knees, she tried again, slowing her breathing, calming her heart. The gravel outside the barn crunched. Etain picked up her lightsaber from the mattress as she stuffed the hollow chart sphere in her tunic. Her thumb hovered over the controls, set in the hilt. She should have sensed someone coming, but she had allowed her fatigue and despair to get the better of her. I didn't check for another exit, she thought. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I might have to use this. As the plank door swung open, She flicked the button, and the blue light pierced the dusty air. The Merle that wandered in didn't appear impressed, nor did the small elderly woman who followed it. "You're jumpy," she said. She had a covered tray in her hands, and something bundled under one arm. The Merle nuzzled Atane's knees, seeking attention. They were distressingly intelligent animals, nearly a meter high at the shoulder and covered with long brown ringlets of wool. Their round green eyes were too disturbingly human for Atane's peace of mind. "Here's your dinner,"
Thank you.
Atane said, watching as the woman put the tray down on the mattress and placed the bundle of brown fabric beside it. "Quite the job getting that dung off your cloak," the woman said, eyeing the lightsaber the way Burhan had. "Still a bit damp, but clean,"
Thank you.
Atane repeated. She turned off the blade and peeled the cloth back from the tray. 2 rough clay plates held a couple of thin breads and a mush of stew, on top of which whole bark grains were visible. She could smell their cloying musky scent. That quantity of bark was a week's earnings for these people,
You shouldn't have gone to that trouble for me.
Atane said, embarrassed. "You're a guest," the woman said. "Besides, once I'd scraped the dung off. Shame to waste the grains stuck to it, eh?" Atane's stomach rolled, and she kept a steady expression. Coruscant's food hygiene regulations certainly didn't apply here,
Very kind of you.
she said, and forced a smile. "They're coming, you know," the woman said.
I'll be ready.
Atane lied, and indicated the lightsaber. "No, not them Hogan thugs. Not them at all." Atane wondered whether to press her, but decided against it for the time being. She had no idea who she'd be asking for answers. The woman sighed and shooed the Merle out the door with impatient hands. "They're coming, all right," she said, and smiled, closing the door behind her. Chapter 3. Classified highest. Encryption only.
You're the best in your field. The best soldiers. Tacticians, sappers, communicators, survival experts. I picked you personally because I want you to train the best commandos in the galaxy. You'll have everything you need, whatever you want, except one thing. Home. This is a top secret project. You'll not tell anyone where you're going, and you'll not leave Kamino, ever. As far as your friends and family are concerned, you're already dead.
Jango Fett, recruiting his hand-picked commando instructors, the Suval Dar, and the Mandalorian tongue, those who no longer exist. The Neimoidians had a taste for elaborate, wholly inappropriate grandeur, and Gez Hokan despised them for it. Lake Ankit's huge villa was set on top of a hill overlooking a Kushion plantation, a foolish choice given the prevailing winds. But it seemed to satisfy the Neimoidian's need to show he was boss. The location might have made sense from a military perspective, but as Ankit was a bean-counting coward, like all of his kind, he didn't need defensibility either. No, the Neimoidian was a Daikut. Completely and utter Daikut. Hokan ran up the hedge-flanked steps of the veranda spanning the entire front of the building, headdress tucked under one arm, his shattered gun, knives, and rope spike provocatively visible in his belt. He wasn't rushing to see his paymaster. Oh no. He was just in a hurry to get the meeting over with. He ignored the servants and minions, and swept into Ankit's spacious office with his panoramic view of the countryside. Quilura's commercial overlord was watering pots of flowers on the windowsill. He paused to flick one with his fingertip, and it sprayed a powerful, sickly scent into the air. He inhaled with parted lips. "I do wish you would not, Hogan," Ankit said without turning around. "It's really most discourteous." "You summoned me?"
Hokin said flatly. Merely checking on the progress of your conversations with the Jedi. Had there been any, I would have called you. You haven't killed him, have you? Do tell me you haven't. I need to know if his activities would affect market prices. I'm not an amateur. But one has to do the best with the staff one has, yes? I do my own dirty work. Thanks. No, he isn't talking. He's rather resistant for a Jedi. If Ankit had had a nose, he would have been looking down at Hokin. Hokin controlled an impulsive urge to cut his glorified shopkeeper, this grocer, down to size. For all his height, the Neomodian was soft and weak, his only strength contained within his bank account. He blinked with passionless, liquid red eyes. Hokin almost reached for his rope spike. Jedi do not visit worlds like this to take therapeutic waters, Hokin. You have confirmed that he has an associate? He's a Jedi Master. He was seen with the Padawan. Not a very discreet Jedi Master, it seems. Fuller couldn't have been good at calculating odds, for he never had started on Garwi in the tavern. But at least he was prepared to stand up for himself, despite all that soft, mystical nonsense he spouted. Hokin admired guts, even if he rarely tolerated them. They were always in short supply. We'll find the Padawan, and we'll find out what intelligence Fuller has, if any. Make sure you do. I have a lucrative contract resting on this. Hokin had become practiced at controlling his urge to lash out, but he saw no reason to subject his mouth to the same discipline. If I succeed, it'll be because I take pride in my work. You need the credits. For the time being, but one day, Ankit, I won't need you at all. Ankit gathered his ropes a little closer and drew himself up to his full height, which had no effect on Hokin at all. You must learn to accept your reduced station in the Galactic Order, Hokin, Ankit said. This is no longer the hierarchy of brute force in which your warrior ancestors thrived. Today we need to be soldiers of intellect and commerce, and no amount of strutting around in the museum piece uniform will revive your glorious past. Alas, even the great Jango Fett succumbed to a Jedi in the end. News traveled fast. Fett was a source of pride among the remaining handful of Mandalorians in diaspora. Even if he fought for money, he was the best. Ankit must have known perfectly well how much that comment would sting. Hokin was determined that the Neomodian would see no evidence on his face to prove it. He certainly tried to keep that out of his mind when he was interrogating Fuller, much as he wanted to blame all Jedi for the humiliation of a cultural hero. He had to be clear why he was smashing the Jedi's bones. Revenge was unprofessional. He took a careful breath. Do you keep Gadans as pets, Ankit? I hear some offworlders do try. Gadans? No. Filthy little creatures, most savage. But if you did keep one, and didn't feed it well, would you be surprised if it bit you? I suppose not. Then feed me well. Hokin turned and walked out, without being dismissed, deliberately unbidden, and deliberately fast, so that Ankit couldn't have the last word. He replaced his helmet and ran down the steps of the ludicrously extravagant villa. He didn't care if Ankit rented the whole planet out to separatist scientists. They weren't honorable enough to fight with real weapons either. They got bugs to do their work for them. It was a disgrace. It was unnatural. Hokin felt in his blood-red jacket for the Jedi's weapon. It didn't look like much at all, and it was surprisingly easy to activate, even though he suspected that fully mastering it might be another matter. A humming blue shaft of light, vivid as day, shot out from the hill. Hokin swept it, Sith style, along a neatly clipped tarmal hedge, cutting its height in half. The lightsaber wasn't bad for a soft Jedi weapon. Hokin suspected the lightsaber looked at odds with its traditional Mandalorian helmet and its distinctive T-shaped eye slit, but a warrior had to adapt, and Fullier had questions to answer. Docking Bay, D768. Fleet Support Air Station, Ord Mantell. The Nar Shaddaa agri-utility crop sprayer on the pad looked as if only its rust was holding it together. It was,
To use Jessek's
uncharacteristically colorful description, an old clunker, and somehow it was taking them to Quilura. It wouldn't attract much attention flying over farming country, unless, of course, it broke up in flight. This didn't seem out of the question. Well, they don't build them like that anymore, Vi said. That's because not even the Hutt Aviation Authority would certify this harsh dirt crate airworthy, Niner said, straining to prevent his pack from bending him over backward. He was laden with nearly double the 25-kilo weight he was used to carrying. Along with a powered emergency chute, Niner had never actually come across the HAA, but he'd absorbed every scrap of intel, read, seen,
or heard in his life.
Anyway, all it has to do is get us down. It's making a noble sacrifice,
Jessek said.
suddenly right behind them. He smiled and murmured dirt crate to himself, as if it amused him. Niner wondered for a moment if he'd broken protocol by using the phrase. Are you certain you can do this? I could ask Master Zay if he would allow me to accompany you. Niner wanted to laugh, but he didn't laugh at a Jedi, especially one who seemed to care what happened. We lost too many officers at Geonosis, sir. They can't grow you to order. The Padawan lowered his eyes for a second. It's considerate of you to think of me as an officer, Sergeant. You're a commander now, sir. We won't let you down. There's nobody better prepared for this than us. This is your first special operation, isn't it? Yes, sir. Doesn't that worry you? No, sir. Not at all. The Sixth Piece, sir. Proper planning prevents inadequate performance, sir.
Jessek appeared to be counting.
And then raised his eyebrows. This is for real, Sergeant. Ah. For all their skills and wisdom, there were still some things that even Jedi didn't know.
Niner hesitated to lecture Jessek.
Real. Oh yes. Niner knew what real was, all right. Padawan Barton
Jessek
had certainly never seen the killing house on Kamino. He never stormed the building with its twisting corridors and innumerable flights of stairs. He didn't know how many commandos died in training when the rounds were live, and the terrorists, or whoever the directing staff were being that day, aimed to kill, and frequently did. He also had no idea what it was like spending 4 days lying prone, in a scrape, in the undergrowth, on observation, rifle ready, urinating where you lay because you couldn't move and give away your position. He had no idea how you learned to judge the amount of charge required for rapid entry to a building the hard way, because if you didn't get it just right, in a hurry, and under fire, it could blow your head clean off. 2-8 had learned that way.
Jessek didn't know
Just how far and how long you could carry a wounded comrade when you had to. You probably didn't even know how to perform an emergency field tracheotomy with a vibroblade and a clean length of field line.
it wasn't Jessek's fault.
He had far bigger issues to worry about. There was no reason for a Jedi commander to concern himself with the details of a clone commando's life, but Niner thought he probably would, and he admired the Padawan all the more for that. We'll be fine, sir, Niner said. The training is quite realistic. Inside the shabby Narsh vessel, the tanks had been stripped out, and the bulkheads lined with securing straps and stealth sheeting that would render the ship's cargo invisible to any probe or scan. Niner realized that 4 men would be pretty cramped in there with packs and weapons. A couple of Blast-Tech E-Web repeating blasters were already stowed, and at Aden's request, 2 Trandoshan LJ-50 concussion rifles. Aden's livid face wound was looking less alarming now, but he'd always have a scar. The Bacta spray could fix plenty if you used it soon enough, but it couldn't reverse scarring. He pulled himself through the open hatch with an APC array blaster in one hand and his DC-17 strapped across his chest, just about keeping his balance under the weight of his pack. Darman, acting as loadmaster, gave him a helpful leg up and eyed the blaster. Got a thing for Trandoshan technology? Darman asked. This'll deal with shields better than our E-Web.
Atten replied. And the LJ-50 is a nice backup when we take out the facility. Just in case. Republic doesn't make all the best gear.
Niner wondered if Atten ever talked about anything but gear. The squad must have been a miserable bunch. With a miserable instructor, clones might have looked utterly standardized to outsiders. But every squad was altered, slightly by the cumulative effects of its experiences, including the influences of the individual trainers. Every commando battalion had its own non-clone instructor, and seemed to take on some of his or her unique characteristics and vocabulary. We learn, Niner thought. We learn fast, and unfortunately we learned everything, like Dirt Crate. Every squad developed its own dynamics as well. It was part of their hardwired human biology. Put 4 men in a group, and soon you'd have a pecking order defined by the roles and foibles that accompany them. Niner knew his, and he thought he knew Phi's, and he was pretty sure he knew where Darman was heading. But Atten wasn't sliding into place just yet. Phi had a Geonosian force spike. He hefted it and smiled.
Where'd you get that?
Atten asked, suddenly interested.
Souvenir of Geonosis,
Phi said, and winked.
Seemed a shame to waste it.
He flipped it over in his hand and twirled it, arm outstretched, missing Atten by a calculated handspan. He didn't react.
You wouldn't even need to use the power setting, would you? This thing's heavy.
He brought it down in a sliding movement.
Wallop. That'll make their eyes water. I don't think I need any souvenirs of Geonosis,
Atten said. His tone was distinctly frosty.
Indelibly etched, you might say.
Hey, Niner cut in.
Chat later, he said. Shift it, people.
Niner already knew he would have his work cut out with Atten, and wondered if anything would trigger his natural urge to be one of the squad. He also wondered about his apparent negativity. He'll shake down. Sooner or later, he'll have to. Backing up to a convenient ledge on the port bulkhead, Niner unclipped his backpack. 45 kilos lighter, he eased between Phi and Atten, and peered into the cockpit. An R5 droid was at the controls. The unit was still fueling up the vessel from a droid Bowser, burbling and whistling to itself. Niner leaned across to plug his datapad into the console to confirm the flight plan and synchronize it with the vessel's actual path. The R5 didn't take any notice. It would fly the route it was given. Improvising, thinking on his feet, making the most of the resources at hand were all part of operating as a commando. But so was acquiring adequate intelligence. What they had wasn't enough to plan a mission, and that meant they would either have to acquire it in the field or fail. Niner didn't want to fail Padawan Jessic. He ejected his datapad and edged back to the hatch, trying not to clip Phi or Atten. Calm silence from the time you take off, Jessic said, leaning through the open hatch. The assault ship, the Majestic, is diverting to Quilura and will remain on station a parsec from the planet until she receives your request for extraction. Then gunships will be at your transmitted location within the hour. Niner almost asked how long the Majestic might wait, but he feared it would look as if he doubted his squad's competence. He knew the answer. The ship would wait until Uthin was taken, even if that was several commando missions down the line. It wasn't waiting for them.
We won't keep the Majestic waiting, Niner said.
Anything else you need? Niner shook his head.
No, Commander.
Darman stood at one side of the ramp, like an honor guard, waiting for the Jedi to leave. Very well, Jessic said, looking hesitant as if he wanted to walk away, but thought better of it. I hope to debrief you on your return. Niner took that literally, although Jessic was looking at him as if it meant something else. It made sense for the Padawan commander to process whatever intel that might gain. Jessic turned and walked away, and Darman jumped inside. The hatch closed with a slight shudder, sending fine fragments of rusting metal to the deck. It only has to land, Niner thought. He switched on the hollow projection in his datapad and studied the three-dimensional flight path over fields, lakes, and forests. It was all part real image, part simulation, projected onto an existing chart. They were looking at an area 30 clicks north of a small town called Imbrani. A single-story building, with shabby metal, roofing ringed by an incongruously well-cut expanse of grass nestled in a plantation of Kuvara trees. Some of the image was blurred, but it was the best resolution that a surveillance remote could manage at that distance above the planet. Specks, people, wandered around an encircling path.
It's the capture alive bit that complicates matters,
Dartmouth said, gazing at the image over Niner's shoulder.
or else we could just bomb it back into Herd space. That's why they created us,
Niner said.
for the complicated jobs.
He closed his eyes for a few moments to visualize the insertion. He saw it from takeoff to landing, smooth and planned. Every detail, or as many details as their incomplete intel could furnish, and his own experience of 100 exercises could confirm. In this detached state, something occurred to him. He pictured Jessik's face and his awkward, nervous shrugs. He realized what the Padawan had meant when he said he was hoping to debrief them personally on their return. He meant good luck. He wanted them to survive. Niner, who had known for as long as he could remember that he was a soldier bred to die, he found that intriguing. Gudans were about 30 centimeters long, fully grown, and it took a whole pack of them to bring down even a Merle calf. But at night, when they emerged from their warrens and hunted, the farmers locked their doors and stayed clear of the fields. It wasn't so much their teeth that the locals feared. It was the deadly bacteria the animals carried. A minor scratch, or bite, was almost always fatal, and Master Fuller had used the entire supply of Bacta spray in administering first aid to villagers, so Etain was as housebound at night as any of her hosts. She could hear the little predators outside, squabbling and scrabbling. She sat cross-legged on the mattress and chewed on the thin breads, almost hungry enough to gulp down the stew, but not that hungry. A few bacteria are good for your immune system, she thought. You've probably eaten worse without knowing. But she knew this time. Leaving the bowl where it stood, she rolled the hollow chart sphere over and over in her palms, running through all the possibilities for getting the information to the Jedi Council. Stowaway in a transport? Possible. Transmit the data from ground? No. All transmissions were tightly controlled by the Neomodians. Any other message traffic from Kalura to Coruscant would draw instant attention. There was always the possibility of finding the right droid courier, but that was a long shot, and it might take so much time as to be useless. Perhaps she'd have to do the job herself. Lightsabers were superb weapons, but right now she needed an army. The realization that she had beaten the odds to obtain valuable information, but was now unable to get it to those who needed it, almost crushed her.
I'm not done yet.
She said aloud, but she feared that she was, at least for the night. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she braced her elbows on her knees, letting her head rest in her hands. A good night's sleep. She might have a better idea in the morning. Her eyes closed, images of Coruscant, her clan practicing passing a ball by thought alone, a nice hot bath, food she trusted to be clean. Then suddenly, every fiber in her body leapt at once. Heart pounding, Etain thought at first that she had one of those half-dreams of falling that sometimes came when she was dozing off. Now she was fully awake, and knew that she had. Something had changed. Something in the Force had been altered, and forever. She jumped to her feet suddenly, clear of what it was. She needed no training or education to understand it. Every instinct coded in her genes cried out. Something, someone, was gone from the Force.
Master.
She had suspected he was dead. Now she knew he was, and she knew it had happened right then. It was impossible not to wonder how and where, but she knew enough about the Neomodians' hired muscle and their techniques to guess. Ignoring the ever-present Gudans, she went to the barn door and swung it open. It was an act of helplessness. There was nothing she could do, now or ever. Something rustled in the grass. It was a solitary something, and it sounded larger than a Gudan. She noticed for the first time that the constant snuffling and squabbling of the Gudan packs had stopped. They'd gone. Etain felt for her lightsaber just in case. Loud squawking and a flurry of wings made her start. A disturbed flock of leatherbacks rose into the air and scattered into the darkness, trailing sparks of light from their scales. Through the forest she detected only small creatures with simple desires, and a male Merle wandering along the fence, armed with such fearsome tusks that not even Gudans would risk approaching him. She looked up at the night sky. It appeared unchanging, constant, but she knew it never was. They're coming. She thought she heard the old woman's voice, putting it down to grief and lack of sleep. Attain stumbled back inside and barred the door. It was just another crop sprayer, hired to address the fields after the bark harvest, laden with bug killers and soil enhancers, and piloted by a droid. At least, that was what the Narsh Crater's transponder had told the Quilora traffic controller.
And judging by the absence of a missile up the tailpipe,
He had believed it. Dharma was still exploring the enhancements to his helmet and suit. "I used to think I wore this armor," he said. "Now I think it's wearing me." "Yeah, they spent some credits upgrading this since last time," said Phi. "Wow, walking weapon systems, eh?" 200 clicks, Adam said, without looking up from his datapad. He'd propped his helmet beside him, with the tactical beam pointed up to provide some light in the closed bay. Dharma couldn't hear him over the noise of the vessel's atmosphere, engines. But he could lip read easily enough. "Let's hope everything works." It was helmets on at 100 clicks. The squad was prepared both for a controlled landing and an early bailout, and freefall if they were picked up by Separatist ground units. Dharma hoped their luck would hold. They were landing heavy, with more gear than they'd ever used in training, and they'd have to hit the drop zone accurately to avoid an impossible trek across country. Accurate. If they had to jump for it, meant high altitude, low opening procedure. They could drift for 50 clicks if they opted for the safer, slower, high opening technique. Dharma didn't relish being defenseless in the air for that long. Niner was studying his datapad, balancing it on his right thigh. A three-dimensional, shimmering hollow of their flight path played out, a handspan above it. He glanced up at Darwin and gave him a silent thumbs up. On course and on target. Darwin returned the gesture. There was an art to loading up for a mission when carrying the firepower of a small army among 4 men. Darwin had loaded his pack to capacity. The rest of his weapons and ordnance was in a second shock-proof container that stood knee-high. The bowcaster, he loved that weapon, was strapped across his chest plate with jury-rigged webbing, to leave his hands free for the DC-17. He had an assortment of detonators, kept safely separate from the charges and other ordnance in the lower section. He was now so heavy, even without the extra equipment, that he had to bounce to get upright from a sitting position. He rehearsed standing a few times. It was tough. Fortunately, the squad would be inserted close to the target. He didn't have to haul it far. 100 clicks, Adam said. He switched off his spot lamp. Helmets. The compartment was suddenly dark, and there was a collective hiss of helmet seals purging and re-engaging. They could only talk to each other at very short range now. On Quilura, anything more than 10 meters risked detection. The only visible light was the faint blue glow from the heads-up display in their visors. A group of ghostly, disembodied T-shapes, and the gloom and the shimmering landscape playing out from Niner's datapad. His head was tilted down slightly, watching the actual position of the utility vessel in the simulated landscape. The Springer started to lose height, exactly on course. In a matter of minutes, they would be... A shudder ran through the airframe, and then there was no engine noise at all. For a second, Darman thought they'd been hit by anti-aircraft fire. Niner was on his feet instantly, moving forward to the cockpit, accidentally whacking Atten with his pack as he turned. Darman, without conscious decision, grabbed the emergency hatch handle and prepared to activate it for bailout. Darman could see the droid clicking and flashing, apparently engaged in a dialogue of some kind with the vessel. The ship wasn't listening.
Hey, Sarge. Bird strike.
Niner said, deceptively quiet.
Atmos engines fried. Can the R5 glide this thing down? It's trying.
The deck tilted, and Darman grabbed at the bulkhead to stay upright.
No, that isn't gliding. That's crashing. Bang out.
Niner said.
Bang out now.
The Narsh stir crate hadn't let them down. It had just succumbed to being in the wrong airspace at the wrong time, and it met the local avian species the hard way. Now they were plummeting toward the kind of landing not even the latest Kataran armor could help them survive. Darman blew the hatch, and the inrush of air sent dirt and debris whirling through the cargo bay. The door fell away through the opening. It was pitch black outside, a challenge for a free-faller, even with night vision. Darman was starting to experience serious doubt for the second time in his life. He wondered if he was becoming one of those despised creatures that his training sergeant had called cowards.
Go, go, go!
Niner shouted. Vi and Adden eased through the hatch and stepped out. Don't try to jump. Just let yourself fall. Darwin stood back to make way for Niner. He wanted to salvage as much gear as he could. They needed the repeating blasters. He grabbed some of the dismantled sections.
Now,
Niner said.
you first. We need the gear.
Darwin thrust 2 sections at him.
Take these, I said jump.
Darwin wasn't a rash man. None of them were. They took calculated risks, though, and he had calculated that Niner wouldn't leave him. The sergeant was standing at the open hatch, arm held out imperiously. A clear sign to get on with it and jump. No, Darwin had made up his mind. He lunged forward and shoulder charged Niner out of the hatch, grabbing the doorframe just in time to stop from plunging after him.
It was clear from the stream of expletives
The Niner was not expecting this, nor was he happy about it. The extra pack jerked out after him on his tether. Darwin heard one last profanity, and the Niner was out of range. Darwin grabbed the strap and peered down, but he couldn't see his sergeant falling, and that probably meant nobody else could either. He now had a minute, more or less, to salvage what he could and get out of there before the utility hit the ground. He switched on his helmet lamp. He couldn't afford the time to listen to the rushing wind and the complete absence of reassuring engine noise, but he heard it anyway. He dropped the bowcaster and began lashing the blaster sections together with a line. It was a shame. He loved the bowcaster, but they needed those cannons more. Knotting lines was hard enough with gloves on, but was even harder when you were seconds from crashing. Darwin fumbled a knot. He cursed. He looped the line again, and this time it held. He let out a sob of relief. He dropped the weapon and dragged the gear down to the hatch. Nobody could hear him at this range, and he didn't care what the droid thought. Then he stepped out into the black void. The wind took him. There was no rushing landscape beneath him yet to take his attention from the heads-up display. He was free-falling at nearly 200 kilometers an hour, trailing sections of heavy cannon. He maneuvered into tracking position, packed square across his back, rifle tight into his side. The remainder of his gear on the container that rested on the back of his legs. When he deployed the canopy at 800 meters, he would release the container and he'd use the powered descent option, because that might save him from the unsupported, potentially lethal weight of cannon that was falling with him. Yes, he knew exactly what he was doing, and yes, he was scared. He never jumped with so much unsecured load in training. The canopy deployed, and it felt like he slammed into a wall. The power pack kicked in, heating up the air around him. He could steer now. He counted down 15 seconds. Something flared into brilliant white flame beneath him, off to his right. The Narsh vessel crashing, some 30 clicks short of the target zone. Darwin realized he had thought nothing of leaving the R5 on board, the stricken utility. It was expendable. And that was how he was seen, he supposed. It was surprisingly easy to think that way. He could see the ground now. His night vision could pick out the tops of trees, right beneath.
No, no, no.
He tried to miss. He failed. He hit something very, very hard in the air. Then he hit the ground and didn't feel anything at all.
Chapter 4.
This is the true art of genetic selection and manipulation. A human is naturally a learning creature, but is also violent, selfish, lustful, and undisciplined. So we must walk the knife edge between suppressing the factors that lead to disobedience and destroying that prized capacity through applying intelligence and aggression.
Holly K., Senior Research Geneticist of Camino. Niner was hauling in his canopy when the explosion jerked him upright. A column of white rolling fire shot into the night sky above the tops of the trees. He knew it was hot and bright because his helmet visor's filter kicked in to stop it from overwhelming his night vision. Even though he knew it was coming, his heart sank. Darwin probably hadn't made it. He disobeyed his order. He hadn't jumped when he told him to. So maybe you lost a brother, maybe not. Either way, you'll lose 2 more if you don't get your act together fast. Niner triangulated the position of the blast, and then went on building up the freefall canopy. cutting away the lengths of cord before burying it. With a breaking strength of 500 kilos, the cord was bound to come in handy. He wound each length in a figure 8 around his thumb and smallest finger, and slipped the skeins into a belt pouch, then went in search of his extra pack. It hadn't fallen far from him. The low opening technique worked well if he needed accuracy. Niner found the pack at the edge of the field, covered in small dark furred animals that seemed fascinated by it and were gnawing at the soft padding strip on one side. He flashed his spot lamp to scatter them, but they stared back up at the beam, burst into angry chatter, and then turned toward him. It was unnerving, nothing more. Their little teeth snapped impotently on his armor. He stood still, assessing them, his databank scrolling in front of his eyes and telling him that they were Gidans, and that they weren't logged as hostile alien species. All the non-human life Niner had ever seen for real, other than Kaminoans and various instructors, had been on Geonosis and through a blaster sight. He was utterly dependent on the intelligence loaded into his database. That, or finding things out for himself. All but one of the Gidans gave him up as inedible within a minute, and disappeared into the waist-high crop. The remaining creature whirred away at his left boot, a tribute to his tenacity, if not its intelligence. Those boots were spec'd to withstand every assault from hard vacuum to acid and molten metal. The little animal clearly believed in aiming high. Darman would have found it fascinating, he was sure. It was a pity to lose him. He had all the makings of a good comrade.
Come on,
Niner said, nudging the animal with the butt of his blaster rifle.
I've got to get to work. Shove off.
The Gidan teeth locked around a clamp, looked up, and met his eyes. Or at least, it seemed like it. He could only have really seen a faint blue light. Then it let go, and trotted back toward the field, pausing once to stare back at him, before disappearing into a hole in the ground, with all the ease of a diver. Niner took out his datapad, and calculated his position. There was no GPS he could lock into without the Neomodians detecting him. But he could at least use Dead Reckoning based on the sprayer's last position, matching features on the landscape to his chart. It was old-fashioned soldiering. He liked it. He had been able to do the business when the tech wasn't there, even if that meant using nothing but a Trandoshan blade. If you stab someone in the heart, they can still run. I once saw a man run 100 meters like that, screaming as well. Go for the neck, like this. Sergeant Scarata had taught them a lot about knives. Put a bit of weight behind it, son. Still, tech had its place. A speeder bike would have been handy, although they hadn't thought they'd need them. The insert was supposed to be 5 clicks from the target. Never mind, he thought. It would make me look pretty conspicuous out here anyway. The gear would slow him on his way to the pre-agreed rendezvous point. But he'd get there. If Phi and Atten had landed safely, they'd be heading for RV Alpha 2. He started tabbing, trying to make 10 clicks an hour, avoiding tracks and open ground. In the end, he had to drag the extra pack behind him, on straps like a sled. Tactical advance into battle tabbing, as Scarata called it. It meant walking at 6 to 10 clicks an hour with a 25-kilo pack. But that's for ordinary men, the instructor would say, as if non-clones were subhuman. You are clone commandos. You will do better because you are better. Niner was lugging nearly 3 times that load now. He didn't feel better at all right then. He decided to add a portable repulsor lift to his new list of gear to request upon return. Goloro's moon was in its new phase, and he was grateful for that. In his light gray armor, he would have stood out like a beacon. Hadn't the top brass thought of that either? He stifled the uncharacteristically critical opinion about his superiors and decided there had to be something he didn't know, but they did. He had his orders. Even so, he diverted to a narrow river, shown on the holo chart, and stopped long enough to smear mud over his armor and gear. There was no point chancing his luck. At 400 meters from RV Point Alpha, he slowed down, and not because he was struggling under the weight. A silent approach was necessary. He hid the pack he was dragging deep in the undergrowth and recorded its location to collect later. Phi and Aten might have been tracked. They might not have made it at all. There was always the possibility of ambush. No, he definitely wasn't taking chances. For the last 200 meters, he got down in the grass and crawled. But they were there and alone.
Niner found himself staring up into the beam of Fi's helmet, and he knew that the infrared targeting was centered at the point between his filtration mask and the top of his chest plate. It was a vulnerable point, provided one got close enough and used the right caliber rounds. Not many hostiles could get that close, of course.
You gave me a start, Sarge.
Fi said, holding his blaster clear and looking him over. He killed the light and indicated his chest plate.
Great minds, eh?
Fi's armor was no longer pristine either. Niner wasn't sure what he smeared over it, but it disrupted his outline well enough. The thought had obviously occurred to all of them. Atten was daubed with something dark, and matte as well.
Shape, shine, shadow, silhouette, smell, sound, and movement.
Niner said, repeating the rules of basic camouflage. If it hadn't been for Darman's absence, he would have found the situation funny. He tried.
Shame they couldn't find something beginning with S to complete the set. I could.
Atten said.
Any contact from Darman?
They were 40 kilometers from the point where Niner had landed.
I saw the blast. He was last off. You saw him jump then? No. He was grabbing as much gear and ordnance as he could salvage.
Niner felt the need to explain.
He shoved me out the hatch first. I shouldn't have let that happen. But I didn't abandon him.
Atten shrugged.
So what have we got then? We've got a missing brother. I meant by way of resources. He had most of the demolition ordnance. I know what you meant by that, and I don't want to hear it.
If he could feel concern, even sorrow for Darman, then why couldn't Atten? But it was no time to start a fight. They had to sit together now. A 4-man mission with 3 men. Their chances of succeeding had plummeted already.
We're a squad now. Get used to it.
Fi interrupted. He seemed to have a knack for diffusing situations.
All our gear's intact anyway. We can still put quite a dent in them if we have to.
And what did they have to put a dent in exactly? They had high-altitude drone wrecks of the target building, but no idea yet if the walls were just plastered blocks or if they were lined with shock-absorbing alloy plates. There could be just the 30 or so guards seen walking the perimeter, or hundreds more holed up in underground barracks. Without better intelligence, they had no way of knowing just how much gear was enough for the job. It was a case of adding P for plenty. Just to be sure, Niner liked to be sure.
How much time are we going to spend looking for him?
Atten asked.
They know they've got company now. It wasn't exactly a silent insert. SOPs,
Niner said. Standard operating procedures. That was how things should be done. How commandos expected them to be done.
we get to each RV point for the time we agreed upon. And if he doesn't show, we'll go to the position of the blast and see what's left. Then we'll decide if we're going to consider him MIA or not. You'd want us to search if it was you missing.
Fi said to Atten.
He can't call in. Not at this range. Too risky. I wouldn't expect you to compromise the mission for me.
Atten said, distinctly acid.
He's alone for Firefex's sake. Alone. Just shut it, will you?
Niner said. The good thing about ultra-short-range comlinks was that you could stand around and have a blazing argument inside those helmets, and nobody outside could hear you.
Finding him isn't only the right thing to do, it's the sensible thing to do. Locate him, and we find his gear, okay? Yes, Sarge.
Fi said.
Got it.
Atten said.
But there has to be a point where we consider him dead. Without a body, that'll be when Geonosis freezes over.
Niner said, still angry and not knowing why.
Until then, we're gonna sweat our guts out to find him, provided it doesn't blow the mission. Now let's see if we can sling this gear between some poles, or something. We'll never keep this pace up for tens of kilometers, unless we find a better way of transporting it.
Niner said his comlink to receive long range anyway. There was no harm in listening. If Darman was out there, Niner wasn't planning on abandoning him. The clearing hadn't been there yesterday. Attain picked her way through flattened Kuvara saplings and into a circle of blackened stubble, following Burhan's steps. The air smelled of smoke and roasted bark. He was swearing fluently. She didn't know much Quiluran, but she knew a curse when she heard one.
"This is your lot again,"
Burhan said. He surveyed the field, hands to his brow to block out the sun breaking over the horizon. Now that it was daylight, they could see the extent of the damage from last night's explosion.
"What am I gonna do?" What's going to happen to our contract?
It wasn't phrased like a question. The Neomodians weren't known to be sympathetic about the host of natural disasters, constantly threatening the farming community's precarious existence. But this was no natural disaster. The blast area spanned around 500 meters, and the crater at the center was 12, maybe 15 meters wide. Attain didn't know how deep it was, but a Transdoshan and an Ubisi were standing at the edge of it, peering down, blasters in hand, looking as if they were searching in the soil. They didn't take the slightest notice of her or Bahan. She must have looked suitably starved, and dowdy, rough enough to pass for a farm girl. It was probably too late to convince them the crater was caused by a meteor fragment. But at this point, Attain didn't know any more than they did.
Why do you think it was my lot?
She asked.
Obvious,
Brian said, sourly.
I've seen loads of speeders and freighters, and sprayers come down hard. They don't leave craters. They falls apart and burns. Yes, but they don't blow up half the countryside. This is off-planet. It's soldiers.
He kicked around some of the charred and blackened stalks.
Can't you have your fight on someone else's planet? Don't you think I got enough problems?
She wondered for a moment if he was considering turning her into Hogan's men, for a few credits to make up for the loss of the precious bark. She was already an extra mouth to feed, at a time when money he was counting on had just gone up in a fireball with much of his crop. It was time to find somewhere else to hide, and some other plan for getting that information off Quilura. Attain was still considering the scorched land, when the Ubisi and the Trandoshan jerked upright and turned to jog, away toward the dirt track beside the field. The Ubisi had one hand pressed to the side of his helmet, as if he was listening to something. A comlink, probably. Whatever the summons had been, it had been urgent enough to get them running. It also confirmed that this wasn't just a Narsh sprayer making an all-too-frequent crash landing. Attain waited a moment longer, then walked forward to peer into the pit to see what had so engrossed them. It had been a monstrous blast. The sides of blackened crater were blown almost smooth, and there was debris everywhere. It was an enormous blast area for a small craft. She left Burhan and walked around, inspecting the ground as Hokin's men had done, not sure what she was seeking. She was almost at the Kavura orchard before she saw it. The early sunlight caught a scraped metal edge of something embedded in the ground, rammed deep by the explosion. Attain crouched down, as casually as she could, and worked the soil loose from it with her fingers. It took her a few minutes to expose enough to understand the shape, and a few more to work out why these scorched colors were so familiar. It was distorted, the metal frozen in a moment of being torn apart by enormous force, but she was pretty sure she had seen one intact before. It was a plate from an R5 astromech droid, a plate with Republic markings. They're coming. Wherever they were, she hoped they made it alive. Darman knew it was risky moving around by day, and the fact that his right leg seemed to scream every time he put his weight on it didn't help matters. He spent 2 painful hours scooping out a shallow depression in a thicket about 100 meters from what passed for a road. Roots and stones had slowed him down. So had the pounding he'd taken hitting the canopies of trees during his landing. But he dug in now, and he lay under a lattice of branches and leaves on his belly, watching the road, sometimes through his rifle sight, sometimes with the electro-binocular panel that flipped down in his visor. At least the little animals that had swarmed over him in the night had disappeared. He'd given up trying to fend them off. They had explored his armor for a while, and then moved on to watch him from a distance. Now that it was daylight, there were no more glittering eyes staring at him from the undergrowth. He still wasn't sure of his position either. There was no GPS network he could use without being picked up. He needed to get out and about and do a rec if he was going to have any chance of aligning landscape features with the holo chart. He knew he was facing north. The arc of small stones around a thin branch he'd stuck in the soil charted the sun's progress, and gave him his east-west line. If his datapad had calculated speed and distance correctly, he was between 40 and 50 clicks northeast of the first RV point. He never covered that distance on foot in time, not with the extra gear, and not with his leg in this state. If he dragged the pack, he'd draw a neat follow-me line through the vegetation. Darman eased himself over on his back, removed his leg plates, and unsealed his undersuit at the knee. It felt as if he'd torn a muscle or a tendon above the joint. He soaked the makeshift bandage with Bacta again,
and replaced the legging in place before rolling back into position. It was high time he ate something, but he decided that he could wait a little longer. He checked the dirt road through the crosswires of the DC-17's electromag scope. The first time he had worn the helmet, with the built-in display shimmering before his eyes, he had been overwhelmed and disoriented by the flurry of symbols in his field of vision. The rifle scope made it seem even more chaotic. Lights, lights, lights. It was like looking from the windows of Topoka City at night with the lamps and reflective surfaces of the refectory behind you, so many competing images that you couldn't focus on what lay beyond the stormproof glass. But in time, that time being the short, desperate morning when the whole of Kilo and Delta squads first wore the HUD display while using live ordnance, he got used to it. Those who didn't get used to it fast didn't return from the exercise. He learned to see and yet not to see. He was constantly aware of all the status displays that told him when his weapons were charging, and if his suit was compromised, and what was happening around him. Now he was focused solely on looking down, a clear tunnel framed by interlocking segments of soothing blue, with a highlighted area to show when he had an optimum firing solution for his target. The information on range, environment, and the score of other options was still there. He could take them in without consciously seeing them. He saw only his target. A faint rumbling sound made him stiffen. Voices. They were approaching from his right. Then they stopped. He waited. Eventually the voices started again, and two Weequays came up into his field of view, too slowly for his liking. They were looking at the road's shoulders, with unusual diligence. One stopped suddenly and peered at the ground, apparently excited, if his arm gestures weren't any indication. Then he looked up and started walking almost directly toward Darman's position. He took out a blaster pistol. He can't possibly see me, Darman thought. I've done this by the book. No reflection, no movement, no smells, nothing. But the Weequay kept coming, right into the bushes. He stopped about 10 meters from Darman, and was casting around, as if he'd followed something, and lost the trail. Then he moved forward again. Darman had almost stopped breathing. His helmet masked all sound, but it certainly didn't feel that way. The Weequay was so close now that Darman could smell his distinctive sweat and see the detailed tooling on his sidearm, a KYD-21 with a Hadron barrel, and that there was a vibroblade in his other hand. Right at that moment, Darman couldn't even swallow. It's okay to be scared. The Weequay stepped sideways, looking at waist height as if browsing for discs on a library shelf. It's okay to be scared, as long as you... The Weequay was right on him now, squatting over his position. Darman felt boots to press branches that were touching his back, and then the creature looked down and said something that sounded like, "Gah! As long as you use it." Darman brought his fist up hard, under the Weequay's jaw, ramming his own vibroblade up into the throat and twisting his fist off to one side to sever the blood vessels. He supported the dead weight of the impaled Weequay on one arm, until it stopped moving. Then Darman lowered his arm, shaking with the effort, and let the body roll to the ground, as quietly as he could. "What you find?" the other Weequay yelled. "Gar ye? Dar?" No answer. "Well, here we go." Darman aimed his DC-17 and waited. The second Weequay began running in a straight line toward the bushes, and that was a stupid thing for him to do, when he had no idea what had happened to his comrade. They'd been lording it over farmers for too long. They were sloppy. He also made the mistake of pulling out his blaster. Darman had a clear headshot, and he took it almost without thinking. The Weequay dropped, cleanly and silently, and lay crumpled with whiffs of smoke rising from his head. "Oh, clever," Darman sighed, as much to hear the reassurance of his own voice as anything. Now he'd have to break cover and retrieve the body. He couldn't leave it there like a calling card. He waited a few minutes, listening, and then eased himself onto his injured leg, to limp out into open ground. He dragged the Weequay into the bushes, noting the smell of cooked meat. Now he could see what the first Weequay had been following, a broad path of tiny animal footprints. The curious Gidans had given him away. He limped out again, checking carefully, and obliterated the drag marks with a branch. Waste not, want not. The Weequays wouldn't be needing the blasters or vibroblades now. Darman, pulse slowing to normal, searched the bodies for anything else of use, pocketing data cards and valuables. He didn't feel that he was a thief. He had no personal possessions that weren't the Grand Army's property, and he felt no need to acquire any. But there was a chance the cards contained information that would help him achieve his objective, and the beads and coins would come in handy if needed to buy or bribe something or someone. He found a suitable spot to hide the bodies. He didn't have time to bury them, but was suddenly aware of movement in the undergrowth. Animal movement, and gradually small heads appeared sniffing the air.
You again, eh?
Darman said, although the G'dans couldn't possibly hear him beyond the helmet.
Way past your bedtime.
They edged forward and then swarmed across the weakway with his shattered head, taking tiny bites as they settled on him in a dark bird blanket of snapping motion. Darman wouldn't have to worry about burying anyone. The faintest of liquid sounds made him look around at the other weakway. Darman had his rifle aimed instantly. The weakway wasn't dead, not quite. For some reason that upset Darman more than he could have ever imagined. He killed plenty of times at Geonosis, smashing droids with grenade launchers and cannons at a distance. Hyped up on fear and the instinct to live, survived a fight. But this was different. It wasn't distant, and the debris of the kill wasn't metal. The weakway's blood had dried in a stream down his glove and right forearm plate, and he hadn't managed a clean kill. It was wrong. They had drilled him to kill and kill and kill, but nobody had thought to teach him what he was supposed to feel afterward. He did feel something, and he wasn't certain what it was. He'd think about it later. Aiming his rifle, he corrected his mistake before the small army of carnivores could move on to their next meal. Chapter 5. Think of yourselves as a hand. Each of you is a finger, and without the others, you are useless. Alone, a finger can't grasp or control, or form a fist. You are nothing on your own, and everything together. Commando Instructor, Sergeant Cal Scarata. Darman moved on fast, up a tree-covered slope a kilometer south. He planned on spending the rest of the daylight hours in a carefully constructed hide at the highest vantage point he could find, slightly below the skyline. He concentrated on making a crude net out of the canopy cords he had salvaged. The activity kept him occupied and alert. He hadn't slept in nearly 40 standard hours. Fatigue made you more careless and dangerously unfocused than alcohol. When he had finished tying the cord into squares, he wove grass, leaves, and twigs into the knots. On inspection, he decided it was a pretty good camouflage net. He also continued observation.
Quilura was astonishing. It was alive and different. A riot of scent and color and texture and sounds.
Now that his initial pounding fear had subsided into a general edginess, he began to take it all in. It was the little living noises that concerned him most. Around him, creatures crawled, flew, and buzzed. Occasionally things squealed and fell silent. Twice now, he'd heard something larger prowling in the bushes. Apart from the brief intensity of Geonosis, Darman's only environmental experience had been the elegant but enclosed stilt cities of Camino, and the endless churning seas around them. The cleanly efficient classrooms and barracks where he had spent 10 years turning from innocent child to perfect soldier were unremarkable, designed to get a job done. His training in desert and mountain and jungle had been entirely artificial, hollow projection simulation. The red desert plains of Geonosis had been far more arid and starkly magnificent than his instructor's imaginations, and now Quilura's fields and woods held so much more than three-dimensional charts could offer.
It was still open country, though, a terrain that made it hard for him to move around unnoticed.
Concentrate, he told himself. Gather intel. Make the most of your enforced idleness. Lunch would have been welcome about now. A decent lunch. He chewed on a concentrated dry ration cube, and reminded himself that his constant hunger wasn't real. He was just tired. He had consumed the correct amount of nutrients for his needs, and if he gave in to eating more, he would run out of supplies. There was exactly enough for 2 weeks' operations in his pack, and 2 days' worth in his emergency belt. The belt was the only thing he would grab, apart from his rifle, if he ever had to make a last-ditch run for it without his 40-kilo pack. Beneath him, farm transports passed along a narrow track, all heading in the same direction, carrying square tanks with security sills on the hatches. Bark. Darman had never tasted it, but he could smell it, even from here. The nauseatingly musky, almost fungal scent took the edge off his appetite for a while. If he had his holochart aligned correctly, the transports were all heading for the regional depot at Teklit. He twisted the image this way and that in his hands and held it up to map onto the actual landscape. Yes, he was sure enough now where he was. He was 10 clicks east of the small town called Imbrani, about 40 clicks northeast of RV Point Beta, and 40 clicks almost due east of RV Point Gamma. They'd picked RV points along the flight path because the Separatists would expect dispersal, not a retracting of their steps. Between RVs Alpha and Beta was a stretch of woodland, ideal for moving undetected by day. If the rest of the squad had landed safely and were on schedule, they would be making their way to Beta. Things could be looking up again. All he had to do was get to RV Gamma and wait for his squad. And if they hadn't made it, then he'd need to rethink the mission. The idea produced a feeling of desolation. You are nothing on your own, and everything together. He'd been raised to think, function, even breathe as one of a group of 4. He could do nothing else. But ARCs always operate alone, don't they? He pondered that, fighting off drowsiness. Leaves rustled suddenly behind him, and he turned to scan with the infrared filter of his visor. He caught a blur of moving animal. It fled. His database said there were no large predators on Quilura, so whatever it was could be no more troublesome than the Gedans. Not as long as he was wearing his armor, anyway. Darman waited motionless for a few moments, but the animal was gone. He turned back and refocused on the road and the surrounding fields, struggling to stay awake. Lay off the stems. No, he wasn't going to touch his med pack for a quick boost. Not yet. He saved his limited supply for later, for when things got really tough, as he knew they would. In his field of vision, the frozen tableau had come to life. He flipped down the binoc filter for a closer look, and what he saw made him snap it back and gaze through the sniper scope of his rifle. A thin wisp of smoke rose from a group of wooden buildings. It was quickly becoming a pall. It wasn't the smoke of domestic fires. He could see flames, flaring tongues of yellow and red. The structure's barns, judging by their construction, were on fire. A group of people in drab clothing was scrambling around, trying to grab objects clear of the flames. Uncoordinated, panicking. Another group, Ubisi, Trandoshan, mainly Weequay, was stopping them, standing in a line around the barn. One of the farmers broke the line and disappeared into a building. He didn't come out again. Not as long as Darman watched. Nothing in his training corresponded to what he was witnessing. There was not a memory, a pattern, a maneuver, or a lesson that flashed in his mind and told him how this should be played out. Civilian situations were outside his experience. Nor were these civilians the Republic. They weren't anyone's citizens. His training taught him not to be distracted by outside issues, however compelling. But there was still some urge in him that said do something. What? His mission, his reason for staying alive, was to rejoin his squad and thwart the nanovirus project. Breaking cover to aid civilians cut across all of that. The Separatists, or whoever controlled this band of assorted thugs, knew he was here. It didn't take a genius to work it out. The sprayer had exploded on landing, detonating any demolition ordnance that Darman hadn't been able to cram into his packs. The Weequay patrol hadn't called in when their masters had expected. Now the humans, farmers, were being punished and threatened, and it was all to do with him. The Separatists were looking for him. Escape and evasion procedure. No, not yet. Darman inhaled and leveled his rifle carefully, picking out an Ubisi in the crosswires. Then he lined up the rest of the group, one at a time. 8 hostiles. 40 rounds. He knew he could slot every one, first time. He held his breath, forefinger resting on the trigger. Just a touch. How many more targets were there that he couldn't see? He'd give away his position. This isn't your business. He exhaled and relaxed his grip on the rifle, sliding his forefinger in front of the trigger guard. What would happen to his mission if they caught him? In the next 2 minutes, reluctant to move, he targeted each Ubisi, Weequay, and Trandoshan several times.
but he didn't squeeze the trigger. He wanted to more than he could have imagined. It wasn't the hard-drilled trained response of a sniper, but a helpless, impotent anger whose origin he couldn't begin to identify. Don't reveal your position. Don't fire unless you can take out the target. Keep firing until the target is down and stays down. And then there were times when a soldier just had to take a chance. They could be Republic citizens one day. They could be allies now. Darman wasn't tired anymore, or even hungry. His pulse was pounding, loud in his ears, and he could feel the constriction in his throat muscles. The fundamental human reflex to flee or fight, fleeing wasn't an option. He could only fight. He targeted the first weak way, a clean headshot, and squeezed the trigger. The creature dropped, and for a moment his comrade stared at the body, unsure of what had happened. Darman had nothing against weak ways. It was only coincidence that this was the third one he killed in a few hours. And suddenly, unfrozen, the band of thugs all turned to stare in the direction of the shot, drawing their weapons. The first bolt hit the bushes to Darman's left. The second went 3 meters over his head. They'd worked out where he was all right. Darman snapped on the DC-17's grenade attachment and watched through the scope as the civilian scattered. The grenade sent a shower of soil and scattered wood into the air, along with 4 of the 8 militia. He certainly pinpointed his position now. When he sprang to his feet and began to run down the slope, the 4 remaining enemies stood and stared for a couple of seconds. He had no idea why, but they were transfixed long enough for him to gain the advantage. A couple of plasma bolts hit him, but his armor simply took it like a punch in the chest, and he ran on. Laying down a hail of particle rounds, the bolts came toward him like horizontal luminous rain. One Trandoshan turned and ran. Darman took him down with a bolt in the back that blew him a few meters farther as he fell. Then the white-hot rain stopped, and he was running over bodies. Darman slowed and pulled up, suddenly deafened by the sound of his own panting breath. Maybe they'd managed to report his presence via their comlinks in time, and maybe they hadn't. The information wouldn't have been much use on its own anyway. He ran from barn to barn, checking for more hostiles, walking through the flames unscathed because his armor and bodysuit could easily withstand the heat of a wood fire. Even with a visor, he couldn't see much through the thick smoke, and he moved quickly outside again. He glanced at his arm. Smoke curled off the suit-blackened plates. Then he almost walked straight into a youth in a farmer's smock, staring at him. The boy bolted. Darman couldn't find any more of Hogan's troops. He came to the last barn and booted the door open. His spot lamp illuminated the dim interior and picked out 4 terrified human faces, 2 men, a woman, and the boy he'd just seen huddling in a corner next to a threshing machine. His automatic response was to train the rifle on them, until he was sure they weren't hostiles. Not every soldier wears a uniform, but his instincts said these were just terrified civilians. He was still trailing smoke from his armor. He realized how frightening he looked. A thin, wavering wail began. He thought it was the woman, but it seemed to be coming from one of the men. A man just as old as Sergeant Scarata, who was staring at him in horror. Darman had never seen civilians that close, and he'd never seen anyone that scared.
I'm not going to hurt you,
he said.
Is this your farm?
Silence, except for the noise the man was making. He couldn't understand it. He'd rescued them from their attackers, hadn't he? What was there to fear?
How many troops has Hogan got? Can you tell me?
The woman found her voice, but it was shaky. What are you?
I'm a soldier of the Republic. I need information, ma'am.
You're not him?
Who?
Hogan.
No. Do you know where he is?
She pointed south in the direction of Imbrani. They're down at the farm the Kermay clan used to own before Hogan sold them to Trandoshans. About 50, maybe 60 of them. What are you going to do to us?
Nothing, ma'am. Nothing at all.
It didn't seem to be the answer they were expecting. The woman didn't move. He brought them here looking for him, said the man, who wasn't whining, pointing at Darman. We've got nothing to thank him for. Tell him to... Shut up, the woman said, glaring at the man. She turned back to Darman. We won't say a word. We won't say we saw you. Just go. Get out. We don't want your help. Darman was totally unprepared for the reaction. He'd been taught many things, but none of his accelerated learning.
had mentioned anything about ungrateful civilians, rescues thereof. He backed away and checked outside the barn door before darting from barn to bush to fence and up the slope to where he'd left his gear. It was time to move on. He was leaving a trail behind him now, and a trail of engagements and bodies. He wondered if he'd see civvies, as Karada called them, in quite the same benign way in the future. He checked the chrono readout in his visor. It had been only minutes since he had run down the slope, firing. It always felt like hours. Hours when he couldn't see anything but the target in front of him. Don't worry, Skarada said. It's your forebrain shutting down, just a fear reflex. You're bred from sodopathic stock. You'll fight just fine. You'll carry on fighting when normal men have turned into basket cases. Darman was never sure if that was good or not, but it was what he was, and he was fine with that. He loaded his extra pack on his back and began working his way to the RV point. Maybe he shouldn't have expended so many rounds. Maybe he should have just left the farmers to their fate. He'd never know. Then it struck him why both the militia and the civilians had frozen when they first spotted him. The helmet, the armor. He looked like a Mandalorian warrior. Everyone must be terrified of Ges Hokan. The similarity would either work to his advantage or get him killed.
Down!
Adden yelled. Niner flung himself flat, and heard Fi grunt as he did the same, the air knocked from his lungs. An airspeeder flew overhead with a deceptively gentle hum. Atten, squatting in the cover of a fallen tree, followed it with his rifle scope.
2 up. Camo and custom armament,
He said.
Somehow. I don't think the locals drive those. Not with mounted cannons, anyway.
The hum of engines faded. Niner struggled to his feet and regained his balance, wishing for the speeder bikes and an absence of armor. The squad was too heavily laden, and the armor wasn't designed for blending into the landscape. Although, it was the difference between life and death in hostile territory. Protection against blaster fire, nerve agents, and even hard vacuum. And when they got to their target, it would come into its own. The armor was designed for Fibio ops, fighting in built-up areas and inside buildings. Urban warfare of the kind the galaxy now had plenty to offer. For now, they just have to make the best of the scenic part of the mission. He was tired. They all were. Not even the animal panic brought on by the risk of discovery could shake that off. They needed to sleep. Niner checked his datapad. They were still 10 clicks from RV Beta. And it was midday. It was much easier to move by night. So he wanted to press on and make the RV point by mid-afternoon, then lie up until nightfall. If Tharman had made it, and maybe he hadn't, but Niner's mind was made up. They would wait for him.
He's back.
Adden said.
Everyone down.
The quiet drone of engines interrupted Niner's calculations. The airspeeder was heading south toward them again. They froze, mud-smeared, invisible from that altitude, or so they hoped. It wasn't entirely trending that produced the reaction. Aerial surveillance was especially threatening. Niner recalled the Camino in KE-8 Enforcer craft cruising above the training grounds of Tapoka City, ready to plug out and discipline any defective clone who didn't conform. They were equipped with electroshock devices. He'd seen a KE-8 in action just once. After that, he worked extra hard to conform.
He's on a square search,
Adden said. He was turning into an excellent point man. For some reason, he was slightly more attuned to his surroundings than Fi, or even Niner himself.
He must be working out from the center. Center of what, though?
Fi asked. Niner forgot his fatigue. You never leave your mates behind.
If he hasn't seen us, he's seen Darman. Or what's left of him. Shut it, Adden. What's your problem? I've been Darman,
Adden said. He said nothing more. Niner didn't think it was a good time to ask for an explanation. The engines were overhead. Then the sound faded a little and dropped in pitch, but soon resumed full volume.
He's circling,
Aten said.
Fire fan.
Niner said, and all three men reached for their anti-armor grenade attachments at the same time.
What's he seen? Maybe nothing.
I said.
Maybe us.
They fell silent. The airspeeder was indeed circling.
It had also dropped lower and was now about level with the tops of the trees. Niner could see its twin cannons. His helmet wasn't telling him it had locked on, but that didn't mean it hadn't. You could never count on tech. Best piece of gear is the eyeball. It was the first piece of advice Karada had ever given him. Accelerated learning was fine, but anything direct from the mouths of men who had fought real engagements left a bigger impression. Niner leveled his rifle and peered through the scope, trusting the Blast Tech Industries that the sight really wasn't reflective. He'd find out the hard way if it was. He could see the sun glinting off the human pilot's goggles. The gunner was a droid. He wondered if they felt vulnerable without any armor canopy. Heads conveniently skylined for a shot. He suspected that anyone looking down from that height with a cannon or two didn't feel vulnerable at all. The fuselage banked above him and turned slowly, rising well above the trees, as if the pilot was trying to get a visual fix again. It wasn't coincidence. Niner kept the DC-17, turned on the central propulsion unit. Then a red flashing symbol went off in his visor. The thing had a lock on him. He squeezed the trigger. The white-hot blast kicked his visor into blackness for an instant, and the detonation was so close that the shockwave hit him like a body blow. He scrambled to his feet and ran. How he ran, with more than 50 kilos of dead weight on his back, he would never know. But adrenaline could do remarkable things. His instinct was to get clear before debris rained down on him. Armor and bodysuits could withstand a lot, but the human instinct buried deep inside him screamed, "Get clear." When he stopped, he had covered 100 meters, even in the tangled undergrowth of the coppice. He was panting like a moth, and the suit was struggling to cool him down. Behind him, a fire burned, with smaller flames scattered around it like seedlings around a tree. He turned to look for Phi and Atten. His first thought was that he had brought the speeder crashing down on them.
Did you have to?
Phi was right next to him. He hadn't heard him above the noise of his own breathing.
He got a lock on me.
Niner said, feeling relieved, and then oddly guilty, but not sure why.
I know. I saw your D's go up, and I thought I'd better get moving, or I'd be wearing a speedy. Atten? Can't hear him.
That didn't mean anything. The close-range comm setting was only 10 meters. Atten could be anywhere. Niner didn't know him well enough yet to guess his movements, and it had been enough of a close shave for him not to spend much time contemplating the issue. Now he was worried that he, the sergeant, the man they looked up to for leadership, had run for it, without thinking of them, and that they knew it.
This is going to make a nice marker,
Phi said, staring up at the climbing smoke. It would be visible for a long, long way.
What did you expect me to do? Lie there and take a cannon round? No, Sarge. I thought you managed to double tap, though.
He laughed.
Better make sure nobody survived.
It was a remote chance, but speeders could be surprisingly robust. Niner and Phi walked back through the smoke. Rifles ready. Droid parts were scattered across the scene of devastation. One scuttle-shaped faceplate staring up at the pall of smoke as if in surprise.
They don't bounce much then,
Phi said, and moved it with his boot.
Atten, Phi here. You there? Over?
Silence. Phi put his left gauntlet against his ear. Niner wondered if he'd now lost 2 men in as many days.
Atten here, over.
Atten stepped out of the smoke, dragging his extra pack and a scorched hunk of metal that trailed a few wires and plugs. It looked like the speeder's onboard computer.
The pilot didn't bounce either,
he said.
Here, help me get this strapped on again.
It took both Phi and Niner to lift the pack and reattach it to his armor. A few days earlier, either one of them could have managed it single-handed. We're too exhausted to be safe, Niner thought. Time to get out of here and get some rest.
I might be able to get something from this,
Atten said, indicating the charred metal box in one hand. It was the first time Niner had heard him sound remotely cheerful. Atten seemed to relate to gear better than he did to people.
Worth a try.
Niner took over the point position, and they struggled into denser cover. He glanced back and hoped the flames would burn themselves out. They didn't have a hope of outrunning a full-scale forest fire, but maybe that was the least of their problems. And if Dharma was alive and anywhere near, he'd see their handiwork, and Niner hoped he'd recognize it as such. The squad had now left a couple of telltale marks of combat on the sleepy rural landscape, whether it wanted it or not. Quilura was involved in the war.
You're a Daikut.
Hogan said. He took off his helmet. His face was centimeters from the Ubesis, and he wanted it to look him in the eye. As a species, they weren't prone to trembling. But this one was doing a fine job of being an exception.
What are you?
He whispered.
Daikut, sir.
You made me look like a Daikut too. I don't like that.
Hogan had assembled his entire senior staff in the room. He reminded himself that the room was in fact a disused Merley shearing shed, and that his lieutenants were the 20 least stupid individuals selected from the criminal detritus that had washed down society's sewer to Quilura. It disappointed him that the Neomodians would spend so much on secure communications and so little on personnel. A few credits more, and he could have bought the small army he needed. The Ubisi, Kalish, was standing absolutely still in the middle of the room, as Hogan circled. It might have been a female, because you never could tell with Ubisi, but Hogan suspected it was male. He hadn't wanted to hire Ubisi. They could be unpredictable, even sly, but very few mercenaries wanted to work on Quilura, and those who did were simply unemployable anywhere else. Almost always because of a criminal record even a hut would balk at. And here he was, paying them what he could because Ankit wouldn't fork out for proper support. Hogan despaired, and when he despaired of professional standards, he suspected extreme coaching was necessary to refocus the team.
So you torched another farm, he said.
It was a warning, sir. In case they got ideas, hiding people they shouldn't.
No, that's not how it works.
Hogan propped his backside against the edge of the table and stared into the anonymous masked face. Arms folded, he didn't like people whose eyes he couldn't see.
You warn them first. If they break the rules, then you punish them. If you punish them before they break the rules, they have nothing to lose, and they hate you, and they will seek revenge, and so will their offspring.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that?
Hogan looked around at the assembled staff and spread his arms in an invitation to join the coaching session.
Does everyone understand that?
There were some grunts.
Does everyone understand that?
Hogan snarled.
What do we say when an officer asks you a question?
Yes, sir. It was almost a chorus.
Good,
Hogan said quietly. He stood up again. Then he took out Folier's lightsaber, activated the beam, and sliced it through the Ubisi's neck, sending the head flying, bloodless, quiet, and clean. There was a sudden and absolute silence. The staff had been quiet before, but they'd been making the marginal noises of people forced to endure a boring lesson. Now there was not the slightest swallow, cough, or sigh. Nobody breathed. He peered down at the body, and then at the legs of his dark gray uniform trousers. Perfectly clean. No blood. He rather liked this lightsaber now. He sat back on the edge of the desk.
That,
Hogan said,
was punishment for Kalish. It's a warning for the rest of you. Now, is the difference clear? It's very important.
Yes, sir. Fewer voices joined in this time, and they wavered.
Then go and find our visitors. And you, Mukit, clear up this mess. You're BC. You understand the proper way to dispose of the remains.
Their group began filing out, and Mukit edged over to the neatly sundered body of Kalish. Hogan caught the arm of his senior Weequay lieutenant as he tried to slip through the door.
Gutane, where's your brother and his friend? He asked. They haven't shown up for 2 meals, and they haven't signed off shift. Don't know, sir. Are they making a few credits on the side with that Trandoshan? A bit of freelance slaving? Sir, I need to know, to work out if anything unusual might have happened to them.
Goudinet, no doubt recalling what Hogan had done to him when he chased that farm girl, moved his lips soundlessly. Then his voice managed to surface above his fear.
I've never seen, sir. Not at all. Not since yesterday, I swear. I chose you as my right-hand man because you could very nearly express yourself in several syllables. Sir, that makes you an intellectual among your kind. Don't make me doubt my judgment. Not seen him, sir. Honest, never. Then get out on the route they were patrolling and see what you can find.
Hokin reached across his desk and took out the electroshocker. It was only an agricultural instrument for herding, but it worked fine on most non-animal species. Gutene eyed it cautiously.
This is why I disapprove of undisciplined acts like thieving and drinking. When I need to be certain of someone's whereabouts, I can't be. When I need resources, they're already committed. When I need competence, my staff is distracted.
He pushed the shocker up into the Weequay's armpit.
There is a Republic presence here. We don't know the size of the force, but we do have a speeder down and a large black crater at Imbrani. The more data I have, the more I can assess the size of the threat and deal with it. Understood? Yes, sir.
Hokin lowered the shocker, and the Weequay shot out the door, his enthusiasm for his career refreshed. Hokin prided himself on motivational skills. It started, he thought. He shut himself in his room and switched on all the comlink screens. They're coming to take Quilura. Hokin had some idea of what kind of deal Ankit had with the Separatists. There had been a significant amount of construction work carried out to convert a grain store into the kind of building that had triple-sealed doors, and the type of walls that could be sterilized with extreme heat. Then he'd had to try to make credible bodyguards out of the rabble he employed because important Separatist scientists came and went, and the Neomodians saw conspiracy everywhere they looked. They weren't always wrong about that. Then the Jedi came to Imbrani, and it all fell into place, as nearly as the arrival of the Republic forces now on their planet. There was a military target here. I'm my father's son, though. I'm a warrior. Hokin wondered if all cultures separated from their heritage were unable to move on, doomed to relive old glories. I'd rather be fighting a worthy opponent than terrorizing farmers who haven't got the guts to stand up for themselves. Fighting soldiers also commanded a higher fee, of course, and the greater the fee, the quicker he would be off this planet and heading somewhere. There was no longer a home for him, and few of his kind left, but things could change. Yes, they very well might one day. Hokin leaned back in the chair and let the chatter of comlinks wash over him. Chapter 6.
You want to know how clones tell each other apart? Who cares? They're here to fight, not to socialize.
Sergeant Cal Scarada.
Get out!
Rahan yelled.
Get out and don't come back. You've brought all of this on us. Go on, clear off.
The farmer shied a cloud of dirt at Etain, and she sidestepped it. It broke into dust behind her. The old woman who wasn't Burhan's wife, she discovered, came up from behind and grabbed his arm. "Don't be a fool," she said. "If we take care of the Jedi, then they'll take care of us when the Republic comes." Burhan was still staring at Etain, as if he was debating whether to go and grab his pitchfork.
"Republic my rump," he said. "Them's no different to Nemes. When it comes to it, we'll still be bottom of the pile, whoever runs the show."
Etain stood with her arms folded, wondering how the old woman, Jannart, had managed to attach herself to Burhan's sprawling family. She was an appalling cook and couldn't have been much help with heavy farm labor. Etain imagined she earned her keep spinning Merle wool like the rest of the elderly Quilurans she had met. But right now, Etain doubted even Jannart's powers of persuasion. She decided to try her own again.
Burhan, you want me to stay?
She said carefully, concentrating as Master Folier had taught her.
You want to cooperate with me.
I rotten well don't want to cooperate with you, Missy, he said. And say please. She never quite mastered Jedi persuasion when under stress. Unfortunately, that was always the time when she needed it. Jannard nudged her hand roughly. No mean feat for such a short woman. If them Jedi have landed, fool, then she'll bring them around here to sort you out, she said. This is no time to make new enemies, and if they haven't, well, it'll all blow over, and then you'll have someone who can make things grow. That's right, isn't it, girl? Jedi can make crops grow. Etain watched the display of rustic logic with growing respect.
We can harness the Force to nurture plants. Yes.
That was all too true. She had heard the stories of Padawans joining the Agri Corps when they didn't perform well during training. That was all she needed. Life on a backwater planet, talking to fields of grain. It wasn't just the intelligence data she had hidden in her cloak that made her want to get off the planet as fast as she could. Agriculture spelled failure. She didn't need further reminding of her inadequacy. Yeah, Burhan's bat trudged off, muttering profanities. We all get nervous when Hogan slugs start burning down farms, Jannard said. She took Etain's arm and steered her back to the barn that had become her home. No, it wasn't home. There could never be a home for her. No loves, no attachments, no commitments except the Force. But at least it wouldn't be hard to tear herself away from here. And killing farmers, of course.
So why aren't you nervous?
Etain asked. You're a cautious child.
I have a dead master. It encourages you, somewhat.
I have a broader view of life, Jannard said. Not at all like a wool-spinning old woman. Now you keep yourself safe and don't go wandering around. Etain was developing a Neomodian level of paranoia, and wondered if even her own instincts were deceiving her. She had at least always been able to sense another's emotions and condition.
So they know where to find me,
she said quietly, testing. Jannard stiffened visibly. Depends on who they might be, she said, wafting the pungent scent of Merle as she walked. I don't care for Urkel much, and at my time of life there's little left to covet.
You said they were coming.
I did indeed.
I have no patience for riddles.
Then you should have. And you should also be reassured because they're here. And they'll help you. But you also need to help them. Etain's mind raced ahead. Her stomach nodded. No, she was falling for carnival fortune-teller's tricks. She was adding her own knowledge and sense to vague generalities, and seeing meaning where there was none. Of course Jannard knew strangers had arrived. The whole of Imbrani had known about Master Folier, and it was very hard not to know something had happened when vessels crash-landed on your farm, and when every hiding hole in the area was being searched by Hogan's militia. For some reason or another, Jannard was playing a guessing game.
When you specify something, I'll take you seriously,
Etain said. You should be less suspicious, Jannard said slowly. Then you should look at what you think you see much more carefully. Etain opened the barn door, and the scent of straw and bark tumbled out, almost solid. She felt suddenly calmer, and even hopeful. She had no idea why. Perhaps Jannard was naturally reassuring, as comforting as a grandmother, despite all her odd talk. Etain couldn't actually remember a grandmother, or any of her biological family, of course. Family wasn't familiar or soothing, because she had grown up in a commune of Jedi novices, educated and raised and cared for by her own kind, and by that she never meant human. But family, even from what she had seen briefly of squabbling farmers' clans, suddenly seemed desirable It was difficult to be alone right then. I wish I had time to educate you in survival, Jannard said. That task will have to fall to someone else. Be ready to come with me when it gets dark. Jannard was becoming much more articulate. She was more and more than she appeared to be. Bethane decided to trust the old woman because she was the nearest she had to an ally. She still had her lightsaber after all. Darman came to the edge of the wood and found himself facing an open field, the size of Kamino's oceans. It seemed like it, anyway. He couldn't see the boundary on either side of him. Just straight across where the trees began again, the rows of grain, still gray, shining, sighing in the wind, were only waist high. He was 30 clicks east of RV Gamma, desperate to reach it and get some sleep while waiting for the rest of the squad. Following the cover of the hedge, wherever that might take him, would cost him a lot of time. He opted to take the direct route. He removed one of the 3 micro remotes from his belt pack and activated it. The tiny viewing device was about the size of a pygmy Hummer, small enough to grasp in his palm, and he set it to scout the area for 5 kilometers around him. He didn't like using them unless he absolutely had to. On a planet like this, their shiny metallic coating was hardly geared towards stealth. They also had a tendency to go missing, and because they recorded as well as transmitted, they were one of the last things he wanted to let fall into the enemy's hands. But he wasn't exactly invisible either. He glanced down at his filthy armor, streaked with dried mud and wet green moss, and far, far worse, and he knew he was still a big plastoid alloyed industrial object in a gentle organic environment. He lowered himself onto all fours, adjusting his balance carefully so the pack sat squarely down the length of his back. His knees still hurt. Crawling through a field wasn't going to help it. The sooner you get there, the sooner you rest. The remote soared vertically into the air, playing back a rapidly shrinking view of the field, then the wider landscape of farmland and woods, all within Darman's visor display. There were no buildings as far as he could see. That didn't necessarily mean that the area was deserted. Crawling with his packs generated a lot of heat, but the bodysuit regulated it obediently. The armor system had more pluses than disadvantages. He didn't have to worry about wildlife waiting to bite, sting, poison, infect, or otherwise ruin his entire day. But it was slow going. He had to loop wide if he was going to avoid the little town, and Brawny. In fact, the whole day had been one of slow progress. Although the only timetable he could latch on to now was that of his comrades, and how long it would take them to make RV Gamma. Then they'd move on, if he didn't show up by the appointed time. After that, they were off the chart, so to speak. It would be a matter of regrouping and gathering enough intel to take the target. Darman suspected it would take longer than a few days, a lot longer. He had started making notes of what local flora and fauna might be edible, and the positions of springs and watercourses that hadn't shown up on the high-altitude wreck. He wondered if the G'dans made decent eating. He reckoned it might not be worth trying. Every so often he paused to kneel and sip some water from his bottle. His stomach's fantasies were no longer of sizzling nerve strips, but of sweet, filling sticky, amber ooch cake. It was a rare treat. His training sergeant had allowed his squad, his original squad, to try it, breaking the Kaminoan rules on feeding clones carefully balanced nutritional mixes. "You're still just boys," he told them. "Fill your boots." And they had. Good old cow. The flavor was still achingly vivid in Darman's mind. He wondered what other normal civilian indulgences he might enjoy if he had access to them. He slapped the thought down hard. His discipline was his self-esteem. He was a professional. He still thought about that ooch cake, though. "Come on, get moving," he said.
Very tired of the absence of comrades' voices and seeking comfort in his own.
He would be his commanding officer, just to stay sharp. Shift it. The remote continued to relay predictable images of bucolic peace. Neat patchworks of fields, punctuated by the wild tangled woods, reminders of an unsettled and untamed world. There were no giant harvester droids out yet. At one point, he thought he saw a dark form moving through the field, some way to his left. But when he focused on it, there was simply a gap opened by the wind. Then there was a sudden patch of darkness in his visor. Darwin stopped dead. The thing had malfunctioned, but the image returned, glowing red and wet, and he realized he was looking into the digestive tract of a living creature. Something had swallowed the remote. A few moments later, a large bird slowly flapping forewings sailed overhead and cast an alarming shadow before him. He glanced up. It was probably the same kind that had been sucked into the Nar Sprayer's Atmos engine.
I hope it gives you a gut ache, you scumbag.
He said, and waited for it to dwindle to a black speck before moving on. It took more than half an hour to reach the other side of the field, and he still had 25 clicks to go to the RV point. He decided to go north of the town, although he shouldn't have risked moving by day at all. Get there early, wait for them just in case they decide I'm dead, and they don't hang about. He eased into the bushes, scattering small creatures that he could hear but not see, and considered taking off his pack just for a moment's relief. But he knew that would make it much harder to move when he slotted them back into place again. Exhausted, he fumbled in his belt for a ration cube, and chewed, willing the nutrients to hit his bloodstream as fast as they could, before he slumped into sleep and didn't get up again. Lights danced in front of his eyes. Fatigue was giving him a heads-up display of its own. The last of the cube dissolved in his mouth.
Come on, soldier. Haul it up,
he said. Playing mind games could keep him going. The trick was to remember where the game ended, and then snap back to reality. Right then he decided to let his commander self shout him into action.
Sir,
he said, and sprang up from a kneeling position in one move. He tottered slightly when his knees locked out, but he stayed upright and leaned against a tree. He made a mental note that he needed to keep better hydrated. It was so dark in the woods that his night vision kicked in from time to time, superimposing ghostly green images on the trunks and branches. He'd grown used to the range of animal sounds, and the occasional whisper of leaves or snap of twigs, blended into the pattern of what his brain was cataloging as NFQ, normal for Quilura. From time to time, a slightly abnormal snap or rustle would make him drop to a squat and turn, rifle ready, but he was clear. He followed the river on his holochart for part of the way, although it was actually more of a stream. The faint trickle of liquid over rocks was reassuring in the way that the sound of water could be, and after an hour he came upon a break in the tree canopy that allowed sunlight to filter onto the stream in slanted shafts. Brilliantly colored insects circled and danced above the surface. Darwin had never seen anything quite like it. Yes, he knew all about geological formations, and what they foretold for soldiers. Sources of water, treacherous screed, risk of landslide, caverns to shelter in, high ground for defense, passes to block. Accelerated learning packaged the natural world for him and explained how he could use it to military advantage. But nobody told him it looked so nice. He had no words for it. Like the ooch cake, it was a glimpse of another world that wasn't his. Sit down and rest. You're too tired. You'll start making fatal mistakes. It was his weakness talking. He shook his head rapidly to clear it. No stems. No, not yet. He had to press on. The insects kept up a constant circuit of the stream-like wreck aircraft, circling, seeking. You're hours ahead. Stop. No sleep makes you careless. You can't afford to be careless. It did sound like common sense. It wasn't the game voice, his imaginary commander, giving him orders. It felt deep within him, instinct. And it was right. He was making slower and slower progress, and he had to concentrate on putting one foot in front of the other. He stopped and unclipped one pack, then the other. It was a good enough place to camp. He filled his water bottle and hauled a few half-decayed logs into place to build a defensive sanger, just as Sergeant Cal had taught them. It was only a low defensive circle of rocks or whatever came to hand, but it made a difference on the battlefield when you couldn't dig in. He sat in the walled hollow he had created, staring at the water. Then he cracked the sill on his helmet and breathed unfiltered air for the first time in many hours. It smelled complex.
It wasn't the air conditioning of Topoka City, and it wasn't the dry dead air of Geonosis. It was alive. Darman released all the gription panels on his armor and stacked the plates inside the circle of the Sanger, set his helmet to detect movement, and left it on the makeshift wall. Then he peeled off his bodysuit, section by section, and rinsed it in the flowing water. The day was surprisingly warm. He had no way of telling what it felt like while he was still in the suit, just the ambient environment data on his display. But the water was shockingly cold when he stepped in. He washed quickly, sat in the pool of sunlight to dry off, and then replaced the panels of bodysuit. They dried a lot more quickly than he had. Before he let himself nod off, he put his armor back on. There was no sense in getting used to the pleasant sensation of not wearing it. It was drilled so thoroughly into him that he was surprised he'd thought otherwise. Even for a second, in enemy territory, he slept in full gear with your blaster ready. He cradled his rifle in his arms, leaned back on his pack, and watched the insects dancing on the sunlit water. They were hypnotically beautiful. Their wings were electric blues and bright vermilion, and they wove a figure eight. Then one by one they dropped down and floated on the surface, drifting with the current so wonderfully vivid, but now apparently dead. Darman reacted. Airborne toxin. He shut his eyes tight, puffed out the air in his lungs, and snapped his helmet back into place, drawing breath again only when the sill was secure, and his filtration mask could take over. But there was no data on his visor to indicate the contaminant. The air was still clean. He leaned out and scooped up a couple of insects caught in an eddy. One kicked a leg a few times, and then was still. When he looked up, there were none left flying. It seemed sad. What bothered him more was that it seemed inexplicable. Curious, he fumbled for an empty ration cube container and dropped the insects into it to consider them later. Then he closed his eyes and tried to doze, rifle ready. But sleep eluded him. His helmet detected movement and woke him every few minutes at the intrusion of small creatures no threat to him. Once or twice it picked up a Gadan, and he opened his eyes to see glittering points of reflected light staring back at him. The system picked up something larger once, but it wasn't as large as any humanoid in his database, and kept its distance before disappearing. Get some sleep. You're going to need it, son. Darman wasn't sure if it was his own voice, or that of his imaginary commander. Either way, it was an order he was only too willing to obey. Guess Hogan never took kindly to being summoned, but Ovalot Quell Uthin had the gift of being charming about it. She invited him to meet her in the research complex. She even sent one of her staff with a speeder to collect him from his offices. Hogan appreciated the gesture. The woman understood how to use power and influence. The Neomodian grocer had yet to learn. Uthin was not particularly pretty, but she did have the knack of dressing well in plain dark robes and carrying herself like an empress. That balanced the scales. What Hogan liked most about her was that while she seemed to know that feminine charm wouldn't override his common sense, she never dropped her seductively reasonable facade. She was a professional, and mutual respect went a long way with him. The fact that she was a scientist with subtle political skills impressed him further still. He could almost forgive the unnatural act of fighting without real weapons. The decaying exterior of farm buildings gave way to reinforced alloy doors, and lengthy corridors with what appeared to be emergency bulkheads. Hogan carried his helmet under one arm, unwilling to leave it or his weapons with the servant. The wizened man looked local. The locals were all thieves. "Expecting some grain silo fires then?" he said, and prodded the recessed blast bulkheads with his forefinger. Uthin laughed, a low, tickling laugh that he knew could just as easily switch to a commanding voice and freeze a parade ground of troops.
"I'm grateful you could make the time to see me, General Hogan,"
she said.
"Under normal circumstances, I would never bypass someone with whom I had a contract and speak directly to his subcontractor. It's very rude, don't you think? But I'm a little concerned."
Ah, and Kate wasn't part of this conversation. Hokin began to understand, and she was laying on the flattery with a trowel.
I'm merely Hokin, a citizen. Let me address your concerns, madam.
He felt suddenly foolish. He had no idea what to call her.
Mistress Uthin.
Doctor, we'll be fine, thank you.
How can I reassure you then, Doctor?
She steered him into a side room and indicated 3 shimmering beige brocade upholstered chairs, clearly imported from Coruscant. He hesitated to sit on such a conspicuously decadent seat, but he did because he would not stand before her like a servant. Uthin took the chair nearest him.
You have some idea of the importance of the work I carry out here, I think?
Not in any detail. Viruses from the building specification anyway.
He policed the construction crews, who were also all thieves.
Hazardous materials.
If Uthin was surprised, she gave no indication whatsoever.
Exactly,
she said.
And I confess, I'm somewhat disturbed by the events of recent days. Licking Kit assures me my security is guaranteed, but I would really welcome your assessment of the situation.
Her tone hardened just a fraction, still syrup, but now with gritty, sharp crystals in it.
Is this project under any threat? And can be maintained is security?
Hokin didn't hesitate.
Yes, I believe your facility is vulnerable.
He was a master of his trade. He saw no reason to lose his reputation over a restriction not of his making.
And no, I can't guarantee anything with the level of quality of staff that I have.
Uthin sat back with controlled slowness.
Last matter first. Do you not have the resources to employ them? And Kit's contract is quite generous.
That generosity has not filtered down to my operation.
Ah, perhaps we should shorten the supply chain in the interest of efficiency.
I have no opinion on that. And Kit's welcome to this cut, as long as I have the tools to do the job.
That wasn't quite the cut I had in mind for Lick and Kit.
She smiled. There was no warmth in it.
And do you believe the recent incursions are related to this facility?
Circumstantial evidence, yes.
Hokin returned the smile and suspected his was a few degrees cooler. If she'd do this to Aunt Kit, she'd do it to him.
It's a big planet. Why the Umbrani region? Why send Jedi agents?
Have you located any forces?
No. I've identified at least 2 points of hard contact, and 1 down vessel, though.
Hard contact?
Situations when soldiers actually engage each other.
Not that his rabble of mercenaries rated the distinction of soldiers.
I can't gauge numbers.
If I were to arrange for you to have command of separatist droids and their officers from a nearby garrison, would that make your task easier?
I take no sides. I won't lie to you and pretend to support your cause.
You have military experience, of course. There's no disgrace in being a mercenary.
I'm Mandalorian. It's in my soul as well as part of my education. No, there's no shame in it, as long as you give your best.
Uthin suddenly melted into what seemed to be a thoroughly genuine and sympathetic half smile.
I think I should share something with you. It might be distressing.
There were still hard edges in her unctuous tone.
The Republic has created an army of clone troops. Millions. They have been bred to fight and serve Jedi generals, without question. Altered to be their willing servants. They have had no normal life. And they age very rapidly, if they survive being wasted in foolish bouts. Do you know whose genetic material was used to create these unfortunate slaves?
No, I don't.
Hokin was never embarrassed to admit ignorance. That was for small men.
Tell me.
Jango Fett.
What?
Yes, the finest Mandalorian warrior of his day has been used to churn out cannon fodder for the aggrandizement of the Jedi.
If she had spat in his face, he couldn't have been more appalled. He knew she was aware of what would enrage him. She used the emotional term warrior, not bounty hunter. She knew how much the revelation would offend his cultural pride, but she was right to tell him. It was a matter of honor, and more than his own.
who would not see his heritage used in this travesty of honest war.
I'd like to take the contract, even if you didn't pay me, he said.
Uthin seemed to relax.
We can give you up to 100 drawers to start with. Ask if you need more. It's a small garrison because we didn't want to attract attention. But now that we have that attention anyway, we can reinforce if necessary. What about your existing militia?
I think layoff notices might be in order. Perhaps your troops might start by helping me with the administration of that.
Uthin blinked for a second, and Hogan realized she had taken longer than usual to understand what she meant. She'd grasped the meaning. I can be as ruthless as you. She'd think twice before undermining him, as she was undermining Aunt Kit.
That might be a sensible start.
Hogan stood up and held his helmet in both hands. He had always been proud of that tradition, proud that it hadn't changed in thousands of years. Except for a technical enhancement here and there, what really mattered was what lay under Mandalorian armor, a warrior's heart.
Would you like to know what virus we're developing here, Major Hogan?
Uthin asked. So, he had a real rank now, not the flatteringly extravagant general.
Do I need to?
You see, it's specifically for their clones.
Let me see. To make them proper men again?
Nothing can do that. This is to kill them.
Hogan replaced his helmet carefully.
The kindest solution,
he said, and meant it.
Chapter 7 Balkotte, Darasum Kotte, Jostoran Kando Tom, Sakiram, Nadshakan Kadvodan. And glory, eternal glory, we shall bear its weight together, forged like the saber in the fires of death. Brothers all. Traditional Mandalorian war chant. It would have been much easier to fight in a different environment. Niner decided that when he got back to base, he'd ask to amend the training manual on non-urban warfare to reflect the fact that SOPs for temperate, rural terrain were definitely not interchangeable with jungle tactics. It was the fields. There was too much open ground between areas of cover. Niner had been sitting in the fork of a tree for so long that one buttock was numb, and the other was catching up fast. And still the group of militia was sprawled in the grass, at the edge of a recently mown field, passing around bottles of Urkel. Niner didn't stir under his camouflage of leaves. It was nearly autumn, so it was a trick they wouldn't be able to rely on much longer, as almost all woodland was decidus. They planned to pull out long before then.
Anything happening, Sarge?
Fi's voice was a whisper in his helmet. Even though the sound wouldn't carry, it was a smart habit. Just in case. If one precaution was good, two was better.
Still swigging. Yeah. We could always wait until they die of liver failure. Save the ammo. You okay? My bladder's a bit full, but fine otherwise. Atton's shredding that Speedy's onboard computer. I hope he's doing it quietly. He's moved into the wood a bit. He reckons he's downloaded some high-res charts, but the rest are probably fried. He's on the encryption files now. As long as he's happy.
Fi made a stifled snort of laughter.
Yeah, he's happy.
I've been Darman. Niner still had no idea what Atton had meant by that. He'd remember to ask him at a more appropriate moment. All he wanted right then was for Hogan's men to get up and move on so they could cross over to RV Beta. Just 4 clicks ahead. It would have been easy to pick them off from here, but that would leave a nice pile of calling cards, and the squad had left too many already. Niner wanted to avoid all the hard contact that he could. They would have to run out of Urkel soon, and they can't be taking Gez Hogan very seriously. Niner was watching the group through his rifle scope, wondering why there was a preponderance of Weequays. When they all looked up, but not at him.
They were all looking to his right.
5 more targets approaching.
Fly said. Niner tracked right, very gently.
Got him.
They didn't look like militia. There was an Umbaran, very smart, in a pale gray uniform that matched his skin, and 4 battle droids marching behind him. Some of the militia boys got to their feet. One of them, reclining on the ground, held his bottle out in offering, muttering something about crusting rust. The only words of conversation that Niner could pick up from the Umbaran were, "Poke and ask. Any contact?" The breeze took the rest. They've got reinforcements, he thought. They looked like a different problem altogether. And they were. But not for him, this time. The reinforcement droids raised their integral blasters, without warning, and simply opened fire into the group of militia. They fired a few bolts in an orderly manner, and then waited, looking down at their victims as if checking. The Umbaran commissioned officer, or sergeant, stepped forward and fired another blast at close range into a weak way. Apparently satisfied that their job was done, they gathered up the group's assortment of blasters and sidearms, searched the bodies for something, ID, Niner suspected, and marched calmly away back down their approach route. Niner heard Phi exhale at the same time he did.
Well,
Phi said.
You can empty your bladder now, I suppose.
Niner slid down from the fork of the tree, and his leg buckled under him. He removed the plates and rubbed his thigh to get the circulation going.
What do you reckon that was all about then? Oaken doesn't like them drinking on duty?
Adden appeared, a jumble of circuitry and wires in one hand.
Looks like the Tinnies have shown up to take over. But why shoot them? Tinnies?
Phi said.
What did your squad call them? Droids.
Niner nudged Phi.
General Zay said Hoken was violent and unpredictable. He executed his own people in cold blood. Let's remember that.
They gathered up their gear, and this time, it was the turn of Adden and Niner. To carry the load, they rigged underslung on a pole. Phi walked ahead on point.
I haven't fired a shot yet,
He said.
On this sort of mission, the fewer the better.
Adden said. Niner took it as a sign that Adden was joining in. His tone wasn't as defensive. Regular people said they couldn't tell the difference between one clone and another, did they? That was what came of spending too much time looking at faces and not enough wondering what shaped people and went on inside their heads.
Save them for later,
Niner said.
I think we're going to need every single round.
I must be out of my mind. Attain watched the ramshackle farmhouse buildings through a gap in the barn's planked walls. The roofs were outlined against the deepening turquoise of the dusk sky. 2 lamps stood by the porch of the main building to keep the Gadans away from the path to the outside refresher. There were so many of the little predators nesting around the farm. One of their warrens had subsided, leaving a gaping hole in the farmyard that was now filling up every time it rained. Burhan wasn't big on maintenance. That did make some tasks easier, though. Satisfied that nobody was approaching, she went back to working boards loose from the barn's frame, at the rear of the building. There was no other exit if she were ambushed, so she was making one. She concentrated on the boards, fixing their shape and position in her mind. Then she visualized them separating and moving aside, creating a gap. Move, she thought. Just part. Swing aside. And the boards did, indeed, move. She rehearsed shifting them with the force a few times, letting them fall back into place quietly. Yes, she could use the force, when she felt confident and controlled. She could master everything Fullier had taught her. But those days could be few and far between. She wrestled with a temper unbefitting a Jedi. She watched those with serene acceptance of the Force and envied their certainty. She wondered why Jedi blood had bothered to manifest itself in someone who was so fallible. Attain hoped she could manage to use the Force to do something more momentous than moving planks if the situation demanded it. She was certain that the next few days would test her beyond her limits. Jannard arrived just after it grew completely dark. Despite watching intently through the crack in the wall, lightsaber ready, Attain didn't see her approach or even hear her until the door swung open. But she felt her, and she wondered why she hadn't felt her before. "Ready, girl?" Jenard asked. She was wrapped in a filthy shawl that seemed about to walk of its own accord. It was a pretty convincing disguise.
Why didn't you tell me?
Etain asked. "Tell you what?" Jenard asked.
I might be less than the ideal Adawan, but I can always sense male Jedi. I want to know why.
"You're wrong. I'm not that at all. But we are serving the same cause." Jenard cast around and picked up the remnants of a loaf that Etain hadn't finished. She shoved it under her shawl.
That wasn't an explanation,
Etain said, and followed her out the door. There were no Gidans to be seen. If this woman was strong in the Force, and not a Jedi, she had to know why.
I need to know what you are.
No, you don't.
How do I know you're not someone who has turned to the dark side?
Jenard stopped abruptly and spun around, suddenly faster and more upright than an old woman should have been. "I can choose when I am detected and not detected, and given your competence, I'm the one who's most at risk. Now silence." It wasn't quite the answer Etain was expecting. She felt the same authority as she had in the presence of Foliar, except that he exhibited peaks and troughs of the Force, while Jenard projected an infinite steadiness. She was certainty. Etain envied certainty. Jenard led her into the woodland that skirted Imbrani to the east. She was keeping up a punishing pace, and Etain decided not to ask any more questions for the time being. At various points along the way, Jenard deviated. "Mind the warrens," she said, and Etain sidestepped holes and depressions that told her colonies of Gidans had been busy beneath the ground. They finally paused half an hour later, having covered an arc that brought them north to the edge of the Bran River. As rivers went, it was more of a large stream. Jenard stood still, apparently looking at the water, but not appearing to focus. Then she jerked her head around and stared west, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. "Walk upstream," she said. "Follow the riverbank and keep your wits about you. The soldier is still there, and he needs those plants."
A soldier? One?
"That's what I said. Come on, he won't be there much longer."
Not a group then. Not even a few?
"Correct. There are others, but they're a little way from here. Now go."
What makes you think I have plans?
"If you hadn't, I wouldn't be risking myself to direct you toward your contact," Jenard said. "I have other work to do now. When you find your soldier, I'll try to persuade Bahan to take him in, and for a while, he'll need somewhere to hide. Get on with it. He won't hang around." Etain watched Jenard start away toward the town, looking back just once. The Padawan slipped out her lightsaber and tried to get a sense of what might lie west along the riverbank, and when she glanced back again, Jenard was nowhere to be seen. She was aware of the scrabbling of small clawed feet around her. Whatever influence had kept the Gidans at bay while Jenard was with her was gone. She kicked out occasionally and hoped her boots were thick enough. If she went back to the farm, nothing would have changed, and she would be no nearer to delivering the information. She had no choice but to go on. The bank was overgrown in places, and she stepped into the river, knowing it would be shallow. The knowledge didn't make it any more pleasant to wade in sodden boots, but it was a reliable route, and it kept the Gidans from trying their luck with her. They were wary of Jenard. Etain wondered why the Force didn't deter them from stalking her as well. It was more confirmation, if she ever needed it, that she really wasn't much of a Jedi when it came to utilizing the Force. She had to concentrate. She had to find that single-minded sense of both purpose and acceptance that had so long eluded her. Although Etain had clearly not yet come close to mastering control of the Force, she could see and feel beyond the immediate world. She could feel the nocturnal creatures around her. She even felt the little silverweed ills parting to avoid her before they brushed her boots on the way downstream. Then she became aware of something she wasn't expecting to encounter in the wilds of the Imbrani woods. A child. She could feel a child nearby,
There was something unusual about the child, but it was definitely a youngster. And there was a feeling of loss about it. She couldn't imagine any of the townspeople letting a child out at night with Gdan's about. Ignore it. This isn't your problem now. But it was a child. It wasn't afraid. It was anxious, but not scared, as any sensible child should have been, wandering around alone at night. Suddenly there was something touching her forehead. She put out her hand instinctively, as if shooing away an insect. But there was nothing there. And still she felt something right between her brows. It dipped briefly to her chest, exactly on her sternum, and back up to her forehead. Then she was suddenly blinded by a light, of painful intensity that shot out of the darkness and overwhelmed her. She had nothing to lose. She drew her lightsaber, prepared to die on her feet. If nothing else, she didn't need to see her opponent. There was a slight "ah" sound. The light snapped off. She could still sense the child right in front of her.
Sorry, man.
A man's voice said,
I didn't recognize you.
and still she detected only a child, so close that it had been next to the man. For some reason, she couldn't sense him in the Force at all. Red ghost images of the light still blinded her. She held her lightsaber steady. When her vision cleared, she knew exactly who she was staring at. And she also knew Jannard had betrayed her. She'd probably betrayed Fullier too. Attain couldn't see the distinctive full-faced Mandalorian helmet of Gez Hoken. The sinister T-shaped slit told her all she needed to know. She raised the lightsaber. Both his hands were resting on his rifle. Perhaps the child, the unseen child, had been a lure, a distraction projected by Jannard.
Ma'am, put the weapon down. Ma'am.
Hoken, this is from Master Fullier.
She hissed and swung at him. Hoken leaped back, with astonishing reflexes. She didn't recognize his voice. It was younger, almost accentless. He didn't even raise his rifle. The monster was playing with her. She spun on the ball of her foot and very nearly took his arm off. Sudden rage constricted her throat. She slashed again, but found only air.
Ma'am, please don't make me disarm you.
Try it.
She said. She beckoned him forward with one hand, lightsaber steady, and the other.
You want this? Try it.
He launched himself at her, hitting her square in the chest and knocking her backward into the river. The child was still there. Where? How? And then Hoken was on top of her, pulling her into the water with one hand. As she dropped the lightsaber, she fought and choked and thought she was going to drown. And she had no idea why she couldn't fight off an ordinary man with both her fists. She should have been able to muster more physical strength than this human. He hauled her up, out of the water, one-handed, and dumped her on the riverbank flat on her back, holding both her arms down.
Ma'am, steady now.
But she wasn't finished yet. With an animal grunt, she drove her knee up hard between his thighs, as hard as she could. And when she was frightened and desperate and angry, that was very hard indeed. She hadn't known it until now. Attain gasped as her knee went crack. It hurt, but it didn't seem to hurt him.
Ma'am, with respect, please shut up. You're going to get us both killed.
The sinister mask loomed over her.
I'm not Hoken. I'm not him. If you just calm down, I'll show you.
He loosened his grip slightly, and she almost struggled free. Now his tone was bewildered.
Ma'am, please stop this. Please. I'm going to let you go. And you're going to listen to me. Explain who I am.
Her breath was coming in gasps, and she coughed water. The ever-present child so disoriented her that she stopped trying to dislodge him and let him struggle to his feet. Attain could see him, clearly now. She could see well in the darkness, better than a normal human. She was staring at a huge droid-like creature, clad in pale gray armor plates, with no face and no markings. And it had a blaster rifle. He, held out a hand as if to pull her to her feet. Well, it wasn't Gez Hoken. That was all she could tell. She took his armored hand and got to her feet.
What in creation's name are you?
She managed to ask.
Ma'am, apologies. I didn't recognize you at first. This is entirely my fault for failing to identify myself correctly.
He attached black gloved fingers briefly to his temple.
and she noticed the knuckle plate on the back of the gauntlets.
Commando of the Grand Army, CC 1136. Ma'am, I await your orders. General.
General?
Voices coming from things that appeared to have no lips reminded her too much of droids. He tilted his head slightly.
My apologies. I didn't see the break, Commander.
And what's the Grand Army?
The Republic's army, ma'am. Sorry, I should have realized that you've been out of contact with Coruscant for a while now, and
Since when did we acquire a Grand Army?
about 10 years ago.
He gestured to the bushes along the bank.
Shall we discuss this somewhere less public? You're presenting something of a target to anyone with an eye scope. I think even the local militia can manage one of those between them.
I dropped my lightsaber in the river.
Let me get it, ma'am.
He said. He stepped into the shallow water, and the light on his helmet flicked on. He bent down and fumbled in the illuminated water. Then he stood up with the hilt in his hand.
Please don't use it on me again, will you?
Atane raked her soaking hair back from her face with chilled fingers. She took the lightsaber carefully.
I don't think I'd have much luck anyway. Look, why are you calling me Commander?
Ma'am, Jedi are all officers now. You are a Jedi, aren't you?
Hard to believe, isn't it?
No offense, ma'am.
I'd ask the same question if I were you.
Commander? Commander?
I'm Padawan Atane Termugan. Master Casfalier is dead. It seems you are the soldier that I have to help.
She looked up at him.
What's your name?
Ma'am, Commando CC
Your name. Your real name.
He hesitated.
Dark.
He said, sounding as if he were embarrassed by it.
We need to get out of here. They're looking for me.
They won't have much trouble finding you in that outfit.
The dirt's rinsed off.
He stood silent for a moment.
Do you have orders for me, ma'am? I have to make RV Point Gamma and find the rest of my squad.
He was talking army gibberish.
When do you have to do that? Now?
He paused.
Within 12 standard hours.
Then we've got time. I have plans to show you. Come back with me and let's work out what we have to do next.
She took the lightsaber from him and gestured with both arms.
I'll help you carry what I can.
It's heavy, ma'am.
I'm a Jedi. I might not be a very competent Jedi, but I am physically strong, even if you did tame me down.
A bit of training will fix that, ma'am.
He said, and he eased off the terrible Mandalorian helmet with a faint pop of its sill.
You're a commander.
He was a young man, probably in his early 20s, with close-cropped black hair and dark eyes. And despite the hard planes of his face, he had a trusting and innocent expression that was so full of confidence that it surprised her. He wasn't just confident in himself. He exuded confidence in her.
You're probably just a bit rusty, ma'am. We'll get you back in form in no time.
Are you on form, Darman?
He had overpowered her. It wasn't supposed to be like that.
How good are you?
I'm a commando, ma'am. Bred to be the best. Bred to serve you.
He wasn't joking.
How old are you, Darman?
He didn't even blink. She could see the hard muscle in his neck. There wasn't even a hint of fat on his face. He looked extremely fit indeed. Upright, a model soldier.
I'm 10 years old, ma'am,
Darman said. Droids didn't drink or chase women. They had no interest in making money on the side. They weren't real warriors, soldiers with pride and honor. But at least Gus Hokin could trust that they wouldn't be found lying in the gutter with an empty bottle the next morning. And they did look truly magnificent when they marched. They were marching now, along the wide gravel path that led up to Lick and Kid's building. Hokin walked beside them, then moving behind them. Moving position because he was so fascinated by the absolute precision of their steps, and the complete unvarying conformity of their height and profile. They looked like bricks in a perfect wall, a wall that can never be breached. Machines could be made to be identical, and that was good, but it was anathema to do that to men especially Mandalorian men. An Umbaran lieutenant raised his arm and brought the droid platoon to a halt, 10 meters from the veranda steps. Lick and Kit
Was already standing on the top stair.
gazing down at them, in his fancy headdress and that Dicutla robe, like the weak, decadent grocer he was. Hoken walked forward, helmet under his arm, and nodded politely. "Good morning, Hoken," Ankit said. "I see you have finally made some friends." "I'd like to introduce you to them," Hoken said, "because you're going to be seeing a great deal of each other." He turned to the lieutenant. "Proceed, Kuven." The Umbaran saluted. "Platoon, advance!" It was all Bulgar theatrics, but Hoken had waited a long time for this. It was also necessary. He had to billet some troops near Uthan's facility for rapid deployment. They would be little use in the base 30 kilometers away. And Kit stepped forward as the droids reached the steps. "This is an outrage," he said. "The Trade Federation will not tolerate." The Neomodian stood aside, just as the first rank of paired droids reached the intricately inlaid Kuvara door with its marquetry image of entwined vines. Hoken was expecting a display of heroics, and he didn't get one. "It's very good of you to allow me to billet my troops here," he said. "A noble use of all that wasted space. The Separatists are grateful for the personal sacrifice you've made to ensure the security of Dr. Uthan's project." And Kit walked down the steps, as fast as his towering headdress and long robe would allow. Even by Neomodian standards of anxiety, he looked terribly upset. He shook. He stood almost a head taller than Hoken, even without the headdress, which was rustling as if some creature had landed in it and was struggling to escape. "I have a contract with Dr. Uthan and her government." "And you failed to honor the clause that guaranteed adequate resourcing for security. Dr. Uthan's notice of your penalty should be on its way to your office." "I do not take kindly to betrayal." "That's no way to address a commissioned officer of the Separatist forces." "An officer?" "Field commission." Hogan smiled, because he was genuinely happy. "I have no need of you now, and Kit. Just be grateful you're alive. By the way, Dr. Uthan's government has paid a bonus directly to the Trade Federation to ensure I'm allowed to work unhindered. Enemy troops have landed, and this region is now under martial law." Ankit's slit of a mouth was clamped tight in anger. At least he wasn't pleading for his life. Hoken would have had to kill him if he had begged. He couldn't bear whining. "And I suppose that means you, Hoken," Ankit said. "Major Hoken, please. If you see any of my former employees wandering around, don't shelter them, will you? Some of them have failed to show up to collect their severance payment. I'd like to handle their outplacement package personally." "You're the paradigm of efficient management for us all," Ankit said. Hoken enjoyed the moment of revenge, then put it aside as the distracting bauble that it was. Ankit was no threat now. You couldn't bribe droids. The Umbaran and Aqualish officers now knew what happened to negligent soldiers, because they carried out his execution orders. Hoken was careful to ensure that everyone was clear on what happened if they left his employment under a cloud. "And where do I live?" Ankit asked. "Oh, plenty of room here," Hoken replied. There was a loud crash, followed by the tinkle of fragile glass hitting a hard floor. Droids could be so careless. "I'm sure you won't get in their way." He touched his fingers to his helmet and strode off. There were still a few of his former troops missing. One was his Weequay lieutenant, Gutane. He wanted to locate him very badly, as he needed to demonstrate to the new officers that he would happily do his own disciplinary work. It was an image he wanted planted in their heads should Ankit ever attempt to bribe them. He walked down the path to the waiting speeder bike. A farmer had found scraps of circuitry on his land, and wanted to know if it was worth a bottle of Urkel to reveal the location. Hoken set off to visit him personally, to show that the information was worth more than that. It was worth a farmer's life.
RV Point Beta should have been a coppice at the top of a shallow escarpment west of Imbrani. When Niner got within visual range of it, there were no trees to be found.
Coordinates are right. Or else this visor's up the creek.
Adden said, tilting his head one way, then the other.
No. Position's accurate. Confirm no trees, though. Shall I deploy a remote direct? No.
Niner said.
Let's save them for ordnance. Too conspicuous out here. We'll have to lay up as close as we can, and rely on eyeballing Darman, if he shows. Where's the nearest cover? About 1 click east. That'll have to do.
Adden looped back, keeping within the trees and retracing their steps to ensure they weren't being tracked. His armor was now caked with moss, and Niner was glad he wasn't downwind of him. Whatever he crawled through smelled authentically rural. Vi and Niner tabbed on, carrying the extra gear between them. An assortment of entry equipment including 3 dynamic hammers, a hydraulic ramp, and a ratchet attachment for the really difficult doors. They had transferred all the explosive ordnance to their backpacks. If they made hard contact and had to drop the load and hurry out, Niner didn't fancy being left with a hydraulic ram and ration packs for self-defense. A pile of grenades was far more useful.
Logging.
Vi said quietly.
What? The missing copies. It's coming up on autumn. They've been out cutting trees for winter, since the wreck was done. That's the problem with intel.
Niner said.
Goes stale really fast. Not like exercises. No, it's not. This is going to be invaluable for training updates when we get back.
Vi sounded as if he had sighed. That was the funny thing about helmet comlinks. One got used to listening to every nuance of breath, and even the different ways his brother swallowed. They couldn't see each other's facial expressions, and had to listen for them. It was probably like being blind. Niner had never known any blind people, but he had heard of a batch of clones whose eyesight wasn't 20/20, disappearing after the first exercise. Kaminoans were obsessive about quality control. He might have been bred for selfless obedience, but he wasn't stupid. The Kaminoan technicians were the only things that truly terrified him, and what he felt when he obeyed their instructions was different than the feelings he had when a Jedi gave him orders. He wondered if Vi and Adden felt the same way.
You don't think we're gonna make it, do you, Vi? I'm not afraid to die. Not in combat, anyway. I didn't say you were. It's just... Didn't mean to range, son. No Camino is listening. It's just so inefficient. You said it yourself. You said it was a waste. That was Geonosis. They spend so much time and trouble making us perfect, and then they don't give us what we need to do the job. You remember what Sergeant Cal used to say? He used to swear a lot. I remember that. No, he used to get upset when he'd had a few drinks, and say that he could make us better soldiers if we had time to get out and live. Data rich, experience poor. That's what he used to say. He used to slur his words quite a bit, too. And he didn't like clones. That was all bluster, and you know it.
Yes, Cal Scarata said awful things about clones, but it never sounded as if he meant them. Not to the clones, anyway. He got ooze cake from home. No easy feat on secret Silt Camino, and shared it with the commando squads. He was responsible for training. He called them his dead men, his wet droids, all kinds of abusive things. But if you caught him off duty in his cabin, he would sometimes fight back tears and make you eat some delicacy smuggled in for him, or encourage you to read one of his illicit texts that wasn't on the accelerated training curriculum. They were often stories of soldiers who could have done many other things, but chose to fight. Sergeant Cal was especially eager for his wet droids to read stuff about a culture called Mandalorian. He admired Jango Fett.
This is who you really are,
he'd say.
Be proud, however much these ugly gray freaks treat you like cattle.
No, he didn't like Kaminoans much, did Cal Scarata. Once he signed up with the Kaminoans, he said they never let him go home again. But he told Niner that he didn't want to. He couldn't leave his boys now, not since he knew.
Brief,
he'd say, gesturing with a glass of colorless alcohol,
is never glorious.
Niner was determined to work out what Cal Scarata had come to understand, and why it upset him so much.
Nobody has all the answers,
Niner said.
The trouble with getting used to being powerful is that you can forget the small details that'll bring you down.
Pi made a sound, as if he was about to start laughing.
I know who you're quoting.
Niner didn't realize he'd said it. It was Sergeant Cal, all right. He'd even started using the word son. He missed him. Then the calming warning light in his HUD interrupted his thoughts.
Medium range. What was that? Contact. 500 meters. Dead on your 6.
Adam's voice cut through.
Droids. 10. 1 humanoid. Confirm. 10 tinnies. 1 wet. Looks like an officer.
There was a loud blast behind them.
Correction. Hard contact.
Niner knew this by rote, and Phi didn't even exchange words with him. They dropped their gear and darted back the way they'd come. Rifles up, safeties off. And when they got within 50 meters of Adam's location, they dropped into the prone position to aim. Adam was pinned down at the foot of a tree. There was one droid slumped on his side, with wisps of smoke rising from it. But the others were formed up, laying down cover and fire, while 2 advanced in short sprints, zigzagging. Adam was managing to get off an occasional shot. If they wanted him dead, they probably had the blaster power to do it. They wanted Adam alive.
I can see the wet.
Phi said. He was in Niner's lab, staring down the microscope.
Aqualish captain, in fact. Okay, take him when you're ready.
Niner stepped on his grenade launcher and aimed at the line of droids. They were spread, maybe 40 meters end to end. It might take 2 rounds to knock them out if they didn't scatter. Droids were great on battlefield, but they weren't made for smart stuff. And if their officer was down, the air expanded instantly with the release of heat and energy. That was what gave plasma bolts their satisfying sound. The Aqualish fell back, chest plates shattered, and lumps that looked like claws of wet soil, but weren't, flew from them and dropped. The droids stopped for a fraction of a second, then carried on their course, as if that was the best idea they had. Phi scrambled away from his position and rolled. No, they really weren't good at close quarters combat, at least not without direction from a wet. But there were always a lot of them, and they could return fire as well as any organic life form. 3 of the 7 remaining droids turned their attention to the direction of Phi's bolt. The bushes where Phi had been firing exploded in flame. Niner perceived that it was all happening slowly at heartbeat pace, but it wasn't. Not at all. He aimed and fired once, twice. The twin explosions almost merged into one. Soil and grass, and metal fragments rained down around him. At close range, droids were almost as dangerous when you hit them as when they hit you. They were their own shrapnel. The firing stopped. Smoke drifted from at least 5 impact points. Niner could see nothing moving.
1 tinny attack, but immobile,
Phi said.
Got it.
Niner said. He fired again, just in case.
Looks sorted out there.
Phi said. He lowered his rifle.
Adam, you okay? Nothing missing that I can't bolt back on. You're alive a minute.
Niner said, and started to ease up on one arm. It was amazing how he could forget the weight of his pack for the few moments it took to save his life.
Now how did they... Down!
Adam yelled. A bolt flew a meter above Niner's head, and he dropped back on his belly. It sounded like 2 shots. Then there was silence.
Now it's sorted.
Adam said.
Someone, help me get up, please.
When Niner managed to get into a kneeling position, he could see a thoroughly shattered pile of droid, a bit closer to him than the line. It had been 2 shots he'd heard. One had been aimed at him, and one had come from Atten, to make sure there wasn't a second.
Coming, brother,
Niner said. Atten's mud-smeared chest plate was a different color now, matte black, with streaks radiating from the center.
I can't breathe properly,
he said, utterly matter-of-fact, in the way badly injured men often were. He gulped in a breath.
My chest hurts.
Phi propped him up against the trunk of a tree and took his helmet off. There was no blood coming from his mouth. He was bone white, and his raw scar looked dramatic, but he wasn't bleeding out. His pupils looked okay. He wasn't in shock. Phi released the gription on his chest plate and eased the armor off. The bodysuit was intact.
Sure it's just your chest?
Phi asked. He didn't have a tally scan to check Atten's status. You didn't start removing armor or embedded objects until you knew what you were dealing with. Sometimes that was all that was holding a man together. Atten nodded. Phi peeled away the section of suit, starting at the collar.
Whoa!
Vice said.
That's gonna be a monster of a bruise.
There was a livid patch from his sternum to halfway down his chest.
You collecting distinguishing features or something?
Hit me square on.
Atten said, panting.
Not a regular round. Armor works though, eh?
Vi took his helmet off and listened to Atten's breathing with his ear pressed to his chest.
Ow. Shut up and breathe.
Atten took shallow breaths, wincing. Vi straightened up and nodded.
Can't hear any pneumothorax, he said. But let's keep an eye on him. The air trapped inside can build up. Might be fractured ribs. Might just be a bad bruise.
He took out a canister of Bacta and sprayed the rapidly developing bruise. Atten lifted his arms slightly, as if testing them. Vi stowed the bodysuit and armor back in place.
I'll take your pack.
Niner said, and unclipped it. It was the least he could do.
I think we can skip RV Beta now. Let's leave some souvenirs around there, so Dharma can spot them if he shows up. You never know if more Tunis will follow. They're not original thinkers.
They probably had a few minutes, even if any of the droids had managed to call into base. Fire sprinted off through the trees with a few pieces of debris to leave them at the RV point. Niner searched the remains of the Aqualish officer and took everything that looked like a key, a data medium, or proof of ID. Then he dragged Atten's pack behind him on a webbing strap, heading for the place they'd left the entry equipment. It was going to be a tough slog to RV Gamma. At least Atten could carry his pack again. The whole engagement had lasted 5 minutes and 8 seconds. First shot to last, including running time. He had no idea if it had been 1 second or half an hour. Funny thing, time perception under fire. Niner's boots crunched over droid shrapnel, and he wondered how long a firefight felt to a droid.
Is that how they see us?
Niner asked.
Ordinary people? That is, like droids?
No,
Atten said.
we don't have any scrap value.
He laughed and stopped short with a small gasp. It must have hurt him.
I'm going to slow you down.
Don't go all gallant on me. You're coming the rest of the way, because I'm not lugging all that gear around with Vi. I want a break sometime.
Okay. And thanks. I owe you.
No, you don't.
Thanks anyway.
Want to explain why you've been Darman?
Atten was holding his rifle carefully, a hand span clear of his chest.
I've been the last man standing in 2 squads now.
Oh.
Silence. Niner prompted.
Want to tell me how?
First squad tried to rescue me on a live range exercise. I didn't need rescuing. Not that badly, anyway.
Niner felt instantly appalled at himself for thinking Atten didn't care what happened to Darman. He was just caring too much.
My training sergeant said there was something called survivor's guilt. He also said that in those cases, having you survive was what your squad wanted. They bred a lot of stuff out of us. Why not that as well?
Niner stopped dragging Atten's pack and slung his rifle over his shoulder. He lifted the pack and was glad to carry it.
If they had, I might not be here now,
he said, and knew Darman would be waiting for them tomorrow. Gez Hokin surveyed the scrap heap that had been a functioning droid platoon a few hours earlier. Whatever had hit them had hit fast and hard, and judging by the precisely placed sniper shot and the blast pattern of only 2 grenades, they had been taken out by experts. It might have been one man, or it might have been a platoon. You typically couldn't ambush battle droids like that with a handful of men, but that depended entirely on who the men were. It was a shame the captain hadn't called back with a sitrep, as instructed. If he hadn't been killed, Hokin would have had him shot for disobeying operational procedure. He studied the droid escort, lined up neatly by the speeder bikes, and wondered if they felt anything when they saw dismantled comrades. "There's no sign of a camp, sir," Lieutenant Cuban came jogging back from the woods opposite the clearing. It was curious to see the Baron's deathly pallor tinged pink by the exertion.
"Some broke branches at knee height and crushed grass from the troops firing prone, but I honestly can't tell how many men we're dealing with."
You can't tell much, can you, Lieutenant?
Hokin said.
"Sir, I'll check again."
He was white-faced now, white even for an Baron.
Sir! Sir!
Second Lieutenant Haradi, was enthusiastic, no doubt keen to be elevated to Kuvin's rank. He sprinted to his commander, an attitude Hokin appreciated.
I've found the most extraordinary thing. I'm glad one of you has found something. What is it?
A pile of droids, sir.
And that is extraordinary because?
No, sir. There's some way from here. They're sort of arranged, sir. Hokin strode off the speeder.
Show me.
The trees had been cut down a few days earlier. There was already clol fungus growing on them, and a pale pink mesh. One broad stump, the flattest one, almost like an altar, supported the reins of droids. The torn pieces of its trunk were laid flat. The arms were neatly arranged on one side of the thorax and the legs on the other. Part of the faceplate was propped up as if looking skyward. That's how the droid pilot was left, too, sir. Haradi was a good man. He'd obviously studied the report the militia had filed, however appallingly inadequate his presentation had been. I think it's a sign. It was a long way to move a dead droid from a battle. There were no drag marks leading to the stump. It was a heavy load to carry on foot. They might even have a transport, although he could see no signs that a repulsor lift had passed over the ground. Hokin stared at the ritually arranged debris and tried to think who would want to send the Separatists a message and what it might mean.
It's a trophy,
Hokin said.
They're taunting us. They're showing how easy this is for them.
That made him angry. He was Mandalorian. Being an easy enemy wasn't his way.
A curfew, Haradi. Declare a permanent curfew on all powered vehicles until further notice. Anything moving under power is either ours or the enemy. We can track all friendly transports.
He paused.
You have made sure all our vehicles have their own transponders, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Why the delay then?
It's harvest, sir. How will the farmers get their produce tech-lit for shipping?
I imagine they have handcars,
Hokin said. He swung his leg over the speeder's saddle.
Ankit will have to find an alternate means of conveyance for his crops.
Hokin pondered on the carefully arranged droid debris all the way back to his new headquarters in Ankit's villa. He feared that moving into that vulgar, hurt bordello of a house would make him soft and decadent too. So he set up his office in an outbuilding. He didn't care for fancy drapery and useless ornaments. It just happened to be convenient for the research facility and close to his troops. So who had the Republic sent to target Uthan's project? They were clearly bold men. First, they made sport of an aerial patrol, now a droid platoon, and its captain. They seemed to be choosing their targets casually. The clone army must have been terribly important to the Republic's strategy for these troops to land like this. Where were the conventional armies? Where were the Jedi generals? When would they come? This was a new kind of war. He could feel it. He hated not knowing who was out there, preparing to fight him. If he hadn't known the man was dead, he would have sworn it was Jango Fett himself.
Chapter 8. You know what makes you especially effective? It's not just that you're genetically superior and intensely trained. It is not just because you obey orders without question. It's because you're all prepared to shoot to kill. Every time. Only 1% of civilians are prepared to kill, and less than a quarter of ordinary human soldiers, even under fire. Sergeant Cal Scarata, from his opening lecture to commandos on military psychology. The droid fired a volley of bolts at the sealed alloy doors until they glowed red, and still nothing happened.
Stop.
The droid appeared not to hear. Dr. Ovalat Quell Uther ran down the flight of steps, red and black strands of hair streaming out behind her. She was wearing a voluminous dark blue nightgown. It looked as expensive as her day wear. Hokin saluted her politely
and went on watching the droid's progress.
Have you gone mad?
Uther whispered fiercely. She didn't strike Hokin as the sort of woman who would need to raise her voice
To make her point,
There's a vital hazard behind that door.
I know, Hokin said. Just testing. It's all holding up well indeed. Excellent safety bulkheads.
Uthan took a discreet but deep breath and glanced briefly at the backs of her hands.
This facility has been built and tested to the highest containment standards, Major. You needn't worry.
But I do, Doctor.
He watched the droid patiently wasting bolt after bolt on the door for a while. It paused to swap power packs.
Stop.
It stopped. Hokin took out the lightsaber he had taken from Casfolier and ran its pure blue light down the seam between the two doors. Smoke curled up from the surface, but no breach appeared. It would take even a Jedi a long time to cut through this plating.
Forgive my insistence, but could this not wait until morning?
Uthan asked.
I'm working around the chrono as it is, to weaponize this agent. I even sleep here. I would prefer to be doing that right now.
My apologies, Doctor, but we might not have the luxury of time.
What's time got to do with it?
I think I need to relocate you.
Uthan had a way of lowering her head slightly, then straightening up, as if she were a crate dragon. It was most impressive.
This is a high-risk biohazard facility. It can't be relocated like some tent.
I appreciate the inconvenience involved. I still believe it would be safer if you were to pack up your materials and staff and move elsewhere.
Why? You have the security situation under control.
I have it more under control than I did. That's true. But enemy troops have landed. I don't know their numbers, and I don't know what material and armaments they have at their disposal. All I think I know, is that this is what they've come for.
This is a fortress. You have 100 droids at your disposal. Let them come. You can repel them.
All fortresses can be breached in time. I could give you a list of circumstances under which someone who's very resourceful could get past these doors, but I want you to trust my judgment and accept what I say. Let's move you and your work to somewhere less obvious until I have a more accurate assessment of the threat.
Uthan looked completely impassive, staring slightly past Hokin, as if she was calculating something.
I can remove the biomaterials and my staff.
She said at last.
The equipment can be replaced if needed. I won't be able to continue working without a safe laboratory environment, of course. But if you believe the project is at risk, then idle time is a better option than wasting 3 months' work.
What a splendidly sensible woman she was. Almost Mandalorian in her discipline and dedication. Hokin ushered the droid out.
How long?
He asked.
6 hours, perhaps.
Is this material that dangerous?
She tilted her head slightly.
Only if you're a clone. If you're not, it might simply make you unwell.
It must be strange to fight with a weapon you can't see.
War is about technology,
she said. Hokin smiled politely and walked back out into the courtyard to stand in the dim light from the doorway. There was the first hint of chill on the night air. Winter was coming, and the landscape would be much easier to patrol when the leaves had fallen. When the snows came, it would be even easier, but he suspected that this conflict was going to be a rapid one. Intelligence reports were starting to come in that the Republic was now fighting on hundreds of different fronts. Hundreds. Their new army would have to be millions strong to achieve that dispersal. So they were all clones. Sad travesties of the great Jango Fett. Well, he knew one thing. The Republic wouldn't be sending clones to deal with this particular problem. They had to know the Separatists already had the one weapon that could stop them in their tracks. And this kind of operation was beyond the capacity of the docile infantry clones Uthan had described. This was not a game of numbers. Hokin replaced his helmet and started visualizing the research facility as a trap. So they wanted to come and take a look, did they? He'd make them welcome.
Droids, form up. 2 ranks across this entrance.
The droids moved as one, even in the darkness, and Hokin again admired their precision. Now they were a road sign pointing the way to the target, confirming what the Republic thought it knew, but they'd be wrong. They'd be sending their best men to a decoy. War is about technology.
No,
Hokin said aloud. The droid snapped to attention.
War isn't even about firepower.
He tapped his temple.
It's about applying your brains.
Then he touched his chest.
And it's about courage.
He didn't expect the droids to understand that. Clones probably didn't understand it either.
The straw stank of something awful, but Dharma was too exhausted to care. It looked like it might be soft enough to sink into. That was good enough for him. But first, he walked around the walls of the barn and checked for an exit if he needed one in an emergency. There were several loose boards in one wall that would do fine. The rickety building looked as if he could actually punch an escape hole through any fragile plank he chose. Reassured, he dropped everything he was carrying and tried to sit on the bells, but it turned into more of an uncontrolled slump. He didn't even take his helmet off. He sat back and let out a breath. The Padawan commander leaned over him.
Are you all right, Darman?
She held her hand out, palm down over him, as if she was going to touch him, but didn't.
I'm fit to fight, Commander.
He started to sit up, and she held her hand in a slightly different gesture that clearly meant stay where you are.
I didn't ask that,
she said.
I can feel you're in some distress. Tell me.
It was an order. It came from a Jedi.
I injured my leg when I landed. Apart from that, I'm just tired and a bit hungry.
Bit hungry? He was ravenous.
Nothing at all, Commander.
Landon?
I free-fell from a vessel.
With all that equipment?
Yes, ma'am.
You astound me.
He couldn't tell if that was good or bad.
2 things, though. Please don't call me Padawan or Commander. I don't want to be recognized as a Jedi, and I'd rather be called Etain than ma'am.
She paused, no doubt thinking of some other failure on his part.
And please, take your helmet off. It's rather disturbing.
So far, Dharma had met 3 Jedi, and they all seemed to find him distracting in some way, with or without his helmet. All his life, he had been taught that he and his brothers were created for the Jedi, to help them fight their enemies. He'd expected some recognition of that bond, or at least an expression of satisfaction. He removed his helmet and sat feeling confused, torn between the absolute clarity of his military expertise and the confusion of dealing with the civilian world he had been thrust into for the first time. The Padawan, no, Etain. She'd made her orders clear, took a small sphere out of her cloak, and opened it in both hands. Layer after layer of holographic images spilled out of it, stacking neatly like plates.
Plans,
she said. Her voice had changed completely. She radiated relief.
Plans of all the Separatist and Neomodian buildings in this region. Floor plans, utility layouts, wiring diagrams, drainage, ducts, specifics on materialists' use, every detail of how the contractors built them. This is what you need, isn't it? What you're looking for?
Dharma wasn't tired anymore. He reached out and broke the beam of the projection, flipping a plan vertically so he could read it. He looked through them all and heard himself let out an involuntary breath. Etain was right. It was nearly every bit of intelligence they needed, apart from more fluid details such as personnel numbers and routines. With these plans, they knew how to cut power to the buildings, where to insert nerve agents into the air ducts or water supplies, and exactly what they could see and where they would have to go when they gained entry. The plans showed the construction of walls, doors, bulkheads, and windows, so they knew precisely what size of charge or type of ram would be needed to breach them. This was a set of clear instructions for achieving their objective. But Etain didn't seem to know that objective.
What are you going to do with this?
She asked.
We've come to abduct Overlock Quel'Uthin and destroy her research facility,
Dharma said.
She's developing a nanovirus intended to kill clones.
Etain leaned closer.
Clones?
I'm a clone. The whole Grand Army is composed of clones, millions of us, all commanded by Jedi generals.
Her face was a study in blank surprise. It was also fascinating in a way he couldn't define. He had never seen a human female this close, this real. He was astonished by the dappling of small brown dots across the bridge of her nose and her cheeks, and the different strands of colors in her long, unkempt hair, light browns, golds, even reds. And she was as thin as the locals. He could see blue veins in the back of her hands, and she smelled different from anyone he'd ever shared space with. He wasn't sure if she was pretty or downright ugly. He just knew she was utterly alien, and utterly fascinating. As alien as a Gadan or a Galanan. It was almost stopping him from concentrating on the job.
all like you?
She said at last, blinking rapidly. She seemed unsettled by his scrutiny.
What have I said?
No, ma'am, sorry. A tank. I'm a commando. We're trained differently. Some people say that we're eccentric. I realize you haven't received much by way of intelligence.
All my master would tell me was that Uthin was here and that the plans were critical to their public safety. Clones didn't come into the conversation.
She was staring at him.
Just as Jessica had.
There's an old woman who told me you were coming, but she didn't tell me much else. How many of there are you on Quilura now?
4.
4? You said there were millions of you. What use is 4 going to be?
We're commandos. Special forces. You understand that term?
Obviously not. How are 14-year-olds going to storm Uthin's complex?
It took him a few moments to realize she was being sarcastic.
We fight differently.
You're going to have to be very different indeed, Darman.
She looked absolutely crushed, as if he let her down simply by showing up.
Are you really 10 years old?
Yes. Our growth is accelerated.
How can we possibly train competent soldiers in that time?
It's very intensive training.
He was finding it hard not to say ma'am, each time.
They created us from the best genetic stock, from Jango Fett.
Batan raised her eyebrows, but said nothing else. Then she stood up, reached for a basket balanced on a low beam, and handed it to him. It was full of odd round items that smelled edible, but he thought he'd check anyway.
Is this food?
Yes, the local bread and some sort of steamed cake. Nothing exciting, but it'll fill you up.
Darman bit into a lump that yielded slightly in his fingers. It was glorious. It was strongly flavored and chewy, and among the most satisfying meals he had ever eaten. Not quite on the scale of ooch cake, but so far from the odorless, tasteless, textureless field rations that it might well have been. Batan watched him carefully.
You must be starving.
It's wonderful.
That doesn't say much for army food.
Darman reached into his belt and pulled out a dry ration cube.
Try this.
She sniffed it and bit into it. The expression of vague disbelief on her face changed slowly into one of revulsion.
It's appalling. There's nothing in it.
It's the perfect nutritional profile for our requirements. It has no smell, so the enemy can't detect it, and no fiber, so we excrete minimal waste products that would enable us to be tracked, and...
I'd get the idea. Is that how they treat you? Like farm animals?
We don't go hungry.
What do you like doing?
He really didn't know what answer she was after.
I'm a good shot. I like the DC-17.
I meant in your free time. Do you get free time?
We study.
No family, of course.
She said.
Yes, I've got squad brothers.
I meant...
She checked herself.
No, I understand.
She pushed the basket of bread closer to him.
My life hasn't been much different from yours, except the food was better. Go on. You can finish the whole lot if you want.
And he did. He tried not to watch while Lieutenant wrung water from her robe and shook out her boots. She made him feel uncomfortable, but he didn't know why. Apart from the fact that she wasn't quite the Jedi commander he had been so thoroughly trained to expect. The only females he could recall were Kamino and medical technicians, whose quietly impersonal tones intimidated him more than a yelling drill sergeant. And his platoon had once experienced an unpleasantly memorable lecture in encryption techniques from a female Celestin. He feared females. Now he feared his Jedi officer, and was also agitated by her in a way that he didn't even have a word for. It didn't feel acceptable.
We need to move on, he said. I have to make the RV point. I've been out of comm contact with my squad for nearly 2 days, and I don't even know if they're alive.
This gets worse by the second,
she said warily. First we have 4.
First we have 4, now we might be down to 1.
2, unless you have other duties.
You've seen me fight.
You're a Jedi, commander.
That's a title, not an assessment of my ability. I'm not exactly the best of the best.
You must be. I know what Jedi can do.
Nobody can defeat you as long as you have the Force.
She gave him a very odd smile, and picked up the holochart sphere. She seemed to be struggling to find her thread again. She swallowed a few times.
Show me where your RV point is. That's right, isn't it? RV, show me where it is on this chart.
Dharma took out his datapad and linked his mission charts with the image, projected from the sphere. He pointed to the coordinates.
It's here, he said. Before we set out on exercise or missions, we agree where we'll meet up if anything goes wrong. We had to bail out when our transport crashed, so we're scattered, and the procedure is that we go to an RV point for a set time window.
He zoomed in on the area northwest of Imbrani. Atane tilted her head to follow him.
What's this?
She asked.
Primary target, Uthan's facility.
No, it's not.
Intel said.
No. That's the Separatist base, their garrison.
Her eyes darted back and forth, scanning the chart. She pointed.
This group of buildings is a facility. You can see. Look.
She superimposed the floor plans of the facility with the layout of the farm building and shrank the image to fit. They lined up perfectly. Dharma's stomach nodded.
My squad will be heading for the Separatists then.
We'd better make sure we intercept them.
Atane said.
Or they'll run smack bang into 100 droids.
Dharma was steadily on his feet, in one move even before he'd realized that he'd heard someone coming. I don't think so, a woman's voice said. Because the droids are all heading for Imbrani. Dharma's sidearm was out of his belt and aimed before Atane could even turn her head. Chapter 9. There is something very touching about them. They look like soldiers, they fight like soldiers, and sometimes they even talk like soldiers. They have all the finest qualities of the fighting man. But behind that is nothing. No love, no family, no happy memory that comes from having truly lived. When I see one of these men killed, I weep more for him than for any ordinary soldier who has lived a full and normal life. Jedi General Ki-Adi-Mundi. Darman had flattened Jannard's face against the wall and put his blaster to her head in the time it took Atane to jump to her feet. Steady there, boy, Jannard said quietly. I mean you no harm. He had her pinned securely. The expression on his earnest face was entirely benign, so far divorced from the potential violence he was ready to mete out that Atane shuddered.
Let her go, Darman,
she said.
She's a fellow Jedi.
Darman stood back instantly and let Jannard go. I'm not a Jedi, I tell you, Jannard said irritably. She looked up into Darman's face. So you'd shoot an old woman, would you?
Yes, ma'am,
Darman said. Atane stared horrified.
Threats come in all guises. Not all soldiers are young males, and not all soldiers wear uniforms.
Atane waited for Jannard to aim a kick at his groin. The old woman broke into a satisfied grin. There's a sensible boy, she said. You'll do well. Trust this one, Atane. He's very good at his job. She peered at the blaster, still firmly in his grip. DC-17, I see.
There are 4 of them,
Atane said, expecting Jannard to react with the same disappointment she had. I know. The woman handed Atane a bundle of rags. A complete squad of clone commandos. Here, dry clothing, nothing chic, but at least it's clean. Yes, I know all about them. I've been tracking the other 3.
They're okay?
Dharma was all anxiety again, still emitting that same sense of child that Atane found hard to bear.
I've got to rejoin them. Where are they?
Heading north.
To Harvey Gamma?
Whatever you say, lad. You all led me on something of a dance. You're a challenge to track.
That's how they trained us, ma'am.
I know. Jannard was staring at Darman's face. You really are a perfect copy of Fett, aren't you? In his prime, of course. Her voice had become lower, with less of the hoarse cracking typical of the very old, and Etain wondered if this was the moment at which she would reveal that she was a Sith. The Padawan slid her hand slowly into her sodden cloak. Jannard suddenly became black as Coruscant marble, and then devoid of texture, and hair and fabric and wrinkles. As if she were wax poured into a crude mold, her form began flowing. Dharma's incongruously innocent face broke into something like a familiar smile. Etain was ready this time. She was focused. She visualized the lightsaber as part of her arm. She was prepared to fight.
"You're the Girlanin," Dharma said. "We weren't told you were on this mission. How did you manage that?"
"I'm not Valaquil," said a soothing liquid voice. "I'm his consort." Jannard, now a four-legged black-furred creature, sat up on her haunches and seemed to simply extend upward like a column of molten metal. "Girl, you do look surprised." Etain couldn't argue with that, even if you'd encountered the full diversity of non-human species, and she certainly had. Even within her own Jedi clan, seeing a shapeshifter metamorphose before your eyes was mesmerizing. On top of that, even this naive clone soldier knew what this creature was. She didn't.
You're quite a revelation, Jannard. But why can I say something about you that feels like the Force?
"We're telepaths," the Girlana said.
Oh.
"No, I'm not delving into your mind. It doesn't work like that. We communicate only with each other."
But I heard your voice that night, in my mind.
"I was standing near you, actually. Not in any shape you'd notice, of course."
"And me, ma'am?" Darman asked, seeming totally absorbed by the conversation.
"Yes, I told you to get some sleep. I make a convincing fallen tree, don't I?" Jannard flowed and changed and resembled herself into the epitome of a crone again. "I know, stereotypical, but effective. Old women are invisible, like you, Darman. We go where others won't, and do what others can't. The communications network here is totally controlled by the Trade Federation, and in practice that means a single relay and monitoring ground station at Tekli. And while my kind cannot transmit details over interstellar distances, we can communicate broad ideals and notions to each other. My consort and I are your comlink, not perfect, but better than silence." The Girlana made a liquid sound, like water boiling. "I've spent the last 2 days running myself ragged to gather this intelligence, and it's as much for this young man as it is for you. Guess Hokan now has command of the armed forces here. Such as they are, and he's no fool. He realizes Republic troops are here for Uthan's box of tricks. Darman, he's tracking your comrades."
"We're pretty good at evasion."
"Yes, but they do tend to leave bodies and parts behind them. He admits he doesn't know how many of you there are, and that troubles him."
You're privy to his concerns, then?
Etain said. She trusted nobody now. She still didn't know who betrayed Master Fulier, and until she did, she would keep an open and cautious mind. Although her master hadn't told her about the clones, he must have known if he had discovered Uthan's activities. But he hadn't trusted her. For all his kind words, when it came down to it, he simply confirmed, even from the grave, that she was not fit to become a Jedi Knight. "I know Hogan's concerns because I can make a very convincing old man, as well as an excellent grandmother," Jannard said. The reply made no sense. "I'll catch up with Darman's comrades and try to direct them to somewhere safe. They have no reliable intel, as you call it, a finite amount of ordnance, and no advantages of surprise any longer. Hogan knows what you have come to do, and he has enough firepower and droids to stop you. That makes your mission next to impossible, without some change of plan or intervention." Darman considered her carefully. Jannard's news hadn't dented that tangible confidence. Etain saw not a flicker on his face.
It could be worse. I quite like the sound of a single transmitter.
Might I also add that the locals will turn you in for one chance to get disgustingly drunk? Darman looked at Attain. She squirmed.
Out of ideas, soldier?
She asked.
I await your orders, Commander.
It was the final straw. Weeks of fear, hunger, and fatigue, on top of years of doubt and delusion, suddenly brought Attain's fragile edifice crashing down. She had done all she could, and there was nothing left in her to give.
Stop it. Stop calling me commander.
She felt her nails dig into her palms.
I am not your blasted commander. I haven't a clue what to do next. You're on your phone, Darman. You're the soldier. You come up with a plan.
Jannard said nothing. Attain felt her face burn. She had lost all dignity. A lifetime of careful training in the art of control and contemplation had come to nothing. Darman changed before her eyes. He transformed not in the physical sense that the Gurlanin had, but the change was just as startling because the sense of the child that Attain detected so clearly simply evaporated. Its place was taken by calm resignation and something else, a rather forlorn feeling. She couldn't pin it down.
Yes, ma'am,
He said.
I'll do that right away.
Jannard jerked her head in the direction of the door. Get some air, Darman. I need to talk to Commander Termugen. Darman hesitated for a moment, and then slipped outside. Jannard rounded on Attain. Listen to me, girl, she whispered, all harsh sibilance. Droplets of fine saliva glittered briefly in the dim light. That soldier may think a Jedi's every word is a divine pronouncement, but I don't. You'd better sharpen up fast. The Commandos and I are all that stands between maintaining some kind of order in the galaxy and its fragmentation. Because if the clone army can be wiped out, then the Separatists will win. You can either help us or stand aside, but you will not be an obstacle. And that's what you are if you can't lead those men. They've been bred to obey Jedi without question. Sadly, in this case, that means you. Attain was used to feeling worthless. There was no lower place that Jannard could cast her.
I didn't ask for that responsibility.
And neither did Darman. Jannard flashed back into a mass of seething black sinews for a terrifying second. That's the nature of duty. It calls, and you give your all. He will. So will his comrades. Every single one of them. They need you to help them do their job.
I'm still learning how.
Then learn fast. If those soldiers weren't conditioned to obey you, I'd consider cutting you down now and have done with it. My kind have nothing to thank Jedi for. Nothing at all. But we share a common enemy, and I want to see Valakul again. Think yourself lucky. Jannard swept out. Attain sank down on her knees in the hay and wondered how she had come to this. The barn door creaked open slowly, and Darman peered around.
Don't mind me.
You okay, ma'am?
He winced visibly.
Apologies. Attain.
You probably think I'm useless as well, don't you?
I came up with a plan, as you ordered.
Bred for diplomacy too, eh?
If Hoken has said the facility is a decoy, then we need him to think that we believe it's still the genuine target. So we split.
I'll take that as a yes.
Darman lapsed into silence.
I'm sorry.
She said.
Carry on.
He knelt down facing her and swept the floor clean with his hand. Creating a clear space on which to demonstrate something, he reached for some crust of bread and a lump of insect-eaten wood.
What do you think I am?
He asked quietly.
From what Jannard says, a clone soldier, bred to obey.
She watched him break the wood and the crust into separate chunks and place them in a row like game pieces.
No choice.
But I do have a choice,
he said.
and how I interpret your orders. I'm intelligent. I've seen Jedi fight, so I know what you're capable of.
Once you're exposed to situations that call on your skills, you'll be the same.
He was all contradictions. She wondered for a moment if he wasn't a clone soldier at all, but another Gurlanian playing spiteful games with her. But she could feel a combination of quiet desperation and faith. Yes, faith. He was the only person in many years who had shown any degree of confidence in her, and the first since Master Fuller who had shown her real kindness.
Very well.
She said.
This is your overriding order. Whatever happens, you are to intervene if anything I do or say compromises your mission. No, don't look at me like that.
She held up her hand to stifle the protest she could see forming on his lips.
Think of me as a commander in training. You must train me. That might mean showing me the correct way to do things, or even saving me from my own lack of experience.
She could hardly bring herself to say it.
And that's an order.
He almost smiled.
This is why I have confidence in obeying a Jedi commander. Your wisdom is unequaled.
Attain had to think about that for a few seconds. If Jannard had said it, she would have seethed. Dharma meant it, and perhaps he meant it in a number of ways. Yes, he was intelligent and subtle, not a droid at all. How did a 10-year-old get that way? Disturbed, she concentrated on the comfort of believing that he had seen things that she never had, and so knew best.
Go on,
she said.
You had a plan?
Harvey Gamma, laying up point, nightfall.
How do you feel now? Niner asked.
Atton moved his arms, bent at the elbow in a swimming motion, testing his pectoral muscles.
Nearly good as new. No breathing problems either. No, just a hard smack on the plate.
Thai's disembodied voice spoke up in their helmet comlings. He was tucked under a bush on the edge of the ridge, keeping watch on the track below.
I'm such a good field medic. Wait till you see me do a tracheotomy. I'll pass if that's alright with you,
Atton said, easing off his helmet.
Dinner? What do you prefer?
Niner asked.
Dry rats, or maybe dry rats.
Let's go with dry rats for a change.
Yes, Atton was definitely feeling better, and not just physically.
Who used to say that then? The dry rations thing.
Oh, Scarata, our old instructor, Sergeant.
Atton took a bite out of the white cube and washed it down with a gulp of water from his bottle.
He never trained us. Heard a lot about him.
Trained Vi and Darman too. Our squads were all in the same battalion.
We had Wallen Val.
That explains where you get your cheery outlook.
Sergeant Val taught us the importance of planning for the worst scenario,
Atton said, all loyalty.
And maximizing your tech. Being hard is good. Being hard with superior tech is better.
I'll bet.
I heard everyone loves Scarata though, even if he was a bad-tempered drunk.
Niner had never been drunk, and he didn't even know what alcohol tasted like.
He cared about what happened to us. He was one of us, pretty much. Not just there because he couldn't cope with not being in the army anymore. Or had to disappear. No, he was a good man.
Niner would have given a great deal to have seen Scarata come limping through the trees right then, demanding to know what they were doing, lounging around, like a bunch of Camino and Nara artists.
No idea where he is now. Not since we left Camino. Best covert ops and sabotage man ever.
You know, of course.
We'll all know soon. I'm relying on what he taught us to get this mission completed.
Niner ate the perfectly balanced, sensibly designed, and utterly tasteless cube, and sat silently, still waiting for Darman. They couldn't even trap something and cook it. The smell of roasting meat and the light of the fire would betray their position. With Fi on watch, he could shut his eyes and sleep for a couple of hours. He put his helmet back on, partly to be ready to move fast if they had enemy contact, and partly to keep the temperature up in his suit. It was getting chilly. He allowed himself one comfort that he didn't really need. For morale. You scare me. You just absorb everything I tell you, don't you ever forget?
No, Sarge,
Niner said.
He had no idea how long he'd been asleep. He woke up with a start at the sound of Pai's voice.
Possible contact. Due east. Range 40 clicks. Looks like it's centered on Embrani.
Peering through the visor, it wasn't clear exactly what Pai had spotted, but Niner could see it now too. A glow marked the horizon like a fall sunrise. It was constant, the gentlest graduation from amber to deep red. It wasn't an explosion. Niner switched between visor modes, main spectrum to infrared to full spectrum, and then back again. The glow was hot too. The infrared long range picked it up.
I reckon that's one big fire coming,
Pai said. They waited, watching. Niner could hear Aden a few meters away, gathering up equipment and assembling it, ready to pull out. With the binocs on full distance, they could see that the fire was being eclipsed in places by billows of smoke. Eventually, Aden joined them, and all three observed the distant blaze in silence.
They're not burning crop stubble at night,
Pai said.
They haven't even finished harvesting that stinky bark stuff yet. They've found something. I know. Either they've found Darman, and they're teaching the locals not to shelter the enemy, or they haven't found Darman, and they're trying to flush him out.
Niner thought it was relatively good news.
But it means he made the landing,
he said.
So we wait here, right up to the last second, and maybe a little longer, just to be sure.
Aten laid the gear down again. He was too professional and disciplined to slam it on the ground, but Niner picked up on the slight sag of his shoulders.
And if he doesn't show by then?
He asked, with a level tone that suggested he didn't want to show dissent any longer.
Next plan? We take another look at the whole area, from Teklit to Embrani,
Niner said.
We start from scratch.
This isn't to scale,
Darman said. He scraped marks in the loose soil on the exposed dirt floor of the barn and placed pieces of stelt bread carefully on the crude chart.
This is the river. These three crusts are Arby's Alpha, Beta, and Gamma.
He snapped the wood into more pieces and placed them.
This is the droid base, and this is Uthan's lab.
Etain held out her cupped hand. He dropped 2 chunks of wood into it.
This is Lick and Kiss' residence,
she said.
He's the Neomodian overlord, for want of a better word. He runs the agricultural produce spaceport business. And that near enough makes him an emperor here.
Okay, what else have we got?
Etain crumbled her remaining lump of wood into smaller pieces and scattered them carefully in patches.
Embrani itself, and Teklit, which is the spaceport, and its storage and distribution depot.
And this was the last known position for my squad.
Etain stared at the worm-eaten wood, and the moldy crust that might help them save the Grand Army from destruction.
Why are we scraping maps and the dirt when we've got perfectly good holo charts?
That's what Sergeant Scarata used to do,
Darman said.
He didn't like hollows, too transparent. He also thought that feeling the texture of the dirt focused your mind.
And you don't need any technology to do it.
He was a great believer in intuition.
Darman drew his blaster and turned suddenly. The barn door opened. He relaxed and dropped his arm to his side. Jannar held more drab fabric bundled in her arms.
You have to go,
she said breathlessly.
Take a look out there to the east. They're burning the fields to flush you out and deny your cover. There's somewhere you can lie low, but you have to pass for farmers. That's not going to be easy for you, lad. You're too big and well-fed.
Etain didn't rise to the bait. She knew she'd fit in fine with the unnourished shabby locals.
I have to take my gear,
Darman said.
I can lay up somewhere with it if I have to.
Can't you leave any of it?
Not if we're going to blow up that facility. I've got all the implosion ordnance to deal with the nanovirus, as well as the E-web cannon. We need it.
Then take a cart. There's a curfew on powered vehicles. Jannar tossed one of the bundles to Darman. And get out of that armor. You couldn't be more conspicuous if you were wearing a wedding gown.
We can try to make RV Gamma.
No. Go to the first safe house you can find. I'll reach your squad and let them know. Then I'll return to you. There was an assortment of barrows,
in handcars stored in the barn, all in various states of disrepair. They'd attract no attention. The network of dirt roads was well traveled by people trying to get their quota of bark and other crops to Teklet on foot, or with Merle carts. Loading the sections of the blaster cannon on the sturdiest barrow they could find made Etain realize just how heavy a burden Darman had carried. When she tried to heave one of the gray packs into the cart, it nearly wrenched her shoulder from the socket, so she decided to enlist a little assistance from the force. She hadn't expected it to be so heavy. She was the only one with deceptive physical strength.
This is all weapons?
She asked.
Pretty much.
Not enough to take 100 droids, though.
Depends on how you use it,
Darman said. Etain wondered if he looked more conspicuous out of his sinister gray armor than in it. The armor had made him look much bigger, but even without it, he was so solidly built, it was obvious he spent his life training for strength, eating adequate protein. Subsistence farmers didn't have that distinctive slope from the neck to shoulder, formed by overdeveloped trapezoid muscles. Even the youngsters bore the marks of constant exposure to the elements. Darman simply looked strikingly healthy and unburned by the sun. He didn't even have calloused hands. And then there was that ramrod parade ground posture. He looked exactly like the elite soldier he was. He would never pass for a local. Etain hoped the farmers would be more terrified of him than they were of Hogan. The night horizon was amber, like the urban skies of Coruscant, but it was flame, not the light of a million lamps, that caused the reflection from the clouds. It looked like rain might follow. They could cover the cart with a tarpaulin and not cause any curiosity. Layers of bark stalk, sacks of bark grain, and strips of dried Kushian buried Darman's gear, as he kept calling it. His language swung from slang and generality to a highly educated subtlety. From gear, his catch-all noun, for any artifact to DC-17s and DC-15s, and a whole slew of numbers and acronyms that left Etain befuddled.
Look at that,
Darman said, assessing the skyline.
That flame in front must be 4 clicks at least.
That's a million more Curtis worth of bark going up in smoke. The farmers are going to be furious. The Neomodians are going to be even angrier.
So will Burhan,
Jannard said.
That's a fair whack of his bark you're using for camouflage, girl. Get going.
The Gurlanen took Darman's datapad and inserted a mem stick.
These are all the relatively safe homes I could chart. Don't advertise your identity, either of you. Even if the master of the house you call on knows who you are, do him the favor of not compromising him by admitting it.
Etain had covered her distinctive Jedi cloak with an embroidered ankle-length tunic. Jannard indicated her hair.
And that, she said.
The braid, too?
Unless you want to advertise what you are.
Etain hesitated. She had once heard someone say they could never remove their betrothal ring. Not until they died. Her Padawan's braid felt equally permanent, as if her soul was woven in with it, and that removing it after so long, even temporarily, would rend the fabric of the universe and underscore her belief that she was not Jedi material. But it had to be done. She unfastened the single thin braid and combed the strands of wavy hair loose with her fingers. She felt less like a Jedi than ever, and not even remotely close to a commander.
I imagine you never thought a Jedi commander would run away from a fight,
she said to Darman as they made their carefully unhurried way up the track.
Not running away, Darman said. This is E&E, escape and evasion.
Sounds like running to me.
Tactical withdrawal to regroup.
You're a very positive man.
The child was almost completely absent now. She could mainly sense focus and purpose. He shamed her without intention.
I'm sorry that I lost my composure earlier.
Only in private, not under fire, Commander.
I said not to call me that.
Where we can be overheard, I'll obey your order. He paused. Everyone loses it now and then.
I'm not supposed to.
If you don't crack sometimes, how do you know how far you can go?
It was a good point. For some reason, he was far more reassuring than Master Fuller had ever been. Fuller, when not getting caught up in putting the galaxy right, was all effortless brilliance. Darman was expert at his craft too.
but there was a sense of hard-won skill, and there was no randomness or mystery to that. She liked him for being so pragmatic. It crossed her mind that she might be saving clone soldiers from death by biological agents so that they could die from blaster and cannon round. It was a horrible thought. She didn't like having to kill, not even by another's actions. It was going to make life as a commander exceptionally hard. The droids advanced along the edge of the wood, with flamethrowers, borrowed from the same farmer whose fields they were burning. Hoken and his lieutenants, Kuven and Haradi, stood in the path of the blaze, staring back at it from 300 meters. "We'll have to burn a great deal of land to deny all cover to the enemies, sir," Kuven said. "That isn't the point," Haradi said. "This is as much to create the impression of protecting the facility as it is to flesh out the troops."
Correct,
Hoken said.
There's no point in alienating the natives, and I can't afford to compensate them all for lost production. This is sufficient. We'll use droids on the remaining boundaries.
Kuven seemed undeterred. "May I suggest we use hunting strills? We could bring in a pack with their handlers in 2 days. The Trade Federation won't welcome the disruption to the bark harvest, and a shortage of the delicacy will be noticed by some very influential people."
I don't care.
Hoken said.
The same influential people will be even more inconvenienced by the arrival of millions of Republic clones on their homeworld.
Hoken was in full Mandalorian battle armor now, not so much for protection as to convey a message to his officers. Sometimes he had to indulge in a little theater. He knew that the glow of the flames illuminating his traditional warrior's armor made a fine spectacle. Calculated to impress, and overall, he was at war. He didn't have to prostitute his martial skills as an assassin or bodyguard for weak and wealthy cowards any longer. Kuven was right about the strills, though. It didn't mean he wouldn't have to deal with his dissent, but finding the Republic troops wouldn't be easy.
How many do you estimate now, Haradi?
He asked. Haradi flicked a hollow chart into life, and a fly-through image shimmered in the dark. "Vessel down here. Confirmed Republic R5 military droid." He pointed. "Remains of 2 weak-way militia found here. Here and here, the Gdans had dismembered and dragged the cadavers over. A 5-click range. So the exact location of the kill is estimated. The airspeeder was brought down here. The speeder circuitry was found dismounted here, but as it was at the entrance to Gdan burrows, there's no telling where they might have found it to start with. The engagement with the droid patrol was here, because we deployed the patrol based on that finding. That's pretty much all in a 5-click corridor, spanning 40 clicks. It looks obvious to me that they're heading for Teklit, probably to take the port before targeting the facility. It would look that way, sir."
Numbers?
"I would have said no more than 10, sir. We have reports from farmers who've found evidence of movement across their land. They're very protective of their crop, so they notice these subtle signs, unlike droids, sir.
And what does that suggest then?
Multiple tracks crossing an area of 40 clicks by 30 clicks, sir. Expertly done, too. The local thought it might be wildlife. These tracks are not random. I say we're being decoyed." 10 troops. 10 Pathfinders, Special Forces, Saboteurs. Were they preparing the ground for more troops, or were they tasked to complete the mission on their own? Hoken wished he had a few Mandalorian mercenaries, not droids and career officers. He kept his concern well hidden, behind his full face helmet. He also wished he had more airspeeders. He never needed more than one to police farms, and it would take days to have any ship to Quillura.
Farmers can be pretty cooperative, can't they?
"Remarkably so, ever since that one found the circuitry, sir." Hoken turned and started walking back toward the research facility. That was now empty, but lavishly and conspicuously guarded. He beckoned Haradi to follow him. Kuven started to follow too, but Hoken held up his hand and motioned him to stay put.
Lieutenant,
he said quietly.
"Any sign of my former employee, Kutane?"
"Not yet, sir. Patrols have been briefed."
"Good. And keep an eye on Kuven for me, won't you? I don't think he's going to make captain."
Haradi paused, but briefly.
"Understood, sir."
It was amazing what the unspoken promise of an extra rank insignia could do. Hoken wondered what had happened to the code of conduct. So there were perhaps 10 commandos operating in the region. Hunting them down would be enormously time-consuming. Barring luck,
Hokum would never catch them, not with droids, and not these young Academy theorists. Sooner or later, the enemy would need to resupply. Sooner or later, they would show themselves. The Republic was playing decoy games with them, and he with them. It was looking better all the time. They didn't appear to be adopting their usual tactic of landing infantry in force. It was a game of wits, and if need arose, he could sit tight and force the Republic to come to him. If he wanted to bring the Republic close enough to shoot, then he might need an even more compelling bait. Dr. Uthan would understand. She was a pragmatic woman. Pi was getting edgy. It wasn't like him. Niner had only known him a matter of days, but you made quick judgments on small detail. If you were a clone commando, especially among your own. He didn't sleep when Niner relieved him on watch, and after 15 minutes, Pi came forward to the observation position and settled down beside him. The fire seemed to have stopped. The glow was still visible, but it was static. It had probably reached one of the streams and was burning itself out. "They know we're here anyway," Pi said. Niner needed no telepathy to know he was worrying about Darman. "We could try comlink at a longer range. They'd get a fix on our positions. They'd have to get lucky, and we only have to be unlucky once. Okay, sorry, Sarge." He lapsed back into silence. Niner adjusted his infrared filter to remove the distracting light of the fire. Suddenly, it was abnormally silent, and that meant the Gidans had stopped their incessant prowling, which was not good. Niner looked down his rifle scope, one-handed, to get a narrower focus on the bushes in front of him. As he panned across 180 degrees, he caught sight of little paired reflections. The alert eyes of Gidans huddled in uncharacteristic stillness to avoid something. Movement. His scope flashed blue in one quadrant, warning him. Maybe whatever it was could see infrared. He killed the targeting, switching to image intensification, and the Mark I Earl, as Karada called it. "You got eyes and ears, son. Good ones. Don't rely on the tech too much." Something was coming. Something slow, stealthy, smaller than a man, more sly than a droid. Niner put his hand on Pi's shoulder. Stay down, not daring to speak, even on comlink. It was 10 meters away, coming straight at them, making no attempt to stop. Maybe he didn't know what they were. It was going to get a surprise then. Niner flicked on his tactical spot lamp, and the blinding beam caught a shining black shape. He cut the beam immediately, muscles relaxing. The creature was so flat to the ground now that it looked as if it were flowing water. It was only when it was right in front of them that it set up and became Valaquil. "I thought I'd let you see me coming, given your armaments," said a voice that wasn't Valaquil's, but was equally liquid and hypnotic. "I make it a rule never to startle a humanoid with a rifle." "Just as well that we've seen a Gurlanin before," Pi said, and touched his glove to his helmet politely. "I didn't seem to surprise your colleague either. I've come to brief you. I'm Janat. Please don't call me ma'am every 2 seconds, like Darman does." Niner wanted to ask 100 questions about Darman, but the Gurlanin had used the present tense, and so he was alive. Niner was glad he had his helmet in place. Displays of emotion were professional, not to outsiders anyway. "You're heading for the wrong target," Janart said. "You're on a course for the Separatist base. Normally, you'd be knocking on the door of a barracks with 100 droids inside, but they've moved half of them to defend the research facility and patrol the area. Neither Uthan nor her nanovirus is at the actual facility any longer." "So it's all going just great," Pi said cheerfully. "Your targets are at a villa just outside of Burani. Despite what evidence you might see of the facility being defended, it's a trap." "What's Darman doing?" Niner asked. "He has your special ordnance and detailed plans of your targets. I've sent him into hiding with Jedi." "General Follier? We thought—" "You thought right. He's dead. The Jedi is his Padawan, Termugan. Don't get your hopes up. She isn't commander material. Not yet.
Perhaps never. For the time being, this is still your war.
We weren't planning on a frontal assault, not without infantry, Niner said. Now that we've lost the advantage of surprise, we're going to have to get it back again.
You do have one element. Yes, Hogan has no accurate idea how few of you there are. I've made sure there are many, many obvious signs of movement through the woods and fields.
You've been busy.
I can do a good impersonation of a small army, or at least its movement.
Jannard glanced at Haddon and Phi, as if checking them. Maybe she was working out how she would mimic the form of a commando.
Not thinking of shooting and eating any Murleys, are you?
Why?
That armor isn't looking such a tight fit on you as it should.
Phi nodded.
She's right. Spending about 30% more calories than planned, Sarge. They didn't calculate for us carrying gear over land.
You'll exhaust your rations soon,
Jannard said.
Murleys are delicious. Just never shoot one, please. If necessary, I could hunt them and leave them for you.
Why?
The one you shoot might be me.
It was one more angle they hadn't covered on exercises. Not even Cal Scarata had dealt with the Gurlanans, it seemed, or if he hadn't mentioned it. Niner liked them. You wonder what world they came from. It was bound to be a fascinating one.
Where will you head now?
Jannard asked.
I need to let Darman know where you are.
I'd have said RV Gamma, but that's going the wrong way from what you've told us.
I can give you the location of a suitable area nearby in Brawny, and when I return to Darman, I will give him the same coordinates.
Haddon cut in.
They mine gems here, right?
Zeka quartz and berries green silicates mainly, yes.
Picks and shovels or mechanized?
Mechanized.
They'll have explosives for blasting then, and remote detonators with nice safe long-range settings.
Gurlanans chuckled, just like a human. She might have been amused. On the other hand, she might have been thinking Atten was a madman. But Niner liked the direction that Atten's inventive mind was taking.
Get your holo charts,
Jannard said.
Then let me give you a virtual guide to the gem industry of the Imbrani region.
Chapter 10.
Notice to Wiluran citizen. Anyone found with Republic personnel on their land will have that property confiscated and will forfeit their freedom. They, their family, and anyone employed by them in any capacity will be delivered to the Trandoshan's representative at Teklet for enslavement. Anyone actively aiding or sheltering Republic personnel will face the death penalty. A reward is offered for anyone providing information leading to the capture of Republic personnel or deserters from the former militia or the Separatist armed forces. In particular, Lieutenant Gutane or Lieutenant Pure Kugan. By order of Major Gez Hogan, Commanding Officer.
Teklet Garrison. A thin, cold drizzle started falling almost as soon as the sun came up. It felt like Camino. It felt like home. And that was at once both reassuring and unpleasant. The moisture beaded on Darman's cloak, and he shook it off. Murley wool was full of natural oils that made it feel unpleasantly clammy next to the skin. He longed to get back into the black bodysuit, and not only because of its ballistic properties. Etang was pushing the rear of the cart. Darman was pulling it, walking between its twin shafts. There were times on the rutted track when she had the worst of it, but as she kept telling him, Jedi could summon the Force.
I could help,
he said.
I can manage.
Her voice sounded like she was straining it through her teeth.
If this is lightweight gear, I'd rather not see the regular variety.
I meant I could help with martial skills, if you want to train with your lightsaber.
I'd probably end up slicing off something, even this later.
No, she wasn't what he was expecting, at all. They walked on, trying hard to look downtrodden and rural, which wasn't so much of a challenge when you were hungry, wet, and tired. The dirt road was deserted. At this time of year, there should have been visible activity at first light. Ahead of them was the first safe house. A single-story hut, topped by a mixture of straw thatch and rusting metal plates.
I'll knock.
Etain said.
They'll probably run for their lives if they see you first.
Darman took it as a sensible observation, rather than an insult. He pulled his cloak up across his mouth and pushed the car out of sight behind the hut. Looking around slowly and carefully, as if he were casually taking in the countryside. There were no windows at the rear, just a simple door, and a well-worn path in the grass leading to a pit with an interesting aroma and a plank across it. It wasn't an ideal location for an ambush, but he wasn't taking chances. Stopping in the open like this made you vulnerable. He didn't like it at all. He wished he could feign invisibility like Sergeant Scarata, a short, wiry, nondescript little man who could pass completely unnoticed until he decided to stop and fight. And Scarata could fight in a lot of ways that weren't in the training manual. Darman recalled all of them. He pressed his elbow to his side to reassure himself that his rifle was within easy reach. Then he slipped his hand under his cloak and felt for one of the probes in his belt. When he reached the front again, Etain was still rapping on the doorpost. There was no response. She stood back and seemed to be looking at the door, as if willing to open,
They're gone.
she said.
I can't sense anyone.
Darman straightened up and walked casually toward the rear of the house.
Let me check the regular way.
He beckoned her to follow. Once around the back, he took the probe and slid the flat sensor strip carefully under the gap beneath the back door. The readout on the section that he was holding said there were no traces of explosives or pathogen. If the place was booby-trapped, it would be very low-tech. It was time for a hands-on check. He pressed on the door with his left hand, rifle in his right.
It's empty.
Etain whispered.
Can you sit tripwire that'll send a row of metal spikes swinging into you?
He asked.
Point taken.
The door swung slowly open. Nothing. Darman took a remote from his belt and slipped it inside, picking up low-light images from the interior. There was no movement. The room appeared clear. He let the door swing back, recalled the remote, and stood with his back to the entrance for one final check around him.
I go in, look again, then you follow me. If you hear me say, in, okay?
He said, almost under his breath. He didn't meet her eyes.
Lightsaber ready too.
As soon as he was inside, he pulled his rifle, stood hard up in the corner, and scanned the room.
Clear.
So clear, in fact, that last night's meal was still half eaten on the table. There was a single door that didn't appear to open to the exterior. A cupboard, a closet, maybe a thread. He trained his rifle on it.
In,
Darman said. Etain slipped through and he gestured to the corner opposite, then pointed. Me, that door. You, back door. Etain nodded and drew a lightsaber. He walked up to the closet and tried to raise the latch, but it didn't open. So he took 2 steps back and put his boot to it hard. It didn't build well around here. The door splintered and hung on one rusted hinge. Behind it was a storeroom. It made sense now. In poor country, you locked away your food supply.
They left in a hurry,
Darman said.
Are you wearing your armored boots?
Etain said.
I wouldn't be kicking down a door without them.
He covered them in tightly wound sacking.
No boots, no soldier. As true as it ever was.
He stepped through the gap into the store and studied the shelves.
You're just learning the first step in clearing a house.
What's that?
Etain reached past them for a metal container, marked Gabby Mill.
Who's watching the door? Who's watching our gear?
Sorry.
No problem. I expect it never occurs to you when you have Jedi senses to rely on.
There, he hadn't even tried to call her ma'am this time.
If we knew why the occupants left in such a hurry, this might have been a decent place to lay up. But we don't. So let's grab some supplies and move on.
He took dried fruit and something that looked like cured leathery meat, making a mental note to test all of it with the toxin strip in his med pack. It was too kind of the locals to leave all this. There was, of course, every chance that they had fled in terror from the same violence that he had witnessed looking down from his observation point just after he landed. Attain was filling a couple of water bottles from a pump outside.
I've got a filter for that, Dharma said.
Are you sure you weren't trained by Neomodians?
You're in enemy territory.
She smiled sadly.
Not all soldiers wear uniforms.
She'd catch on. She had to. The thought that a Jedi might be unable to offer the leadership he had been promised was almost unbearable. His emotions didn't have names, but they were feelings that had memories embedded in them. Finishing a 50-kilometer run 32 seconds outside the permitted time, and being made to run it again, seeing a clone trooper fall on a beachhead landing exercise, weighed down by his pack and drowning, while no directing staff paused to help. The commander whose sniping score was only 95%, and whose whole batch disappeared from training and were never seen again. They were all things that made his stomach sink, and each time it did, it never quite regained the same level as before.
Are you alright?
Attain asked.
Is it your leg?
My leg's fine now. Thank you,
he said. Darman wanted his trust back, and soon. They resumed their path along the dirt track that was gradually liquefying into mud, the rain at their backs. By the time they got to the next farm, the rain seemed to have set in for the day. Darman thought of his squad making their way through the sodden countryside, perfectly dry, in their sealed suits. And he smiled. At least this made it harder for anyone to track them. A woman with a pinched expression like a Gadan stared at them from the front step of the farmhouse. It was a grander building than the last one. Not by much, but the walls were stone, and there was a lean-to shelter along one side. Attain walked up to her. Darman waited, looking, aware of an outdoor refresher to the right that might contain a threat, keeping half an eye on a group of youngsters tinkering with a large machine on rollers. They all looked so different. Everyone was so different. After some conversation, Attain beckoned him and indicated a lean-to. So far, so good. Darman still didn't plan on relinquishing his ordnance. He reached into the bark for his helmet and detached the comlink just in case Snyder tried to contact him.
Are you coming?
Attain asked.
Just a moment.
Darman took out a string of AP micromines and trailed them around the front of the house as far as the cable would stretch. He set them to run off remote signal, and tucked the transmitter section of the detonator in his belt. Attain watched him with an unspoken question, perfectly clear from her expression.
In case anyone gets any ideas,
Darman said.
You've played this game before,
Attain said. He certainly had. The first thing he checked when he entered the farmhouse, one hand against his rifle, was where the best observation point might be. It was a perforated air brick that gave him a good view of the road. There was a large window in the far wall with a brown sacking sheet tied across it. Reassured, but only slightly, he sat down at the table that dominated the front room. The family that took them in consisted of the thin, Gadan-faced woman, her sister, her even thinner husband, and 6 youngsters ranging from a small boy clutching a piece of grubby blanket to the nearly full-grown men working outside. They wouldn't give their names. They didn't want to visit, they said, as if a visit was much more than it seemed. Darman was riveted. These people were humans like him, yet they were all different. But still they had features that looked similar, not the same, but similar. The others in the group, they were different sizes and different ages too. He had seen diversity in training manuals. He knew what different species looked like, but the images always came to mind with data about weapons carried and where to aim a shot for maximum stopping power. This was the first time in his life that he had been in close contact with diverse humans who were in the majority. To them, perhaps, he almost looked unique. They sat around the rough wooden table. Darman tried not to speculate on what the stains in the wood might be, because they looked like blood. Attain nudged him.
They cut up the Merly carcasses here,
she whispered, and he wondered if she could read his mind. He tested the bread and soup placed in front of him for toxins. Satisfied that it was safe, he dug in. After a while, he was aware that the woman and the small boy were staring at him. When he looked up, the child fled. He doesn't like soldiers much, the woman said. Is the Republic coming to help us?
I can't answer that, ma'am,
Darman said. He meant that he would never discuss operational matters. It was an automatic response under interrogation. Never just say yes, never just say no, and give no information except your ID number. Etain answered for him, which was her prerogative as a commander.
Do you want the Republic's help?
She asked. You any better than the Nemes?
I'd like to think so.
The table fell silent again. Darman finished the soup. Politics was nothing to do with him. He was more interested in filling up on something that had flavor and texture. If all went according to plan, in a few weeks he'd be far from here and on another mission. And if it didn't, he'd be dead. The future of Quilora was genuinely of no relevance to him. The woman kept refilling his bowl with soup until he slowed up and eventually couldn't manage anymore. It was the first hot food he'd had in days, and he felt good. Little perks like that boosted morale. Etain didn't seem so enthusiastic about it. She was moving each chunk cautiously around with her spoon, as if the liquid contained mines. You need to keep your strength up, he said.
I know.
You can have my bread.
Thanks.
It was so quiet in the room that Darman could hear the individual rhythm of everyone's chewing, and the faint scrape of utensils against bowls. He could hear the distant muffled sound of Merleys nearby, an intermittent gargling noise, but he didn't hear something that Etain suddenly did. She sat bolt upright and turned her head to one side, eyes in focus.
Someone's coming, and just not Shanart,
she hissed. Darman flung off his cloak and pulled his rifle. The woman and her relatives jumped up from the table so fast that it tipped despite its weight, sending bowls tumbling to the floor. Etain drew her lightsaber, and it shimmered into life. They both watched the entrance. The family scrambled through the back door, the woman pausing to grab a large metal bowl and a bag of meal from a sideboard. Darman doused the lamps and peered out through a hole in the air brick. Without his visor, he was completely dependent on his D's for long-distance vision. He couldn't see anything. He held his breath and listened hard. Etain moved toward him, gesturing at the far wall, indicating 7, a whole hand, then 2 fingers. Where? He whispered. She was marking something on the dirt floor. He watched her finger draw an outline of the 4 walls, and then stab a number of dots outside them, most around the one she'd been pointing to, and 1 dot near the front door. She put her lips so close to his ear, it made him jump.
6 there, 1 here.
It was a breath, barely audible. Darman indicated the far wall and pointed to himself. Etain gestured to the door. Me? He nodded. He gestured 1, 2, 3, quickly with his fingers, and gave her a thumbs up.
Oh, count to 3.
She nodded. Whoever was outside had a knock. It didn't bode well. He clipped the grenade attachment to his rifle and aimed at the far side. Etain stood at the door, lightsaber held above her head for a downward stroke. Darman hoped her aggression would triumph over her self-doubt. He gestured with his left hand, rifle balanced in his right. 1, 2, 3. He fired 1 grenade. It smashed through the sack-covered window and blew a hole in the wall just as he was firing the second. The blast kicked him backward, and the front door burst open as Etain brought her lightsaber down in a brilliant blue arc. Darman switched his rifle to blast setting and swung his sight on the figure. But it was unbarred, and it was dead, sliced through from clavicle to sternum.
2,
Etain said, indicating the window, or at least where it had been seconds earlier. Darman sprang forward across the room, dodging the table and firing as he came to the hole smashed in the wall. When he stumbled through the gap, there were 2 Trandoshans coming toward him with blasters. Faces that seemed all scales and lumps, wet mouths gaping. He opened fire. 1 return shot seared his left shoulder. Then there was nothing but numb silence for a few moments, followed by the gradual awareness that someone was screaming in agony outside. But it wasn't him, and it wasn't Etain. That was all that mattered. He picked his way across the room, conscious of the growing pain in his shoulder. It would have to wait.
it's all clear.
Etain said. Her voice was shaking.
Except for that man.
Forget him, Darman said. He couldn't, of course. The soldier was making too much noise. The screams would attract attention. Load up. We're going. Despite Atane's assurance that there were no more waiting outside, Darwin edged out the door and kept his back to the wall, all the way around the exterior of the farmhouse. The wounded soldier was in Umbaran. Darwin didn't even check how badly hurt he might be before he shot him clearly in the head. There was nothing else he could do, and the mission came first. He wondered if Jedi could sense droids as well. He'd have to ask Atane later. He'd been told Jedi could do extraordinary things, but it was one thing to know it, and another entirely to see it in action. It had probably saved their lives.
What was that?
She asked when he returned to the lean-to. She already had the extra pack slung on her back, and he realized she'd actually moved the micromines even though they were still live. Darman, swallowing anxiety, disabled the detonator and added it to the list of things he needed to teach her. "Finishing the job," he said, and pulled on his bodysuit section by section. She looked away.
You killed him.
Yes.
He was lying wounded.
I'm not a medic.
Oh, Darman.
Ma'am, this is a war. People try to kill you, you try to kill them first. There are no second chances. Everything else you need to know about warfare is an amplification of that.
She was horrified, and he really wished he hadn't upset her. Had they given her a lethal lightsaber and not taught her what it really meant to draw one?
I'm sorry. He was in a bad way, anyway.
This seemed to shock her.
I killed that Umbaran.
That's the ideal, man. Nicely done, too.
She didn't say anything else. She watched him attach the armor plates, and when he finally replaced his helmet, he knew he didn't care how conspicuous he looked, because he wasn't going to take it off again in a hurry. He needed that edge.
No more safe houses,
Darman said.
There's no such thing.
Atane followed him into the woodland at the back of the house, but she was preoccupied.
I've never killed anyone before,
she said.
You did fine,
Darman told her. His shoulder was throbbing, gnawing into his concentration.
A clean job.
It's still not something I would care to repeat.
Jedi are trained to fight, aren't they?
Yes, but we never killed anyone in training.
Darman shrugged and it hurt.
We did.
He hoped she got over it fast. No, it wasn't enjoyable, killing, but it had to be done, and killing with a lightsaber or blaster was relatively clean. He wondered how she'd handle having to stick a blade in someone and see what ran out. She was a Jedi, and with any luck, she'd never have to.
Them or us,
he said.
You're in Tane.
Nothing major. I'll use the Bacta when we reach the RV.
I suppose they turned us in.
The farmers? Yeah, that's civilians for you.
Atane made a non-committal grunt and followed silently behind him. They moved deeper into the woods, and Darman calculated how many rounds he'd expended. If he kept engaging targets at this rate, he'd be down to his sidearm by nightfall.
It's amazing how you can sense people, Darman said. Can you detect droids too?
Not especially,
she said.
Usually just living beings. Maybe I can...
A faint whine made Darman turn in time to see a blue bolt of light streaking toward him from behind. It struck a tree a few meters ahead, splitting it like kindling in a puff of vapor.
Obviously not.
It was going to be another long, hard day. A warning siren sounded, 3 long blasts, repeated twice. Then the peaceful fields northwest of Imbrani shook with a massive explosion, and terrified Merleys bolted for the cover of their hedgerows.
Blasting today, then,
Vi said.
Lovely day for it.
Niner couldn't see anything but industrial droids, moving around the quarry. He ran his gloves across his visor to clear the droplets of rain, and tried several binoc magnifications, flicking between settings with eye movements. But if there were organic workers around, he couldn't see any. The quarry was a massive and startling gouge in the landscape. An amphitheater with step size that allowed droid excavators to dig out rock for processing. The depression sloped gently at one side. It was a towering cliff on the other. A small site office with alloy-plated walls and no windows sat beside a wide track at the top of the slope. Apart from the steady procession of droids, laden with raw rock, for the screening plant, the area was deserted. But someone, something, was controlling the detonation. They had to be in the building. And structures with solid alloy walls like that tended to have interesting content. The all-clear siren sounded. The droids moved in to scoop up the loose rock, sending spray and mud flying as they rumbled up the slopes.
Okay, let's see what we can liberate from the hut,
Niner said.
Atten, with me. Bye, stand here and cover.
They darted out of the trees and across 100 meters of open land, to the edge of the quarry. Dodging between giant droids that took no notice of them, one droid, his wheels as high as Niner was tall, swung his bucket scoop unexpectedly, and struck his shoulder plate, a glancing blow. He stumbled, and Atten caught his arm, steadying him. They paused, waiting for the next droid to return up the slope, then jogged alongside it until level with the side building. They were now exposed, pressed close to the front wall. The building was only 10 meters wide. Atten knelt at the door and studied the single lock.
Pretty insubstantial, if this is where they store the explosives, he said. Let's take a look.
Atten stood up slowly and placed a scope on the door to listen for the movement. He shook his head at Niner. Then he slid a flimsy, thin, flat endoscope around the jam, working it back and forth slowly and carefully.
Now that's a tight fit,
he said.
Can't get it in. We could always just walk in there. Remember, we're probably heading into a storeroom full of explosives. If I could get a probe through it, it could at least get a sniff of the air and test for chemicals. Okay, let's walk in carefully then.
There was no handle. Niner stood to the hinge side, piece in one hand, and pressed silently on the single plate that made up the door. It didn't yield. Atten nodded. He took out the handheld ram, 10 kilos that had seemed like dead useless weight in their packs until now. He squirted up to the lock. Niner raised one finger.
3, 2.
It applied a force of 2 metric tons.
Go!
The door fell open, and they both leaped back as a stream of blaster fire shot out. It stopped suddenly. They squatted on either side of the entrance. Usually this was simple. If someone inside didn't want to leave, a grenade coaxed them out, one way or another. But with a high chance of explosives being inside, that method was a little too emphatic. Niner shook his head. Atten moved the endoscope carefully, getting a glimpse of the building's interior. Then he edged the probe into the doorway, drawing another stream of blaster fire.
2 more moving around,
he said.
Lights out, but the probe got a sniff of explosives. Spot lamp and rush them then?
Atten shook his head. He took out a grenade and locked it in the safety position.
How nervous would you be if you were sitting on enough stuff to put this quarry into orbit? Drink spilling nervous, I'd say. Yeah,
Atten hefted the grenade a few times.
That's what I thought.
He bowled the disabled grenade into the doorway and jerked back. 3 seconds later, 2 Weequays rushed out. Niner and Atten fired simultaneously. One Weequay dropped instantly, and the other's momentum carried him on a few meters farther, until he fell in the path at the top of the ramp. The quarry droids trundled on, oblivious. If the shot hadn't killed him, the advancing droid did.
Sarge, need some help down there?
Niner motioned Atten inside.
No, Fi. We're set here. Keep an eye out in case we get company.
The building reeked of cooking and unwashed Weequay. A small droid, lights blinking on standby and caked in dried mud, stood by a console. The rest of the space, 3 rooms, was taken up by explosives, detonators, and various spare parts and stenciled craters.
There's your demolitions man,
Atten said, tapping the droid on his head, and retrieved his grenade. He wiped it with his glove and put it back in his belt pack.
I'd rather have Darman,
Niner said. He studied the inert droid, which seemed to be waiting for the dislodged rock to be cleared. It jerked suddenly into life, made its way toward a crate of explosives, opened the safety lid, and took out several tubes. Then it turned toward the room where the detonators were kept. Niner reached out and opened his control panel to deactivate it.
Take some time off, Fred,
he said.
Blasting's over for the day.
It didn't appear that the Weequay had been deployed here. The droid sorted all the charges and oversaw the blasting. On an upturned crate were the remains of a mill, eaten off makeshift plates fashioned from box lids. It looked like the Weequays had been hiding out here, and Niner was pretty sure he knew who they had been avoiding. Atten checked the various charges and detonators, selecting what appeared to take his fancy, and piling it in a clear space on the muddy floor. He was a connoisseur of technology, especially things with complex circuitry.
Lovely,
He said, with genuine satisfaction.
some debts here that you can set off in 50 clicks. That's what we need. A bit of a pyrotechnics show. Can we carry as much as we need? Oh, there's some beauties here. Darwin would think they were pretty basic, but they're going to work fine, as a diversion. Absolute beauties.
Atten held up spheres about the size of a scoop ball.
Now this baby.
Crash. Something fell to the floor in one of the rooms off the main one. Atten held his rifle in the doorway, and Niner drew his sidearm. He was edging toward the door when a sudden voice almost made him squeeze the trigger.
Muxi. Apskamai. Kipuna.
The voice was shaking, and judging by the accent, it probably belonged to a Weequay.
Don't kill. I'll help you.
Out, now.
Projected from his helmet. Atten's voice was intimidating enough, without a rifle to back it up. The Weequay stumbled out from behind a stack of crates and sank to his knees. Hands held up. Atten pushed him down flat with his boot. Deece aimed at his head.
Arms behind your back, and don't even breathe. Got it?
The Weequay appeared to have got it, very quickly. He froze and let Niner cuff his wrist with the length of wire. Niner did a sweep of the rooms again, worried that if they missed one target, they might have missed more. But it was clear. He walked back and squatted down by the Weequay's head.
We don't need a prisoner slowing us down,
He said.
Give me a good reason why I shouldn't kill you.
Please, I know Hoken.
I'll bet you know him pretty well, if you were hiding out here. What's your name?
Gutane. I were right-hand man.
Not anymore though, eh?
I know places.
Yeah, we know places too.
I got key codes.
We got ordnance.
I got codes to Tekle ground station.
You wouldn't be messing around, would you, Gutane? I don't have time for that.
Hoken, kill me. You take me with you. You public guys nice. You gentlemen.
Steady, Gutane. All those syllables might burn you out.
Niner looked at Atten. He shrugged.
To slow us down, Sarge. Then we either leave him here or kill him.
The conversation wasn't designed to scare Gutane, but it had that effect anyway. It was a genuine problem. Niner was reluctant to drag a prisoner around with them, and there was no guarantee the Weequay wouldn't try to buy back favor from Hoken with intelligence on their strength and movements. He was an unwelcome dilemma. Atten clicked his Deece, and it started to power up.
I get you Nimi boss too.
We definitely don't need him.
Nimi's really mad at Hoken. He put droids in his nice shiny villa. Floyd's messed up.
Gutane's breathing rasped in the silence of the room. Niner weighed the extra baggage against the prospect of some edge in gaining access to Uther.
Where's Uther now?
Still in villa. Nowhere else to hide.
You know a lot about Hoken, don't you?
Everything.
Gutane was all submission.
Too much.
Okay,
Niner said.
You got a reprieve.
Atten waited a couple of seconds before powering down his rifle. He seemed doubtful. Niner couldn't see his expression, but he heard the characteristic slight exhalation. That was Atten's silent, oh, terrific.
He'll leave a trail of work to follow. Ideas? Yeah.
Atten leaned over Gutane, and the Weequay turned his head slightly, eyes wide with terror. He seemed more terrified by the helmet than the gun.
Where do the droids take the raw rock?
Big place south of Tekle.
How far?
5 click maybe.
Atten straightened up and indicated with a pointed finger that he was going outside.
Technical solution. Wait one.
His predilection for gadgets was becoming a blessing. Niner was tempted to take back the unkind thoughts he had about the man's training sergeant. He followed him outside. Atten jogged alongside one of the excavation droids, matching his pace before jumping up, scrambling onto his flatbed. The machine rumbled inexorably up the slope, as if nothing was going to divert it from his progress to the sprinting plan. Then it stopped and swung around, narrowly missing the droid bringing up its rear. It paused a couple of meters from Niner. Atten, kneeling on the flatbed, held up 2 cables.
You can't get it to do tricks. he said. But you can start, steer, and stop it now. Brain bypass, eh? I've seen a few people with those. So we ride it into town? How else are we going to move all this explosive?
They couldn't pass up the chance. Niner had plans for the charges. Places to lay them all around the Embrani countryside. They also had a temptingly neat window of opportunity to take out the ground station at Teklet, and rendering Hokin's troops deaf to what was happening around them would double their chances of pulling off the mission. It meant they could use their own long-range comlinks at last.
Tell you what, Niner said. I'll take this one to Teklet, you hotwire another, and take Fi and our friend back as far down the road to Embrani as you can get, with as much as you can carry.
He took out his datapad and checked the chart.
Lay up here, which Jannar suggested. With the droid if you can. Without it if you can't.
The bulldozer droid on a steady path to the screening plant would attract no attention. It just had to overshoot by a few kilometers. It would be dusk soon, and darkness was their best asset when it came to moving around. Niner hauled Goutonnet out of the building.
Is the ground station defended in any way?
Goutonnet had his head lowered, looking up from under his brows, as if blows to the head normally accompanied questions.
Just fenced to stop Murleys and thieving. Only farmers around, and they scared anyway. If you're lying to me, I'll see that you get back to Gez Hokin alive, okay? Okay. Truth, I swear.
Niner summoned 5 from his cover position, and they loaded 2 droids. One carried enough explosives to reduce the ground station to powder several times over, and the other took everything they could lay their hands on, except for some detonators and explosives to keep the blasting droid busy for a few more hours. There was no point letting the quarry's silence advertise the fact that they had liberated some ordnance. It would spoil the whole surprise. They loaded Goutonnet last, bundling him into the huge bucket scoop, with his arms still bound. He protested at being stuck on top of spheres of explosives.
Don't worry, Patton said dismissively. I've got all the debts here.
He bounced a few detonators up and down in his palm. Goutonnet flinched.
You'll be fine. Jannar's quite an asset,
Fi said. He took off his helmet to drink from his bottle, and Goutonnet made an incoherent noise.
She could be right behind us now, and we never know. I hope they stay on our side.
Nana removed his helmet too, and they shared the bottle before handing it to Atten for a last swig.
What's that Weequay whining about now?
Don't know, Atten said, and took his helmet off as well. He paused, bottle in hand, and they all stood and stared at Goutonnet, loaded in the scoop of the droid-like cargo. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were darting from one commando to the next. He was making a slight sound, as if he was trying to scream, but he couldn't.
It's Atten's face, Vice said. Don't stand there being so ugly, man. You're scaring him.
Niner gave the Weequay a quick prod, with his glove to shut him up.
What's the matter?
He asked.
Haven't you ever seen commandos before?
They were here. The break that Gez Hokin had been waiting for had come. A farmer had rushed to notify the authorities that Republic soldiers, 1 man, 1 woman, both very young, were at a house on the Embrani Teklet Road. Hokin studied the dripping foliage at the side of the farmhouse. The maze of footsteps in the mud and the crushed stalks were no different from those on any farm, and they were disappearing fast in the rain. Behind the ramshackle collection of sheds and stone walls, the land sloped away from the Braun River.
1 wall nearly blown out, all dead. And that was just 2 enemy commandos. 1,
Hokin said. 1?
Only male clones in the front line. The other had to be a Jedi.
He turned over the body of the Umbaran with his boot and shook his head.
That one was made by a lightsaber. I know what a lightsaber one looks like. 2 people. I would even have that information if it hadn't been for informants. Do I have to rely on dunk-caked farmers for intelligence? Do I?
He regretted having to shout, but it seemed necessary.
Why can't anyone manage to call it in when they make enemy contact? Think. Use your dicutla heads, or I'll show you how to recognize a lightsaber one the hard way.
2 droids began lifting the Umbaran's body onto a speeder.
Leave that thing where it is. Get after your comrades and find me some enemy.
Haradi put his hand to the side of his head.
Droids have found something else in the house up the road, sir.
His expression fell blank as he listened to his comlink. Oh. He turned to Hoken. I think you should see this for yourself, sir. Harati didn't strike him as an officer that would waste his time. They mounted the speeder and worked their way back up the road to another small, dilapidated hovel set among the trees. Hoken followed Harati into the farmhouse, where a couple of droids had illuminated the rooms with spot lamps. For some reason, he would never fathom the first aspect of the chaos that caught his eye. It was a souped tureen lying on its side on the filthy floor. It was only when he turned his head that he saw the bodies.
Ah,
Hoken said. Soldiers used blasters. In a pinch they would use knives or blunt objects, but he had never known anyone in uniform, not even this ragtag militia, who used teeth. The three adults were ripped and torn as if a large carnivore had attacked them. All had crush injuries to what was left of their throats. One woman had so little intact tissue in her neck that the head was bent over at almost 90 degrees. Hoken found himself staring. There are others outside in the shed, Harati said. Hoken had never considered himself easily disturbed, but this worried him. It was enacted by something he didn't recognize and couldn't comprehend beyond the scope of a sentient creature's simple revenge. It might have been coincidence, an animal attack on someone who happened to be an informer, but he couldn't think of any species on Quilura that could or would bring down humans. Harati studied the bodies. I didn't think killing civilians was the Republic style.
it's not,
Hoken said.
and commandos wouldn't waste their time on work that wouldn't aid their effort.
Well, whoever killed him wasn't motivated by robbery. Harati picked up a large metal bowl from their floor, dusted it with his glove, and set it on a shelf. This is probably our informer. I wouldn't count on much assistance from now on. Word will get around fast.
You're certain there are no blaster wounds?
It might have been a simple perdition. He knew in his gut that it wasn't. But what had done this? None, Harati said. Hoken didn't like it at all. He beckoned Harati to follow him, and walked out briskly to summon two droids.
I want a ring around Imbrani. Pull all the droids back. I'd rather lose Teklet than risk Uthan's project.
We could arrange for Dr. Uthan to be evacuated.
Moving her and their entourage is going to be slow and conspicuous. We're better off defending a position than moving. I want half the droids blatantly visible at the facility, and the other half around the villa, but discreetly. Understand?
There was a rattle of metal in the distance, and Hoken spun around to see droids swarming toward the riverbank.
Have they found anything?
Harati pressed his hand to his head, listening to the comlink. 2 enemies sighted, 5 clicks west of here, sir. The droids have engaged them.
That's more like it,
Hoken said.
I'd like at least one alive. Preferably both, if the girl's a Jedi.
He swung onto the speeder bike, and motioned Harati to sit up front and drive. The speeder zipped down the track, heading west as Harati confirmed coordinates with the droid patrol. Hoken hoped the droids could manage an instruction like take them alive. He needed real troops for this. Actual soldiers who could get into awkward places and see subtle things. He now had just 30 organic officers remaining, and slightly under 100 droids. Ideal for a small set-piece battle, but next to useless when countering a commando force spread over terrain with plenty of cover. They'd definitely have to come to him, just this once. Though, he'd humor them and join the pursuit.
Chapter 11. Owing to shortages, we regret to inform you that we have been forced to increase the price of the new season's bark. Shortages are due to local difficulties at source. We will of course be giving preference to our most favored regular customers.
Trade Federation notice to wholesalers. Dharma had to take down quite a few tinnies on Geonosis, and one thing he learned was that they were built for conventional infantry combat on nice flat ground. They weren't so clever on treacherous terrain, or without an organic officer calling the shots. He could see a group of trees 100 meters away that appeared to be skylined against nothing, and he hoped that meant there might be an escarpment on the other side.
Down there.
He yelled to Attain, pointing.
Come on, and get ready to jump.
He'd almost forgotten the pain in his shoulder. He clutched his rifle tight to his chest and sprinted for the tree line. It took him 10 seconds. The land sloped away below, all thorn bushes and muddy soil right down to the river, broken only by a natural back-sloping terrace that formed a small gully. When he looked back, Atane was right behind him, and he wasn't expecting her.
Keep going.
She panted.
Don't keep looking back.
The blaster fire of the advancing droids was hitting branches far too close for comfort. When they got to the edge, he simply shoved her. She tried to right herself for a second before falling and rolling down the slope. He launched himself and rolled after her. Darman had the protection of Katarn armor, but she didn't. When they came to a halt at the bottom of the gully, Atane was minus her outer cloak and plus a lot of scrapes, but she still had 2 sections of the E-Web cannon strapped to her share of the pack. She was clinging to them with grim determination.
Next time, let me jump, will you?
She hissed.
I'm not completely helpless.
Sorry.
He checked his grenades.
I'm going to run short of ammo soon. I'm going to have to sacrifice some demolition ordnance.
Tell me what you're planning.
Bringing down the slope with them on it.
He paid out the line of micromines and scrambled a few meters back to string them horizontally between the trees.
Can you dig out some of the board bangs from that pack, please? Boar should do it.
What are they?
The long red sticks. Custom ordnance.
He heard her gasping her way up the slope behind him. When he turned his head, she was gripping a bush with one hand and holding out the tubes of explosive in the other. Her fingers were covered in blood. He felt suddenly guilty, but he'd have to worry about that later.
Thanks, man.
He said, automatically. He balanced precariously, feeling the strain in his calves, and scrambled from bush to bush. He held each board bang perpendicular to the slope and twisted the end cap. The cylinder whirred and burrowed deep into the ground. He spaced them at 5-meter intervals. The chinking noise of droids on the move was getting closer, carrying on the still, damp air.
Run!
Darman hissed. Adrenaline was a wonderful thing to see in action. Tane grabbed her pack and bolted along the gully. Darman followed. 50 meters? 100? 200? He paused to look back and saw one thin metal faceplate peer over the edge.
Down!
He yelled and squeezed the dead air in his palm. A chunk of Quilora flew apart at approximately 8,000 meters a second. Darman heard it and regretted not seeing it, but his head was shielded by his crossed arms, and he was face down in the dirt. It was pure instinct. He should have told Atane to cover her ears, although it wouldn't have helped her much. He should have made her run a lot sooner. He should have done a lot of things, like ignoring Jannard, and instead stayed on to the mission. He had it. He'd deal with it. The noise of the blast overloaded his helmet for a few moments. There was a crackling silence. Then sound rushed back in again, and he could feel the clods of soil plopping against his back, like heavy rain. When he got to his knees and turned around, there was a brand new landscape to be seen. Trees jutted out from a sharp cliff of packed mud at bizarre angles. Some had intact branches, and others were snapped off and splintered. A single metallic leg protruded from the debris. Dirt was crumbling away from the face of the cliff like wet permacrete, and one tree was sliding slowly downward. Dharma looked around for Atane. She was a few meters ahead, kneeling back on her heels, with her hand to one ear. When he drew closer, he could see a thin trickle of blood running down the side of her face.
Okay?
He asked. Atane stared at his mouth.
I can't hear you,
she said. She nursed her left ear, face contorted with pain.
You've blown an eardrum. Take it easy.
Stupid. She couldn't hear, and she couldn't see his lips with his helmet on. It was reflex reassurance. He was about to look for his Bacta spray. When she looked past him and pointed frantically, he turned. The droid was peering over the edge of the crater. It didn't appear to have seen them. Darman didn't know how many more there might be. He debated whether to deploy a remote, then wondered what he would do if it showed him 100 more tennies coming. He wasn't sure where else to run. He estimated that he could hold them off for about an hour, and then they'd be out of everything, except his vibroblade and Atane's lightsaber. Then he heard a shout. Droids, report!
Darwin flattened himself into the side of the slope beside Attain. He could hear the voices, even as she couldn't. She stared up at the cliff and squeezed her eyes shut. For a moment, Darwin thought it was plain terror, and he wouldn't have blamed her. He'd blown away half a hillside and still hadn't stopped the droids. He was starting to feel a gnawing emptiness in his gut as well. He concentrated on the voices, trying to guess numbers. 2 humans, 2 men. They've booby-trapped. Can you see anything? There's nothing else down there. Darwin held his breath. No, they're gone. Must have speeders. Droids, form up and return. The metal face pulled back, and the clinking gate faded on the air, along with the whir of a speeder engine. Then there was silence, broken only by the occasional creak of a splintered tree being pulled slowly apart on its journey down the shattered slope. Darwin glanced at Attain. Her eyes were still shut, and she was breathing hard.
I didn't think I could do that,
she said.
Do what?
She stared at him. He took off his helmet so she could see his mouth. Do what? Darwin mouthed, exaggerating the syllables, her gaze fixed on his lips.
Influence them. Both of them.
Was that some sort of Jedi thought trick? She looked baffled. She obviously wasn't used to lip reading.
It's sort of a Jedi thought trick.
Darwin stifled an urge to laugh. It wasn't funny at all. She'd achieved something he found almost magical. At that point in the crisis, it was the best military option, better than letting loose with all the ordnance at his disposal, and something even Cal Skirata couldn't do. They were alive. They could move on. Nice job, Commander, he said. Very nicely done. He touched his glove to his forehead and grinned. Let's get ourselves sorted, eh? Darwin took out his med pack and removed 2 sharps of painkiller and the Bacta spray. He fixed his own shoulder first, jabbing the needle hard into the blue vein in the crook of his elbow so that the drug dispersed faster. But it still made his eyes water when he sprayed the blaster burn. Attain watched with grim resignation and swallowed visibly. Come on, Attain, Darwin said. Hold still. He aimed the spray like a pistol into her left ear. Darwin had no idea that Jedi could curse fluently in Huttese, but he was learning more about them every minute. A lot more. The excavation droid rattled down the road, managing to find every pothole and rut between Imbrani and the screening plant. Niner bounced each time too, buried in the scope under a layer of loose rubble, with enough explosives to level everything within half a kilometer. He was anxious. The detonators were disabled. He kept checking that. Now that night had fallen, and the rain stopped, he could ease himself into a position where he could see ahead. Blue navigation lights picked out the droid's front fender, and an amber hazard light whirled on its canopy, illuminating the trees on either side of the track. It was a lumbering thing that wouldn't get out of anyone's way. Behind it, a convoy of identical droids followed. They were an intimidating procession. Even the column of tinnies marching toward Niner moved to one side of the road. He picked them out in his night vision visor. Although the sound alone identified them, clink, rasp, clink, rasp. It was the knee joints. Nothing but battle droids marched that regular. Not even clone troopers. There were no voices, not even the occasional command to form single file, or shut it back there. It was all ground mechanical purpose. Niner closed his fingers around the grips of the DC-17. He really didn't want to engage them. It was going to be hard enough to direct the excavator to the target and get away in one piece without pausing for skirmishes along the route.
Walk on, will you? Just walk on.
He didn't want to touch the manufacturer's assurance that a few blaster bolts wouldn't set off the charger. He was sprawled on top of them. Proximity made you skeptical. There were 50 battle droids in the column heading for Imbrani. If he managed to knock out the ground station, that would be the first message he sent on his long-range comlink. The chunk, chunk, chunk of their feet drew level with him, and he froze. Chunk, 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 chunk. It began to fade behind him. He breathed again. Once the excavator droid was coaxed past its logical destination of the screening plant, it would be that much more conspicuous. At least the tinnies looked busy. The worst part was having a pretty good idea about what orders they had been given. Just 10 clicks. He was minutes away from the point where the droid would attempt to deliver his load. At that moment, he diverted toward Teklet itself, through the center of the town, and into the ground station compound. At least the aerial wreck appeared to have been right about that. Teklet was a sprawl of storage silos and shipping facilities for getting produce off the planet, and not much else. The worst that the Trade Federation had ever anticipated dealing with was a band of angry farmers. It was going to make his job a good deal easier. Just ahead, the droid's flashing light bounced off a sign pointing left. All contractor traffic, no entry via main gate. The excavator knew its way and began slowing for the turn. Niner took Aden's jury-rigged cables and unplugged one strand.
Go on, go.
The droid was almost at the turn. It was moving at around 25 clicks now, threatening to veer off. But it carried on, past the sign, past the slip road, and toward Teklet.
That's my boy,
Niner said. The sweat prickled between his shoulder blades, despite his suit's environmental controls.
Couldn't speed up a bit, could you?
Maybe that was asking for trouble. When he eased his head clear of the layer of rubble and peered around the side of the scoop, he could see a procession of droids strung out behind him along the curve of the road, neatly lined astern like battle cruisers, each flashing an orange hazard light with its outline picked out in blue. It was actually pretty, all things considered. Then the nearest droid slowed and peeled off down the slip road, the light show behind Niner fading, then disappearing altogether. He was on his own. He settled back under the rubble with his head tilted, so that he could see ahead through a channel in the debris. Teklet had little in the way of street lighting, and there were a few people about. As architecture went, this wasn't tasteful, elegant Tipaka. It was a service depot, and it looked like one. A couple of Trandoshans were sitting under an awning outside a hut, blasters across their laps. They stared at the droid with vague curiosity, but it didn't appear to move. Niner was almost past the ribbon of huts when the thought struck him that a 500-meter blast zone would take out a lot of Teklet, and people with it. Not all of them were separatists. Once you make that your concern, they'll always have a weapon to use against you. Skirata said they had to get used to it. Achieving your objective sometimes had a high price. A bonded cargo transporter with red security straps sealing its containers crossed in front of him. The droid missed it by 2 seconds. If the driver was cutting it that close, then they hadn't taken much notice of the machine. So far, so good, and getting better. As the droid pressed on, Niner was checking his escape route. It was a good 200-meter sprint to the nearest cover from any part of the road. It was going to be tight. He had to get the droid to halt right along the ground station. If it kept going, the blast would be centered elsewhere. He could set the dets now, slide out of the scoop, and run for it, but that meant observing the droid up to the last second, and that meant he'd probably be too close when it blew. But he was committed now. The ground station had to go. It would put a serious dent in the Separatist defenses for a few critical days, maybe even weeks, and that was an edge they needed. Working some rubble aside with his finger, Niner could see the lights of the compound. He flicked the night vision, and the green image showed him flimsy mesh fencing and a waist-high retaining wall. The excavator would roll right over it on its path to the building itself. They'd know he was there all right. He left the dets until last. The charges were linked by cord and series, just waiting for the final connection to the 3 detonators. That, in theory, Niner could trigger remotely. He clamped the cords together and shoved them into the aperture of the det housing, snapping them shut. The explosives were now live. He wasn't just sitting on a bomb. He was sitting in one. The charges, dispersed among the rubble, were up to his neck. He began to ease his legs clear, ready to jump. If he didn't walk away from this, then that was the way it had to be. For a moment, Niner felt a cold spasm in his gut that he recognized from a dozen all-too-real exercises. He was probably going to get killed. He was possibly going to get killed. If anyone thought intensive training wiped out the fear of dying, they were wrong. He was as afraid as he was when live rounds had flown past him for the first time. It never went away. He just learned to live with it. and tried to learn well enough that he could use it to work for him and get him out of trouble faster. Niner fumbled with the cabling. He steered the droid in a gentle arc so that it was square on to the fence. It wasn't the best course he'd ever steered, but with a 500-meter blast zone, it was going to be good enough. He ducked. The wire mesh loomed in his face at the edge of the scoop, then strained and vibrated, tearing up posts with it as the droid pushed through, oblivious. It was nearly at the wall. The building was 5 meters high, flat roof, no windows. They didn't seem to like windows here. He heard a single shout, something like "Chubba," and he had to agree. This was going to fire fix someone's watch with a lot of reports. Niner yanked the cables apart and cut the droid's power. He had a sudden vision of finding himself buried in collapsing masonry and unable to move, and a combination of animal panic and a lifetime of training propelled him out of the rubble and over the edge of the scoop. He fell flat from 2 meters and struggled to right himself. Then there was shouting and 50-kilo Packer not. He executed the fastest bug out of his career. Deece in one hand and the remote deck controller in the other. There was one way out, and that was through the gap he smashed in the fence. It wasn't covert. A human in an overall was standing open-mouthed in his path, and Niner knocked him flat on his back as he ran full tilt for the hole in the mesh. He had about a minute to put distance between himself and the ground station before he blew the charges. At 20 clicks an hour, that meant he'd be about...
Fire effect, just do it.
Niner was past the first line of trees and into long grass when he dropped, and pressed the remote dead in both hands. Teglet was a sudden ball of light. Then the roar of air and the shock of waves shook him. He crouched as debris rained down on him, hoping, really hoping, that Katarn armor was all that it was cracked up to be. Des Hogan was the first to admit that it was taking a lot less to get him irritated lately. He'd waited long enough. He tapped the comlink console impatiently.
I asked to be out to CO Syscom 10 minutes ago, I could.
I realize that, Major. He'll be with you as soon as he's free.
Enemy forces have infiltrated, and I need to speak to your commanding officer. Do you understand what we have on Quilora? Could you possibly shift your Cutlass shivs long enough to find out why this is so vital to the war?
Sir, we have Republic troops infiltrating more places than I care to name right now, so... The screen flickered and broke up in noise. Hogan switched to another channel and got the same crackling, shimmering display. It was the same for every channel he tried. His first thought was that someone had disabled his receiver. They were closer than he thought, and a lot more daring. He put on his helmet and edged cautiously down the passage to the exterior door, his Verpine shattergun in one hand and a hunting viper blade in the other. The droid sentry stepped aside to let him pass. On the roof, the comm relay was intact. Hogan took out his personal comlink and called Haradi. All Hogan could hear was a chatter of static. It struck him that the Republic troops might well have done what he would have, faced with the same target.
Droids, can you make contact with your fellows?
Affirmative, sir.
The droids had their own comlink system. They could communicate instantly on any battlefield. What they didn't need was the main relay at Teglet in order to do it.
Can you contact Lieutenant Haradi?
The droid paused for a few moments.
I have him, sir.
Ask him if he has any news of Teglet.
Pause. A much longer pause.
Large explosion seen in the direction of Teglet, sir.
It's what I do if I was preparing an assault, Hogan thought. I'd render my enemies blind and deaf. There was nothing he could do on the ground to deal with an invasion, if one was coming. There was a Republic assault ship in Quilora space, and that didn't bode well. He had two options for his immediate task. He could defend Uthan's project, the technical knowledge invested in her and her staff, and the nanovirus itself, or, if he was overrun, he could prevent it falling into enemy hands, to be studied and neutralized. It was a big planet. If he had to run, they'd have to find him. In the meantime, he'd sit tight and wait for them to come.
Tell Haradi I want every functioning droid back here now,
Hogan said.
We're digging in.
Chapter 12. Coruscant Command to Republic Assault Ship Majestic, Quilora Sector.
Cruiser Vengeance will RV with you at 0400. You have clearance to intercept any vessel leaving Quilora space, prevent landing by non-Republic vessels, and engage any vessel failing to comply. Have biohazard containment standing by.
Niner struggled to his feet and stared back at the ground station. It wasn't there anymore. Neither were the few small huts scattered along the approach road. There was billowing smoke and fires burning, including one that looked as if it were a blowtorch. Another explosion made him shield his head, and more debris peppered his armor. Apart from that, the area was silent. He set off through the trees again, feeling as if he had been picked up and shaken hard by someone really angry. A small pack of Gidans began chasing him, snapping on his leg armor. But they caught on fast that he was going to be impossible to eat, and fell back. He opened his long-range comm link, for the first time in days.
Niner here. Anyone receiving?
He could hear his own breath rasping as he ran. He was down to a stumbling jog now, and feeling the reality of his exhaustion. He'd take a stem or two later. He had to.
Sarge? By here. Target acquired then. Wow, P for plenty. You sound busy. On my way to the RV. You're running? You bet. Sit rep. Had to dump the droid and cache a lot of stuff. But the Weequay can carry a surprising amount if you ask him nicely. ETA, an hour or so. Call Darwin, in case Jannar hasn't caught up with him yet. Copy that. ETA? Depends. Looking for transport right now. You sure about that? You can do fast, or you can do covert. Right now, fast looks good to me. Out.
Niner kept close enough to the road to hear bugles. He needed a speeder. The mangled chassis of a personal transport of some kind was upended at the side of the road, testimony to the force of the blast. Eventually, someone would show up to take a look at the damage. Then he'd have his chance. After a few minutes, Niner was starting to see intact buildings through the trees. He was nearing the farthest edge of the blast zone. Farther ahead, he could see lights coming toward him, and his visor told him they were approaching fast. He dropped down into the cover of the grass. As they got nearer, he could pick out one land speeder and a speeder bike. Niner couldn't face walking back into the blast zone to take one. He'd have to stop them here, and he'd have to stop them with minimum damage, or else he'd still be hiking back to the RV point. He aimed his rifle on sniper setting, and waited until the land speeder was within 300 meters. It didn't surprise him that it wasn't an emergency vehicle. He could see the driver clearly. A Trandoshan. They didn't have a record in humanitarian public service. He was probably rushing to see if the slave traffic had been affected by the blast. The speeder was carrying a Trandoshan as well. Niner squeezed gently, and the bolt shattered the land speeder's screen. The vehicle veered right off the road, spraying mud and gravel in the air, and the speeder bike swung left and pulled up dead. For a moment, the rider hesitated, instinctively looking around in the dark, as if unsure what had happened. But then he appeared to work it out, just as Niner's second bolt caught him full in the chest. The speeder bike hung motionless a meter above the ground. There was a lot to be said for night vision visors. Niner ran from cover and swung onto the speeder, catching his pack on the back of the seat. He savored the moment, taking the weight off his feet, ranked near the top of the list of primal human needs. Along with a long drink of ice-cold water, the relief was wonderful. A good night's sleep and a decent hot meal would have rounded it off perfectly. The sooner he got back to his squad and finished the job in hand, the sooner he'd be able to indulge. He steered the speeder into the woods and headed south with newly uplifted spirit. Pinpricks of light formed a small constellation ahead of Attain. They might have been a kilometer away, or they might have been within arm's reach. She couldn't tell by sight alone. But she could certainly smell their breath. It was a cloying, sickly scent of raw meat. She swiped her lightsaber across the entrance to the shelter, and the Gidans scattered. She had tried using the Force to persuade them to bother someone else, but it only succeeded in making them more curious, although they had stopped trying to take bites out of her. How do you do it, Jannar? How do you keep them at bay? She sat huddled under the covering Darman had constructed, and listened to the water working its way down through the leaves. The rain had stopped, but the runoff was still trickling through and plopping on the sheet of plastoid above her head. She could hear again, at least in one ear. She could also see very clearly. What she saw was the face of the Umbaran she had almost decapitated with her lightsaber. What she saw was the face of the Umbaran she'd almost decapitated with her lightsaber. Panic and fear had pushed the event from her mind, but now that she was quiet and tired, it flooded back and wouldn't go away. Attain tried to meditate for the first time in days, shutting out the irritating drip of water on her head. Darman prowled around outside, silent and unnerving. She could feel him ebbing and flowing, anxious, even a little scared, but focused and devoid of violence or inner conflict. She wanted to ask him how he achieved that balance. They had both been raised in complete isolation from the everyday world, with their own set of values and disciplines, not because they had been chosen to be different, but because they had been born that way. Their calling was random, genetic, unfair. He'd obviously succeeded brilliantly. She had failed in equal measure. She let the sensation of his clarity wash over her. It was almost soothing. Then it was suddenly gone, and a wave of pure exhilaration hit her like a body blow. Darman thrust his head through the entrance to the shelter.
They're coming,
He said.
My squad's on its way.
He paused, as if he was listening to something, his glove held against the side of his helmet. It was odd to watch someone so obviously delighted without having the slightest idea of his facial expression.
An hour or so. Niner's taking out the comm station on Teglet. Vi and Adden have acquired a bit more gear that'll come in handy. Plus, a prisoner.
He paused again. His head was moving, as if he was talking. He appeared to be able to switch back and forth between being audible and inaudible to her, as if his helmet was a separate environment into which he could retreat at will.
A Weequay, of all things. Oh well, they got their reasons.
He was utterly still for a few moments before nodding vigorously. He eased off his helmet, and his face was one broad grin, aimed at nothing in particular.
They're all right, I take it.
Attain said.
They're fine.
I'm glad. You're brothers, right?
No, not really.
All right. You are clones.
They're not my original squad.
Darman said. His expression was still all delight and good humor.
My brothers were all killed at the Battle of Geonosis, and so were theirs. We didn't even know each other before this mission, but 3 of us had the same training sergeant, so I suppose we feel like family. Except Adden, of course.
It was an extraordinary statement. Darman showed not the slightest sign of being wounded by his recent loss. Attain knew little of biological families, but she knew that losing Master Foyer would still hurt badly in 3 months' time. And even in 3 years, perhaps they'd bred grief out of clones too.
You don't miss your brothers then?
Darman's grin slowly relaxed.
Of course I do, he said quietly. Every day.
You seem to be taking it calmly.
We know we're likely to get killed. If we dwell on that, we won't be any use to anyone. You just get on with it. That's what our training sergeant used to. We're all going to die sometime, so you might as well die pushing the odds, for something that matters.
Attain wanted to ask him what mattered to him about the Republic's cause. She was almost afraid to, but she needed to know.
What do you think you're fighting for, Darman?
He looked blank for a moment.
Peace, ma'am.
Okay. What do you think you're fighting against?
Anarchy and injustice.
It was a rote response, but he paused as if considering it for the first time.
Even if people aren't grateful.
That sounds like your training sergeant, too.
He wasn't wrong, though, was he?
Attain thought of the locals who had betrayed them to Hogan's men. Yes, she'd learned a lot about the reality of conflict in the last few weeks, but it still wasn't enough.
It's getting light,
Darman said. He sat down cross-legged in the hide, armor plates clacking against something.
You look cold. Need any more painkillers?
Attain had achieved a consistent level of dampness and pain that she could live with. She was too tired to think of doing anything else, She'd even stopped noticing the persistent odor of wet Merle wool.
I'm okay.
If we light a fire, we'll be a magnet for half the Separatist army.
He rummaged in his belt and held out a ration cube to her, still that incongruous amalgam of fresh naivety. An utterly clinical killer. She shook her head, pulled out a bag.
Dried Kavara?
She realized from the way he had put the fruit carefully in his belt and not in his pack that he prized it. He lived on rations, with all the taste appeal of rancid mott-hide. The sacrifice was rather touching. She'd have plenty of time to gorge herself on the galaxy's varied foods, provided she got off Quilura alive. But Darman wouldn't. She managed to smile and waved it away.
No, up. That's an order.
He didn't need encouraging. He chewed with his eyes closed, and she felt desperately sorry for him, yet a little envious of his delight in ordinary things.
I know a good way to warm up,
he said, and opened his eyes. Etain bristled. Maybe he wasn't as naive as he seemed.
You do?
if you're feeling up to it.
Up to what?
Darwin made a wait-and-see gesture with one raised finger and got up to go outside. No, Etain thought. He wouldn't have meant that at all. She was suddenly embarrassed that she'd even imagined he might. She stared at the backs of her hands, suddenly appalled at their abrasions and broken nails and general ugliness. A roughly trimmed pole was thrust into the shelter. She jumped. She didn't need any more surprises.
If that's supposed to be funny, Darman, I'm not laughing.
Come on, Commander.
He peered down the length of the pole.
Lightsaber drill. Let's do it now, before you have to do it for real.
I just want to rest.
I know.
He squatted down and stared at her.
I don't know much about swords either, but I'm trained in hand-to-hand combat.
He didn't move. His persistence annoyed her. Actually, it suddenly angered her. She had enough. She was exhausted, and she wanted to sit numbly and do absolutely nothing. She jumped to her feet, snatched the pole, and ran at him. He sidestepped her, but only just.
Relatively safe way to perfect your lightsaber skills,
Darman said.
Relatively?
She held the pole two-handed, furious.
Relatively,
Darman said, and brought his own mock lightsaber around sharply on her shin.
Ow! You?
Come on, do your worst.
Darman leapt back out of range of a savage and uncontrolled lunge.
That's it. Come at me.
That was the point at which she always stumbled. The fine line between giving maximum effort and being blinded by angry violence. You have to mean it. It's not a game anymore. She came at him with a two-handed sweep, from right to left, cracking hard against his weapon and feeling the impact in her wrist and elbow, forcing Darman onto his back foot. 3 more rapid sweeps, right, left, and then one immediately downwards. Unexpected, hitting him so hard between neck and shoulder that if the pole had been a real lightsaber, she would have sliced him in half. She heard the sickening thwack. It was the first time she'd seen him in pain. It was a split second of grimace, no more, but she was instantly appalled at herself.
Sorry,
she said, but he came straight back at her and sent the stick flying from her hand.
You have to press home your advantage,
Darman said, rubbing his neck.
I've never used an energy blade, and I don't have the force to call it, but I do know when to go all out.
I know,
Etain said, inspecting her shin and catching her breath.
Did I do any damage?
Nothing serious. Good move.
I don't want to let you down when you need me most.
You've done fine so far, Commander.
How can you do all this, Darman?
Do what? Fight?
Kill and remain detached.
Training, I suppose. And whatever was in Jango Fett that made him detached.
Were you ever afraid in training?
Almost always.
Did you ever get hurt?
All the time. Others died. It's how you learn. Getting hurt teaches you to shoot instinctively. That's why our instructors began training us with simunition that would hurt us without causing permanent damage. Then we moved on to live rounds.
How old were you then?
4, perhaps 5.
She hadn't known that. It made her shudder. She couldn't recall any Jedi dying in training. It was another world. She picked up her pole and made a few slow passes with it, her gaze fixed on its tip.
I find this accelerated growth difficult to comprehend.
It's a Camino and industrial secret.
I mean that it's hard for me to reconcile what you appear to be and what you can do. With someone who's had less experience of the profane world than even a Padawan.
Sergeant Scarata told us we perplexed him.
You talk about him a lot.
He trained my squad, and also Niners and Fives. That might be why they put us together for this mission when our brothers were killed. But Tane felt ashamed. There was no self-pity in him whatsoever.
What will they do with you in 30 years, when you're too old to fight?
I'll be dead long before then.
That's rather fatalistic.
I mean that we'll always age faster than you. We've been told decline for clones is mercifully swift. Slow soldiers get killed. I can't think of a better time to die than when I'm no longer the best.
Attain really didn't want to hear anything more about death right then. Death was happening all too easily and frequently, as if it didn't matter and had no consequences. She could feel the forest being distorted around her. Not the regular rhythm of life as it was meant to be, but the chaos of destruction. She felt she could neither accept it nor influence it.
We're supposed to be peacekeepers,
she said wearily.
This is ugly.
But war always is. Calling it peacekeeping doesn't change anything.
It's different,
Attain said. Darwin pursed his lips, looking slyly past her, as if rehearsing something difficult in his mind.
Sergeant Scarata said that civvies didn't have a clue, and that it was all right for them to have lofty ideals about peace and freedom, as long as they weren't the ones being shot at. He said nothing focuses your mind better than someone trying to kill you.
That stung. Attain wondered if the comment were just an unguarded recollection, or a subtle rebuke of her principles. Darman appeared equally capable of either. She still hadn't come to terms with his duality: killer and innocent, soldier and child, educated intelligence and grim humor. Undistracted by a normal life, he seemed to have spent more time in contemplation than even she had. She wondered how much the intense experience of the outside world would change him. She'd killed just one fellow living being. It had certainly changed her.
Come on, he said. Sun's coming up. Might dry out your clothes.
It was definitely autumn. A mist had blanketed the countryside like a sea. A puddle had formed and the sheeting stretched over the top of the shelter, and Darman went to scoop it out, but stopped.
What are these things?
He asked.
I saw them on the river too.
Ruby and sapphire-colored insects were dancing above the surface of the puddle.
Daywings,
Attain said.
I've never seen colors like it.
They hatch and take flight for a day, and they die by the evening,
she said.
A brief and glorious...
Her voice trailed off. She was appalled at her own insensitivity. She began assembling an apology, but Darman didn't appear to need one.
They're amazing,
he said, completely absorbed by the spectacle.
They certainly are,
she said, and watched them. Lick and Kit's villa had been splendid. It was still splendid, in its unnecessary way, but the polished Kuvara floors, with their intricately inlaid flower motif borders, were now scuffed and gouged by the metal feet of droids. And Kit hovered in the doorway, while these 4 droids screwed alloy sheets across the window frames, shutting out the sunrise. Gezhokin watched the progress of the conversion from mansion to fortress.
You'll split the wood,
Ankit hissed.
Careful. Do you know how long it took to have those panels carved?
Hokin shrugged.
I'm not a carpenter.
They were not made by carpenters. They were made by artists.
I don't care if Supreme Chancellor Palpatine carved them himself with a dinner fork. I need to secure this building.
You have a perfectly adequate purpose-built facility, not 3 kilometers from here. You could defend that.
And I have.
Why? Why ruin my home when Uthena is no longer here?
For a devious and treacherous little bean counter. And Kit, you show a surprising lack of tactical creativity.
Hoken walked over to the Neomodian and stood close to him. He would not be intimidated by the grocer's height. He didn't care if he had to crane his neck to look him in the eye. He was the bigger man.
I know she's no longer here. The enemy might believe she is. If I observe my enemy making lavish preparations to defend an installation, I might assume it was a bluff and investigate an alternative target. If I found that alternative target discreetly prepared against intruders, I would make an educated guess that it was the real objective and attack it.
The kid appeared unconvinced. He glared at Hoken with half-lidded red eyes, which was a rare show of courage for him.
And how will they spot this discreet reinforcement?
I've made sure that supplies have been seen arriving here, with an accompanying degree of security procedure. Movement by night, that sort of thing. Given the nobility of the local population, I'm sure someone will trade that information for some bauble or other. It always worked for me.
This reinforcement will not save my home from destruction.
You're right, kid. Wooden structures don't bear up well to cannons. That's why I moved Dr. Uthan back to the facility. If I have to, I can actually defend metal and stone more successfully.
So why did you move her here in the first place?
I'm surprised that you even have to ask. To keep everyone guessing, of course.
It had seemed like a sensible idea at the time. He hadn't known what he was dealing with. Now he was fairly sure that he was facing no more than 10 men. Had an army landed, he'd have known by now. Moving Uthan, not a task he could achieve in complete secrecy anyway, had helped thicken the fog of confusion. Hoken was leaving nothing to chance. He was laying a trail of clues that would lead the enemy commandos to one conclusion: that Uthan and the nanovirus were barricaded in Lick and Kid's villa. A droid dragged a heavy alloy joist through the salon, plowing a furrow in the golden floorboards, and Kent let out a muffled squeal of frustration. The droid's comrades lifted the joist and aligned it with a horizontal beam, knocking over a fine Naboo base and smashing it. Droids weren't programmed to say oops and sweep up the fragments. They simply crunched through them, oblivious. And Kit was shaking again. He screamed for his servant, a sullen-looking local boy, appeared with a brush and swept the debris into a pan.
Oh dear,
Hoken said. He didn't think it was the right time to mention that the labyrinth of wine cellars and secure vaults beneath the villa was now packed with explosives. He didn't know how to revive a Neomodian who had fainted, and he had no intention of learning. Lieutenant Haradi was waiting outside the front door. Even when not under scrutiny, Haradi stood with military composure. Hoken had never caught him sneaking a drink from a flask, or scratching himself. Haradi didn't straighten up when he saw Hoken, because he was already at attention.
Sir, Dr. Uthan is getting irritated about the disruption, the lieutenant said. I'll talk to her. How is our droid signal chain working out?
It's adequate, sir, but I would feel more secure if we had comm monitoring online.
My boy, there was a time when we had no listening stations, and we had to fight wars by observation and our own wits. It can be done. What have the droids spotted?
The incursions appear to be limited to Teklet in the area to the south, sir, and quite specific in nature. At least, we know why they attacked the quarry office. I have to say, I haven't encountered an excavator bomb before.
Haradi licked his lips nervously.
Sir, are you sure you don't want any patrols to search the Teklet road? I'd be happy to do it myself, sir. It's no trouble.
Hoken took it for the genuine concern it was, rather than a criticism.
No. We could be chasing G'dan trails all over the region. Our enemy is obviously good at diversionary tactics, and I'm not going to take any bait. I'll wait for them to take mine.
He patted Haradi's back.
If you're anxious to be busy, keep an eye on Ankit. I don't want him interfering. Restrain him by any means you consider necessary.
Haradi saluted.
Will do, sir. Also, Lieutenant Kuvan, I don't think he will make captain, as you said.
Hoken liked Haradi more every day.
Has his removal from the promotion list been noted by your fellow officers? It has, sir. Good. Well done.
Haradi was proving to be a loyal aide. He was eager to obey. Hoken decided he would have to watch him. He promoted him anyway. There was nothing to be gained by willfully ignoring excellence in another. Chapter 13. CO, Majestic to Republic Command, Coruscant.
On station and waiting contact from Omega Squad. All communications from Teklik ground station have ceased. Separatist vessel has approached and is standing off our port bow at 50 kilometers. Has not responded to signals, but is believed to be a Techno-Union armed transport. Will engage if vessel appears to be taking hostile action. Standing by. Turned out nice again, I said.
Somewhere ahead of the column.
You been on the stems?
Niner asked.
I'm just naturally cheerful. Well, I'm not. So where did you get it from?
Niner didn't like being tail on patrol. He walked backward, scanning the trees, wondering why he was this close to Imbrani, without a sign of enemy contact since Tekla. Jinnies couldn't climb trees. It was the wets he was worried about.
Want to swap?
I said.
I'm fine. Just say the word.
I was about 100 meters ahead, on point. Atten walked behind Goutonnet. Uwikwe was carrying a fair share of the ordnance and equipment they had to load on their backs since abandoning the excavator droid and a speeder bike.
Very quiet, all things considered.
Atten said.
Mind if I send up a remote? Might as well.
Niner said.
Patch visual through to all of us, will you?
We there yet?
Goutonnet asked.
Soon.
Niner hadn't found Uwikwe much use so far, except as a pack animal. All he seemed to know about Hogan's tactics was that they hurt bad.
Now, are you going to be cooperative, or am I going to have to return you to your boss?
You not do that? It cool it is.
He'll probably just give you a big kiss and tell you how much he missed you.
He's gonna come by.
I'm sure he will. Want to tell us more about the droids?
100.
Any SBDs?
What?
Super battle droids.
Niner indicated the bulky shape with his arms, held away from his sides, letting his rifle hang on his webbing.
Big ones.
No, I see none anyway.
I told you we should have slaughtered him, Vi said. Still, he carried a bit of gear. I suppose we ought to cut him some slack for that.
The metallic spear of the remote rose just above the level of the trees and shot off. Niner's field of vision was interrupted in one quadrant by an aerial view of the countryside. As the remote tracked along paths and swooped among branches, it was clear that nobody was about. A worrying thing in itself. Then it dived, and to show a familiar figure, stripped to the waist, bending over a makeshift basin of soapy water, fashioned from a section of plastoid sheet. The remote hovered above Darman as he reached for his rifle, not even raising his eyes.
Sarge, is that you?
Niner was staring into the business end of Darman's East. It was a sobering close-up.
We're about 10 minutes from the RV. Going anywhere nice?
The rifle disappeared from frame, and Darman, half-shaved, stared back. Knock first, will you?
I'm glad to see you, too. Where'd you get that wound? This one? Or this one? The burn.
A Trandoshan.
Ex-Trandoshan, actually. We've had a little more attention than we'd have liked. Commander's still in one piece. Well, this bruise is hers. I'm teaching her how to fight dirty. She's catching on. Get the kettle boiling, then. We're bringing a guest.
Darman's faintly impatient expression dwindled below the remote and was replaced by an open view over Imbrani. It wasn't so much a town as a scattering of farms, with a few knots of industrial-looking buildings dotted among them. Atten, send it higher, and a few more remote buildings were visible.
Take it in over the villa,
Niner said.
Open country, Sarge? Bit risky. I think we've lost the element of surprise. Okay. Long blends, though.
What you doing?
Goutonnet asked. To him, they were traveling in silence. He couldn't hear the conversations going on between helmet comrades. Niner switched channels with a couple of deliberate blinks.
Taking a look at the villa.
I know about villa.
We all know about the villa.
Niner would have welcomed a visit from Jannard. They hadn't seen the shapeshifter since yesterday. She could have been anywhere, of course, but she hadn't made herself visible. He hoped she hadn't run into problems. 5 minutes now. No time at all. They'd be a squad again. And they'd have a commander. They'd be at the RV. And then they could rest up, eat, have a wash, and generally clear their heads. It began to feel like good news. It was just a matter of taking Uthan and the nanovirus, then getting out in one piece. Etain had almost grown used to thinking of Darmin's armored anonymity as a friendly face. Then 3 more exactly like him emerged from the trees and disturbed that fragile equilibrium. And then they took their helmets off. It was rude, she knew, but all she could do was stare, and she found herself slowly putting her hand to her mouth in an attempt to disguise her shock.
Yes, sorry about the Weequay, Commander,
one of them said. He had Darmin's voice and Darmin's face.
He's a bit right. I know. We'll have him clean himself up.
They were utterly identical, except for one with a terrible scar across his face. The other 2 seemed like different moods of the same men, one serious, one pleasantly calm and unconcerned. They were all staring at her.
I can't tell you apart.
She said.
I'm CC.
No, you have proper names. I know you have names.
It's not policy, Commander.
Darmin lowered his eyes.
It's a private thing. Everyone calls me Phi.
said the calm one, clearly not bothered by policy.
And this is Ad. Niner.
The serious one said, and saluted. Etain couldn't sense a great deal from either of them. But the scarred, Ad, exuded a sense of loss that was almost solid. She could feel its weight. She tried to concentrate on the Weequay. He didn't need to tap into the Force to tell that he was terrified. He was bent over as if about to drop to his knees, staring up at her. Weequay didn't all look the same. She knew this one. He had chased her across a bark field. He was a rapist and a murderer. Not that the description set him apart from any other of Hogan's thugs. She reached for her lightsaber.
Whoa,
Darmin said.
Girly?
Utinay said.
I'll give you girly,
She said, but Darmin caught her arm, and she was instantly ashamed of her reaction. Again, it was anger. It was what stood between her and making sense of her calling. She had to get the better of it. If Darmin could exercise force without venom, then so could she.
What's he here for?
She asked, thumbing off the blade.
Thought he might have useful information,
Niner said. Etain was desperate to be useful. She felt as if she were only capable of performing conjuring tricks. Enough skills to distract, but not enough to be a functioning soldier. She also wanted Darmin to stop treating her as if she was merely in need of a little more instruction. She wanted him to tell her how much he despised all that potential power wasted on a girl with no discipline or focus. He wasn't stupid. He had to be thinking.
What do we need to know, Niner?
How Hogan thinks, Commander.
Give me some time with him.
Utinay straightened up and took one step back, shaking his head. He was expecting Hogan-style treatment. I chuckled.
Utinay thinks you're going to cut off his, braids, ma'am.
Braids? She forgot. She pulled a section of hair free of her collar, plaited it as fast as she could, and fumbled in her pocket for a piece of cord to fasten it. This is what you are. Live up to it, if only to justify Darmin's faith in you.
We're going to have a little chat,
she said. She let her braid fall back inside her collar.
Sit down, Utinay.
It wasn't easy for him to settle down on the ground with his hands still tied, but Etain wasn't taking any chances. He knelt and then fell sideways in an undignified sprawl. She hauled him into a sitting position, and they sat outside the shelter in silence. She wanted him to calm down before she attempted to influence him. A sudden clack of armor made her glance over her shoulder, and she was astonished to see Atten giving Darmin an awkward hug, slapping him on the back. She caught Darmin's eye. He looked bewildered. Whatever had given Atten his huge emotional burden had been slightly relieved by finding Darmin well. Then the 2 men parted as if nothing in particular had happened. Etain turned back to Utinay. suddenly very aware that for all their calm manner and unnatural appearance, these soldiers were every bit as painfully human as she was, bred to fight. A new doubt was growing in her. She shook it off and turned to Gutine, who wouldn't meet her eyes.
You're not afraid.
She said quietly, and visualized the gentle trickle of water from the fountain of her clan home on Coruscant.
You're relaxed, and you want to talk about Gez Hogan.
He certainly did.
Haven't seen Janard, Darman said. Not since yesterday.
Niner cleaned his armor. It didn't matter how visible they were now, and he hated his scruffy rig. Darman had stripped down his D's and was wiping the ignition chamber more than it needed it. Fly wandered around the temporary camp, cradling his rifle, keeping watch.
Well, whether she's here or not, I think we're going sooner rather than later. Villa or the facility? Latest intel we have from Janard indicates the villa, but I find it hard to walk away from a place I can defend too. That villa's nothing but firewood.
He put down the shoulder plate he was cleaning.
Show me that plan again.
Darman clipped the DC-17 back together and reached into his belt with a holochart sphere.
She did okay to get this. Our commander, Janard, seemed dismissive of her. Come on, Niner. She's a Jedi. She's an officer. Well, what do you think?
Darman rubbed the bridge of his nose.
She's got a lot of fight in her. And she's not exactly Scarada, but she's learning fast. And you should see the Jedi stuff she can do. There's more to it than just the fighting skills.
Niner occasionally had his doubts about non-clone officers. They all did. They never admitted it publicly, but Scarada had warned them, quietly, privately, that outside officers sometimes needed help. And while you always obeyed orders, you needed to be able to make helpful interpretations if the officer was less than specific. Officers could unintentionally get you killed.
Nobody's Scarada,
Niner said. He was watching the commander scream. Whatever she had done to Gutine had transformed him into a true conversationalist. She was actually looking bored, as if she'd been cornered by someone who really wanted to explain every engineering detail of a repeating blaster.
You have to admit, that's quite a skill, Darman said.
Niner tried not to think about it. It made him uneasy, not knowing how many of his actions were his own choice. He didn't like the other conflicts she created in him either. He had never been this close to a human female before, and he was relieved that she was immaculate, unkempt, and generally less appealing. The proximity still made him feel edgy, though, and from the way Darman was looking at her, it seemed they shared the realization. They both watched Gutine unburdening himself to the commander until she seemed tired of him, and got up from her cross-legged position. She walked over and looked at both of them uncertainly.
I'm sorry, Darman.
She said to Niner. Then she gave an embarrassed shrug.
Sorry. Of course, you're Niner. I got a little detail out of him, but he isn't the analytical type. I'm afraid. I can tell you that Hogan carries a Verpine Shattergun and a custom KYD-21 blaster. He's got a lot of Trandoshan equipment, and as far as any of the militia knew, there were no more than 100 battle droids at the garrison. Hoka is also apparently something of a game player. He likes to bluff and double bluff.
Niner considered the information.
That's useful, Commander. Thank you.
I was going to see if I could summon Janard. She could probably see what's happening down there at the villa.
Can you do that?
I can sense her when she wants me to. I'll see if she can sense me.
She stared down at her boots.
And please, don't call me Commander. I hadn't earned the rank. Until I do, if I ever do, I am attained. Garmy knows that, don't you, Darman?
He nodded. Niner didn't feel comfortable with that. He'd like to know who stood where in the hierarchy of things.
Whatever you say. Can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Why did you say, of course you're Niner?
She paused.
You feel different. All of you. You might look the same, but you're not. I don't normally identify individuals by their effect on the Force, but I can if I concentrate.
We seem different to you?
You know you are, surely. You know you're Niner, and he knows he's Starming. You're self-aware as I am, as any other human.
Yes, but
All beings are individuals, and your essence in the Force reflects that. The act of living makes us different. In that way, you're like twins, only more so. Aden's very different. What happened to him to make him so burdened?
The answer stunned Niner. He was used to being a product. His squad and his sergeant had treated him like a man. But the Kaminoans certainly hadn't. This was the first time that a Jedi, a commander, had confirmed the clone commandos' intensely private suspicion that they were no less than normal men. It was no longer a secret descent that had to be hidden.
Aden was the only survivor of his first squad, and then he was reassigned and lost all 3 brothers in action again.
Niner said.
He feels guilty.
Poor man.
She said.
Does he talk about it?
Not much.
Perhaps I could help him see he has nothing to feel guilty about. Just a little encouragement. Nothing like the influence I used on the Weequay. I promise.
That's kind of you.
We have to look after each other.
Right then, Niner didn't care if she had less idea of guerrilla warfare than a lie. She possessed one fundamental element of leadership that you couldn't teach in a lifetime. She cared about those she led. She had earned her rank on the strength of that alone.
Contact. 500 meters.
Vi said. The squad abandoned their impromptu meal, a stewed dried meat, and put their helmets back on. Etain was again surprised at how fast they moved. They were lying prone in the undergrowth, rifles trained, and the time it took her to turn and check where the Weequay was. You're not going to make a sound, Utene. You want to be totally silent. He was, but she felt what was approaching. She scrambled into the bushes on her hands and knees, and leaned close to Darman.
It's Jannar,
she said.
Relax.
Darman, Vi, and Aden sat back on their heels. Niner stayed prone, still lined up on his sides, and held his hand away from the trigger, in a conspicuous gesture.
Niner likes to be sure,
Darman said.
No offense.
The grass shook visibly, and then a living oil slick flowed past the kneeling commandos. It seemed to be carrying something horrific in its black swirls. The slick resolved itself into Jannar's natural form, and she had a huge lump of raw meat in her jaws. She laid it on the ground.
I give you plenty of warning,
Jannar said, staring at Niner. She sniffed the air and appeared to follow an invisible beacon, with her long snout. Her gaze settled on Utene, dozing against a tree, bound hands in his lap.
What possessed you to collect that souvenir?
We thought he might come in handy,
Vi repeated.
You can't even eat Weequays,
Jannar said, and metamorphosed into her human form.
Better not let that creature see me for what I am. Just in case. Have you eaten? Would you like some Merly?
Vi took his helmet off and grinned.
We've got time for that, have we?
You might as well fight on a full stomach,
Jannar said.
You have a tough job on your hands.
Vi picked up the leg of Merlin and rinsed it off with water from his bottle.
Dar, you got any of that dried fruit left?
He ejected the vibroblade from his knuckle plate and began cutting the leg into chunks. Etain wondered how he had developed his relentless good humor. She couldn't imagine him shooting anyone. One thing she had discovered in the last few days was that professional soldiers were neither habitually angry or violent. They didn't even talk tough. They were a mass of contradictions. They washed their clothing, and they shaved, and cooked, and generally conducted themselves like well-behaved, well-educated Padawans. Then they went out and blew up installations and killed total strangers, and cracked bad jokes. Etain was getting used to it, but slowly. While Aden kept an eye on Gutene, the rest of them sat listening to Jannar in his shelter.
I have been observing,
she said.
Hogan has made much of reinforcing the Pneumodian villa
under strict scrutiny. And he does indeed have most of his 100 droids there. The whole building is packed with explosives, most of them in the wine cellars. But he has also moved Uthan back to the installation.
Our fragrant Weequay friend was right about the double bluff then.
Attain said. Niner shrugged. It's what I do. Defend the strongest position.
So we go for the installation then.
She said. We'll have to deal with both targets. They're only 2 or 3 kilometers apart. Once you start on the main facility, the droids from the villa will pop over for a visit in a matter of minutes. Attain rubbed her forehead.
If they followed the plans when they built the facility, then the only way in will probably be through the front door.
Darman shrugged. We can make our own doors. That's what frame charges and water cutters are for.
Sorry?
We blow holes in the walls, but I'd rather avoid that if we're dealing with hazardous materials. Don't want to break any bottles, I reckon.
There isn't even a fire exit, one door, no windows, no large ventilation shafts.
Doesn't look like anyone enforces building regulations around here. Darman shrugged. Front door, walls or drains. Walls would be best. But how can we get into the position unnoticed is another matter. Niner looked at Darman, as if waiting for his suggestion. A split attack could divert them if it's noisy enough. Well, if Hokin's been kind enough to load up the villa with things that go bang, it would be a shame for them to go to waste. Darman studied the holochart plan for the villa. They won't fall for a droid bomb again, but we do have a lot of explosives. We could introduce it through the maze.
You make it sound as if it's going to be relatively easy.
Attain said. No, it's going to be hard. But that's what we're trained for. I'd rather have you effecting rapid entry to the main facility, Niner said. But we should place our own explosives inside the villa. In the cellars if we can, Darman said. A high-energy explosive will set off the rest of their charges. If we can place one, it'll direct the blast upward, and if the droids are on top of that pile, it'll solve that problem too. Okay, in real terms, there's a layer of solid droid on top of the cellars. Can't free fall in. So it's through the front door, the wall, or the drains. And the drains look like a 30-centimeter diameter. 4 bangs? I said. They won't drill far enough into the ground to penetrate the cellars. And they're not powerful enough anyway. Darman's gaze was fixed on the holographic plan. Although they might be, if Vadden modified them, and packed in a bit of the thermal tape. I was saving it for the blast doors in the facility, but I could spare a meter. That'd be ample. How about a remote? Vadden said. If we can direct it into the building, that is. If you took out the recording components, you could pack in the thermal tape, about a couple of meters easily. They'll be able to spot anything that's flying. Jannard, in aged crone mode, looked from face to identical face.
What size is this device?
Darman formed a fist. About this big. I'll show you.
I could carry that to the villa, right to the walls. If you can direct it from there.
Niner pointed to the shimmering image of the building. Down the roof vent, which would put it in the main hall, running front to back. Or maybe along the main drain, the scolding, about 200 meters behind the house. I like that better. Attain joined the communal ritual of staring at the holographic chart displayed, as if an answer would eventually emerge on its own.
The only point in blowing up the villa is if you could hit as many droids with it as possible.
Then we have to convince them we're going all out for the villa, Niner said. That means a feint of some sort. Which would be fine if we had more men, but we don't. Then Attain did have an idea, and it was one that she wasn't proud of.
How about sending Hokin a direct message?
She said.
What if Goutonnet were to escape and tell him we were planning to attack the villa?
But he knows there are only 4 of us, Darman said. Sorry, bye.
6,
Jannard said sourly.
We could have convinced the Weequay that we have another squad or 2 in the area.
Attain said.
At this point, he'll believe anything I tell him. I'll be signing him to his death.
Fine nodded.
Yeah, if Hogan skewers him, without waiting to hear what he's got to say, we're stuck.
He was cheerfully, benignly callous. Etain was briefly appalled before letting the reality wash over her. Given the chance, Mutiny would have abused and killed her without a second thought. Aside from that, the squad's target was effectively a weapons factory, a weapon that would kill millions of men, just like Niner, Fi, and Ad, and Darn. If they didn't kill, they would be killed. It didn't take her long to move from her reverence for all living things to thinking waste the weak way. She wondered if that was the true nature of corruption.
I'll do my best to give him a good opening line.
Etain said. He's scum, Jannar says suddenly.
If his death can help remove the Trade Federation and all their minions from my world, then it's a cheap price to pay.
My world? Etain obviously had the same thought as the commandos because they all reacted, looking at the shapeshifter expectantly.
We didn't realize this was your homeworld, Niner said.
It is,
Jannar said.
I'm among the last of my kind. Various invaders have driven us from our habitat without even seeing us, and now I doubt they would have done any differently had they known we were here. Yes, we'll help you rid this world of Neomodians and every other hostile alien species that's here. That's our bargain with the Republic. You help us, we help you. That's why we risk our life. That's why we risk our lives. It is not for the greater glory of your cause.
Nobody told us.
Etain said.
I'm sorry. I can't speak for the Republic, but we'll do our best to see that they keep their word.
Mark that you do,
Jannar said. She indicated the commandos with a swing of her fine black head.
Like your young friends here. We are few. We have no problem inflicting a great deal of damage.
Etain could only nod. At least Jannar was brutally honest. Perhaps telepaths, deprived of secret thought, had no other style of interaction. The creature was staring at her, all unblinking orange eyes, and she could see for the first time that the forked bangs protruding over the Kurlana's lower lip each ended in a double point.
I'll place scent marks around this camp,
Jannar said stiffly.
The Gadaeans won't bother you tonight.
She slipped away and merged with the land, leaving a trail of rustling noises as she moved through the bushes.
Okay, let's see what Gutane can manage, Niner said. If we don't see signs of movement toward the villa by midday tomorrow, we'll go in anyway. And that'll mean splitting the squad and taking both groups of droids. We really don't want to do that, if we can help it. This has the makings of a diverting evening, I said. Anyone for supper?
It was an elaborate charade, and the bizarre thing was that it needed no rehearsal. Gutane was entirely unquestioning. Etain had begun to see him as a monstrous and sadistic child, unable to comprehend the feelings of others, or control his own. They sat around and ate the Marley stew with dried Kuvara, talking about leaving enough for the other squad when it showed up. They discussed in hushed tones about how the villa was their target. If this was the misinformation game, it was an easy one. Even so, Etain definitely didn't feel proud of her subterfuge when she cut the ties around the weak witch's wrist, ostensibly an act of kindness, so that he could eat. It was designed to send him to his death. At least she felt some relief that as soon as it was dark, and they made a show of turning their backs on him and being preoccupied, Gutane would try to escape and vindicate Jannar's judgment that he was scum. The decision still sat heavy on her. Fi and Darman were asleep, judging by the position of their heads. It was impossible to tell with their helmets on, but they were sitting against a tree, chins resting on their breastplates, and arms folded over the rifles clutched to their chests. She had no doubt that if she walked over to them, they'd wake and be on their feet in a second. She glanced up. Niner was on watch, perched on the fork of a tree, with one leg dangling, occasionally peering down his rifle scope at something.
What can he see?
She asked. Adam cross-legged, with an array of wires and detonators
spread around him and looked up. He'd taken off the armor section that protected his backside and was using it as a convenient plate for components while he worked.
Line of sight. Up to 30 kilometers in good biz. Connected to a remote ship system. Well, you name it. Dang.
He pointed to his rifle, and they went on packing tight coiled black and white ribbons of explosive into the remote.
Have it look through the D's. Safety's on, but don't press it.
Bethany shouldered the rifle. It was a lot lighter than it looked, and the view through the scope was startlingly vivid, despite the failing light. She found it was difficult to shut out the display that was superimposed on her field of vision, then narrowed the view to a tight focus on the target.
Is that what you see through that visor?
Sort of.
Can I try the helmet? I want to know what it's like to be inside.
Hatton gave her a dubious look and shrugged.
You won't get all the readouts without the rest of the armor system. But you'll see enough. It's top shelf. They upgraded it just for this mission.
She lifted the helmet and held it above her head. A bizarre coronation. As she lowered it into place, the feeling of confinement and stifling heat almost made her nauseous, but she stilled herself to tolerate it.
Hot,
she said. It's fine when it's still to the rest of the suit,
Hatton said. He got to his feet and loomed in her field of vision.
See, the red light in the top corner? Look at it. Blink twice. Fast.
She did. It unleashed chaos. All she could see now was a riot of line, and numbers and flashing symbols. She was aware of a normal view beyond it. But the rest of the data, dancing before her eyes, was overwhelming.
That's the HUD, Hatton said. Heads-up display. Real lifesaver. Proverbial eyes in your backside.
It's distracting. How do you cope with it?
You get used to it fast. We've used these systems all our lives. You can filter the information out, like listening to a conversation in a crowd.
Bethany lifted the helmet off, and it held cool in the evening air.
And you can communicate without any audible sound outside the helmet?
Yes, and even without command and control, hearing us on certain frequencies. I don't think ordinary troopers can do that, but we're different.
Separate, specialized training?
They're trained from day one to be more obedient than us, and we're more obedient than our troopers. They're pretty well raw Django.
He was talking about himself, as if he were a commodity. Bethany found it uncomfortable. Yes, these young men were odd because they were extremely identical, but they were still individual men, and not exotic houseplants or strains of grain. She understood that the Republic faced desperate times. She just wondered how many desperate measures that could justify. Somehow, it seemed an affront to the Force to do this to fellow humans, even if they seemed remarkably sanguine about it. She handed him back his helmet.
We use you, don't we, Atton? All of you.
No soldier has it easy.
He fumbled with a length of wire, clearly embarrassed, brow furrowed in mock concentration. A fresh scar from cheek to chin was all the more shocking etched into the fresh young skin, and not a battle-hardened wrinkled face that indicated a full life.
But I like this job. What else would I do?
It was a painfully good question. What would any of them do if they were discharged from the Grand Army? She reached out and squeezed his arm, instinctively, but all she grasped was a plastoid alloy plate.
I know what happened to you,
she said. She concentrated. A precision job, just enough to influence him to see what was true and reasonable, but not to make mockery of his natural breed.
What happened to your brothers wasn't your fault. You're a good soldier. Sometimes the odds are too far against you.
He stared down at his boots. Eventually he looked up and shrugged.
I'll do my best to make sure this bunch stays alive.
There was a little indication on his face that the gentle push toward acceptance had worked, but Attain felt less of jagged tear in the force around him. He might heal in time. And time was something none of the clone commanders could have. It made her ashamed.
Can I help with anything?
Attain said.
You could help me put some remote deaths into these. I told Dar I'd finish them for him.
Atton indicated small packs of mining explosives. He handed her something that looked like a packet of steel toothpicks.
Slide these between the ribbon and the main charge. Makes any party go off with a bigger bang.
What are they?
IEDs, he said. Great for planting down drainage systems and air conditioning ducts.
Not more acronyms.
Improvised explosive devices. Be sure you make them look neat. Gar's fussy about his devices. It was a relatively simple but fiddly task. Etain was a quick learner. They sat in silent concentration, making bombs as casual as if they were shelling quantities. This is how it happens, she thought. This is how you slide from peacekeeper to soldier to assassin. Can I ask you a favor? Adam said, not looking up from the bomb in progress.
Of course.
May I look at your lightsaber? Etain smiled.
Well, you show me yours, so it's only fair I should show you mine.
She took out the hilt and held it up to him. He wiped his palms on his bodysuit and took the saber carefully.
That's the dangerous end, and this is the control.
He showed no inclination to activate. He seemed absorbed by the hilt and its markings.
Go on.
Etain said. The lightsaber flared into blue light. Atton didn't even flinch. He simply stared down the length of the blade and seemed to be checking it for truth. It doesn't feel like a weapon, he said. It's a beautiful thing.
I made it.
That changed his expression. She had struck a chord with him, one builder of gadgets to another. Now that's impressive. Etain enjoyed the respect. Being treated with deference as an officer made her squirm. But this felt good, so I think I'm pretty good at something. And someone else thinks I'm good at it too. It was a boost that she sorely needed. Atton thumbed off the blade and handed the hilt back to her with suitable reverence. I'd still rather have plenty of distance between me and the enemy, he said. This is a close-in weapon.
Maybe I need to practice my more remote skills. You never know when telekinesis might come in handy.
They went on bundling explosives with ribbon charges and stacking the packages in the heat. She heard and felt Dharma relief behind her watch. Their respective presences ebbed and flowed, merging at one point as they crossed paths. Through the night, Etain alternated between dozing and checking on Goutonnet. She was careful not to give him the idea that she was watching him, and instead concentrated on sensing whether he was still there. Sitting in the lee of a tree, with his knees drawn up to his chest, sometimes he slept. She could feel the absence of mental activity, almost like sensing a plan. Other times, he woke and felt more vivid and chaotic, like a predator. It was getting light again. It had been a long and restless night, and still Goutonnet sat there. He made no attempt to escape. Of course he would. Etain felt her stomach nodding. He's terrified of Hokin. He wants to stay with us. We're the good guys, the civilized guys. Once again, she was horrified by her ruthless and almost involuntary calculation of benefit conceived. She wandered past the shelter made of leaves, tarpaulin, and a camouflage net that seemed to be handmade. Niner, now clearly asleep, still wearing full armor, was curled up on his side, one arm folded under his head. Atton was reading his datapad. Vi was finishing the cold remains of the Merle stew. He glanced up at her and held out the mess tin.
I'll pass, thanks.
Fat had congealed, an unappetizing yellow globule on the surface. It seemed soldiers could sleep anywhere and eat anything. This couldn't be a moral dilemma. It was obvious. These men had become her responsibility, both as an individual and as a Jedi. She owed it to them to see that they survived. She liked them.
She cared what happened to them.
And she wanted to see Atton live long enough to overcome his demons. And she could do something that even they couldn't.
Goutonnet.
She said, putting her hand on the Weequay's shoulder. He opened his eyes.
Goutonnet, you're not afraid. You want to go to Guess Hokin and tell him what you know. You want to offer him information about the Republic forces in exchange for your life. You want to tell him that they plan to attack the villa because they think the forces at the facility are a decoy.
Goutonnet stared past her for a moment, and then stood up, picked his way through the bushes, and headed east toward Ebrani. Etain knew she had now taken a second line. She pinched the bridge of her nose, eyes screwed shut, and wondered what had happened to her, what Master Fuller would have thought had he been alive. Then she was aware of someone watching her. She looked up. Carmen, perched on the same fork of branches as Niner had been, stared down.
It's hard to send someone to their death,
She said, answering his silent question. His expression was hidden behind
behind the visor of his helmet. She didn't need to call on any of her abilities as a Jedi to know what he was thinking. One day, she would do the same to men like him. The realization caught her unawares.
You'll get used to it.
He said. She doubted.
Chapter 14. There is nothing wrong with fear. You need never be ashamed of it, as long as it doesn't stop you functioning. Fear is your natural warding system. It keeps you alive so that you can fight. Show me a man who isn't afraid, and I'll show you a fool who is a danger to his entire ship. And I do not tolerate fools in my navy. Admiral Adar Talon, addressing the new intake at a Republic Academy. Hokin stood on the veranda of Ankit's villa and stared out at a bright autumnal morning. There were still too many leaves on the trees for his liking. They were out there somewhere, Republic forces, a handful, but they were not an army. He walked to Uthan's laboratory complex, a comfortable 15-minute stroll. It occurred to him that he was a good target for a sniper, if a sniper had been able to penetrate Mandalorian armor. Even so, he decided to divert via a coppice. His path took him along a dry stone wall to the rear of the installation, and he made a complete circle of the farm building before walking up to the single entrance at the front. As a lure, this was a good one. The line of droids across the entrance was spectacular. Hokin made a point of inspecting them at a leisurely pace, and then engaged them in conversation about their cannons. If anyone was observing, soldier, spy, or talkative farmer, they would get the message. Inside, though, Dr. Uthan was losing her glamorous cool.
Is this the last time you're going to move me?
She said, tapping her nails against the polished metal of her desk. Her files and equipment were still in packing crates.
My staff members are finding this extremely stressful, as am I.
Hokin took out his datapad and projected a holo chart of the installation above the surface of the desk. The place was a cube within a cube, below ground level. The accommodations, storage, and offices lay in a ring around a central core. The core contained a square of 8 small laboratories, with one more secure room nestled in the center. The rest of the complex had bulkheads that could be brought down and sealed to isolate a biohazard escape. It could be defended. But it wouldn't come to that. He laid a careful trail to Ankith's villa, and a greeting from 50 droids, along with cannons and powerful explosives. He wanted to get it over with.
Yes, Doctor. This is the last time I'll move you, he said. Try to understand why I've done this, Doctor. I believe I'm facing a small commando force. Rather than chase them, which could be diversionary, I've decided to bring them to me. This means they'll be facing a conventional infantry and artillery battle that I don't think they're equipped to fight. Those are battles of numbers.
I'm not sure if I do see your point, actually.
We can defend this installation. I have the numbers and the firepower. Sooner or later, they'll take casualties.
You're certain about this?
Not certain, but everything I say suggests they have landed a minimal amount of troops. For example, no evidence of large-scale transport. They hijacked explosives from a quarry to destroy the Tech Lake ground station. If they had the material, they wouldn't have bothered. And then again, maybe that's a diversionary tactic too.
Hokin looked up from the holo chart.
Nobody has perfect knowledge in battle. No plan survives contact with the enemy. Yes, I'm making an educated guess, as every commander in history has had to do.
Uthan considered him with cold black eyes.
You should have evacuated my people from the planet.
Hokin folded his arms.
When you move, you're vulnerable. You're vulnerable crossing the countryside between here and the spaceport. You're even more vulnerable attempting to leave Quilura with a Republic assault ship on station. And now, we have no communications beyond runners, and a bunch of droids relaying messages. No, we sit tight.
Uthan indicated the warren of rooms behind her with one hand.
If this comes to a pitched battle, what about my project? What about my staff? Those 5 scientists represent the best microbiologists and geneticists in the CIS. In many ways, they're more important than the biomaterial we hold. We can start again, even if the work so far is lost.
It's as dangerous for them to leave as it is for you.
I see.
You specified a very secure layout when you had this facility built. You must know it's defensible.
Uthin seemed suddenly fixed on the hollow chart in front of her. It showed hydraulic, emergency bulkheads, and chambers within chambers. It showed ventilation systems and triple filters. It could be sealed as tightly as a bottle.
It's not secure enough to stop anything getting in. It's to stop anything getting out.
You said the nanovirus was only lethal for clone troops.
There was a pause, the sort of pause Hokin didn't like. He waited. He stared at her, and he was disappointed to see for the first time that she was nervous. He waited for her to continue. He would wait all day if necessary.
It will be,
she said at last.
You said that it might make other organisms merely, what was the word, unwell?
Yes.
How unwell then? If you go to all this trouble to contain it.
Very unwell.
Dead unwell?
Possibly, depending on whether the exposed subject has certain sets of genes.
Hokin experienced a rare moment of uncertainty. It wasn't because he was closer to a dangerous virus than he supposed. It was because someone had lied to him, and his instinctive way to deal with that was a violent one. The fact that he was dealing with a woman was the only thing that made him hesitate. But it was the only hesitation. He leaned forward, seized her by her elegant designer collar, and heaved her sharply out of her seat across the desk.
Never lie to me,
he said. They were eye to eye. She was shaking, but she didn't blink.
Get your hands off me.
What else haven't you told me?
Nothing. You didn't need to know the detail of the project.
This is your final chance to tell me if there's anything else I should know.
She shook her head.
No, there isn't. We're having some problems isolating the parts of the virus that will attack only clones. They're human. All human races share the majority of genes, even you.
He held her for a few more seconds, and then let go, and she fell back into her chair. He really should have shot her. He knew it. It would have made her staff more compliant. But she was a significant part of the asset. He hadn't gone soft because she was a woman. He was certain of that.
Understand this,
he said, feeling suddenly very uncomfortable.
This means we're sitting on a weapon that might destroy us as easily as it will destroy the enemy. It places constraints on how we fight.
He went back to the hollow chart and indicated various features of the installation with his forefinger.
You're sure it can't escape into the environment?
Uthin was staring at his face, not at the chart. It was as if she didn't recognize him. He snapped his fingers and pointed at the chart.
Come on, Doctor. Pay attention.
That's the biohazard containment area. Impregnable for obvious reasons. I was thinking we might retreat in there for the time being.
I would prefer to keep you and the biomaterial separate, in fact. I would prefer also to keep you separate from your staff. I dislike having all my eggs in one box. If the enemy ever breaches this facility, then they won't be able to destroy the project in one action. If they eliminate one part, we can still salvage the other components, be they personnel or materials.
These rooms aren't as secure in biohazard terms.
But they are relatively secure in terms of stopping someone from getting at them. The hazard materials can stay in the central biohazard chamber.
Yes,
she said.
I concede that.
Then get your people moving.
You think it'll come to that? To a battle?
No, not here. But if it does, this gives me the best chance of succeeding.
You're prepared to fight while sitting on a bomb effectively?
Yes, your bomb. And if we're both sitting on it, it'll motivate us to prevent its detonation, won't it?
I think you're a dangerous and foolhardy man.
And I think you're a woman who's lucky that she has relative immunity through her value to the separatist cause.
Hokin straightened up. Maybe she wanted an apology. He saw no reason to give one. A scientist, expecting half the relevant facts to be acceptable in the solution of a problem. It was sloppy, unforgivably sloppy. I'll have a droid help you if you like.
We'll do it ourselves. I know how careful they are with fragile objects.
Hokin closed the holo chart and walked out into the corridor. Outside, a droid approached him.
Captain Haradi is bringing a prisoner and a visitor.
He said.
He says he disobeyed your orders on both.
Maybe promoting the man hadn't been such a good idea, but Haradi was smart. He'd taken them alive when he should have taken them dead, and that was significant. The young officer wasn't squeamish. Hogan decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. When the droids at the entrance parted to let him pass, Haradi was waiting, and he had two others with him. One was a Trandoshan mercenary. He carried his distinctive tool of the trade, an APC repeating blaster. The other was no stranger at all. It was Gutane, his former Weequay lieutenant.
I got information,
the Weequay said, cowering.
You better have,
Hogan said. With one pair of shoulders missing, Niner had some hard choices to make about what equipment they could take with them. He stared down at the various weapons and piles of ordnance laid out on the ground, astonished by what they had managed to carry as well as in consideration of what they couldn't take into battle.
We could always cache some stuff near the target,
Vice said.
2 trips, double the risk.
Adam picked up one of the LJ-50 concussion rifles. He had been most insistent on saving those.
Well, I'm taking this conch rifle and the APC array blaster. If I'm going into that facility, don't trust Republic procurement then?
Vice said.
No point in being a snob about gear,
Patton said.
Don't get stuck in any confined spaces.
It was a fair point, with the backpack. These, rifle attachments, and sections of cannon. There wasn't a lot of room left to load much else. Niner didn't want to say it aloud, but they were trying to do 2 squads' work. Something had to give.
Come on, you know I can carry equipment,
Attain said. She didn't look like she could even carry a tune. Battered, disheveled, and ashen, she seemed about to drop.
Ask Starman.
That right, Dar?
Niner said on the helmet link. Dharma glanced down from his observation point in the tree.
Like a bantha, Sarge. Load her up.
They could split the E-Web across 5 of them. That meant an extra piece and a decent supply of extra power cells and ordnance.
Okay, Plan A,
Niner said. He projected a holochart from his datapad.
The nearest suitable laying up point is just under 1 kilometer from the facility, and this copy's here. We tab down there, now, and deploy 2 surveillance remotes to give us a good view of both the facility and the villa. Depending on the situation, we can try to come back for the spare gear during the day. It's 2 clicks each way. Not a lot, but it's daylight, and if Gutane did the business, we'll have a lot of attention. I'm up for it,
Patton said.
We're going to need it.
Go on with Plan A,
Attain said.
As we agreed, get a remote loaded with ribbon charge into the villa, and do what damage we can, while Phi lays down fire at the rear of the facility. Darwin blows the main doors, and I go in with that. If we can't get the remote into the villa, then we have to tie the droids down with a split attack. Plan B.
That sounds almost impossible.
I never said we had good odds.
And are not that much use against droids.
You would be if you had one of these, Patton said, and offered her the Trandoshan array blaster.
Lightsabers are all very well, but we don't want to get too intimate with the enemy, do we? It's got a good close-range spread, so you don't even have to be an expert marksman to use it.
He made a gesture with his hands.
Bang. Serious bang.
She took the weapon and examined it carefully, then shouldered it like a pro.
Never used one of these. I'll get the hang of it fast.
That's the spirit, ma'am.
You should also know that I can move things too, not just carry them.
Move?
With the Force.
Handy,
Vice said. Nunner slapped a clip of plasma bolt rounds in Vi's hand to shut him up.
We might need you to keep Dr. Uthin cooperative too. Worst comes to worst, we've got sedation for her, but I'd really rather her have her walking than as a dead weight.
Is there a plan C?
The nice thing about the alphabet, ma'am, is that it gives you plenty of plans to choose from.
Vi said.
Shut up, Vi.
Niner said.
He has a point.
Attain said. She spun around to face the undergrowth.
Gennard?
The Gurlana slipped out of the bushes and wandered among the selection of weapons, a glossy black predator again, picking her way between the equipment with careful paws. She sniffed at it.
Show me what I need to carry, she said.
Can you manage 3 remotes?
Aden asked.
All bombs?
No. 2 holocams, 1 ball.
Very well. You can explain to me what you want done with when we reach your...
Laying up point.
Niner prompted.
Lup.
You enjoy not being understood, don't you?
Part of our mystique and charm,
Vi said, and strapped more webbing onto his armor. They followed the line of woods, a route that took them a couple of kilometers out of their way, but offered the shortest distance over open terrain. Attain. Niner still struggled with the first name familiarity, even in his Muni kept close to Darman. She seemed to like him. She was polite and sympathetic to the rest of them, but she certainly liked Darman. Niner could see it on her face. She exuded concern. He heard snatches of conversation.
How did you ever carry all the E-Web sections alone?
No idea. Just did, I suppose.
She was a Jedi. Scarada said they were fine people, but they didn't, and couldn't care about anyone. But you got close, very quickly under fire. He wasn't going to ask Darman what he was playing at. Not yet. They reached the edge of the woodland, and came into a 100-meter stretch of waist-high grass. Vi went forward as a point man. Sprinting and dropping was now beyond them, but there appeared to be nothing around to spot their gray armor anyway. So they walked out a crouch. Niner's back was screaming for a rest. It didn't matter how fit you were. When you pushed yourself this hard, it hurt. When they reached the copies, it was painkiller time. Niner stripped off his arm plate and peeled back a section of suit. He didn't bother finding a vein. He stabbed the needle into muscle.
Know the feeling, Darman said.
He dropped his pack and sat down, legs outstretched.
Anyone taken any stems so far? Not yet,
Niner said.
I reckon we should all dose up 1 hour before moving, just to make sure we're 100%.
He glanced at Attain, wondering how she might appear after a week of normal meals, unbroken sleep, and clean clothing. She looked worryingly frail now, even though she was doing a valiant job of keeping up.
You too, especially you. Can Jedi take stimulants?
What exactly do they do?
The equivalent of 10 hours, good solid sleep, and 4 square meals, until they wear off.
I ought to draw on the Force to sustain my stamina,
she said.
But the Force could do with a bit of help right now. Count me in.
She sat down and rested her head on her folded arms. Maybe she was meditating. Niner switched to helmet comms.
Dar, she's not going to collapse on us, is she? We can't carry anything else. If she drops, it'll be because she's dead. He said, trust me, she's tougher than she looks. Physically, anyway. She better be. Let's get those remotes deployed.
Gennard had identified a couple of high points to place the cam remotes. One was on the gutter of a farm building, overlooking the entrance to the facility. The other was a tree whose canopy gave a good 270-degree view of the villa. The third remote, the one loaded with ribbon charge, needed more careful placement. She sat up on her hind legs, and a pouch formed on her stomach, like a cook's apron.
Normally, I would carry my young around in this,
she said. She placed the 3 spheres in the pouch, giving the impression that she swallowed some particularly lumpy prey.
But if I don't help you, my chance of raising another litter are remote, so I consider it an appropriate act.
Niner was fascinated as ever by the Gurlanan. The more he saw of the creature, the less he knew about them. He hoped he might have the chance to find out more one day. In an hour, it would be midday. Aten took out his ration pack and mess tin. A flat sheet that snapped into shape. He placed his remaining ration cubes in it and held it out.
How much have we got among us?
I'm down to half a day's worth,
Vi said.
Me too,
Niner said. Darman reached into his pack and pulled out a carefully wrapped brick-sized bag.
A day's worth of cubes, and this dry kuvara and jerky. Let's pull this and have 2 meals before we go in. If we pull this off, we'll be running too fast to have lunch. If we don't, it'd be a shame to die hungry. Gets my vote,
Atten said. Nunner was going to ask Attain, but she was sitting cross-legged with her eyes shut and her hands in her lap. Darman put a finger to his lips and shook his head.
Meditating,
he mouthed silently. Niner hoped she emerged from it transformed. He was still 1 squad short for an adequate force for this job.
You have 10 seconds to live,
Ges Hokin said. He took out Foyer's lightsaber, and the blue shaft of energy buzzed into life. He wondered what made the blade a constant, finite length each time.
Speak.
Goutonnet, looking more bemused than he recalled, ignored the lightsaber.
I've been captured by the soldiers. I get away. Republic troops. Human? Yes, they catch me. They make me carry stuff.
Hokin sheathed the blade.
They obviously spotted your talents. How did you get away? They were sleeping. They not care I go. How many soldiers? 4 and Gurley. Gurley?
Goutonnet pointed at the lightsaber.
She got one like that.
So the woman with them was a Jedi.
Just 4? They got another lot.
He pursed his lips, grappling with the new word.
Squad. Very well. So we have 2 squads, 8 men. That would fit.
Hokin turned to Haradi.
And our Trandoshan friend? He says he's highly irritated about his business being interrupted, sir. And he offers himself and 3 colleagues to help you deal with the inconvenience. Thank him and accept his offer.
Hokin turned back to Goutonnet.
I want you to think very hard. Did they say what they were going to do? Where they were going? The villa.
How predictable people were. The locals would tell you anything for money, sell you their daughters, and form on their neighbors. Hokin had half expected the ruse to be almost too obvious.
You're doing well. Tell me what equipment they have. Blasters, explosives.
The Weequay made an indication of great wit with his hand.
Big gun. They got armor with knives and gloves. Describe. Like yours. What do you mean, like mine?
Goutonnet indicated his head, and made a T shape with his fingers.
Your helmet.
It was difficult to take in. Goutonnet was no inarticulate brute, but there was no ambiguity in his description.
Are you saying they were wearing Mandalorian armor? Yeah, that it. You're sure about that? Sure. Anything else?
Hokin wondered how he expected this creature to be able to assess intelligence.
Anything else unusual?
Goutonnet concentrated on the question, as if his life depended on it, which it did not. Hokin would kill him anyway.
They all look the same. They were wearing uniforms? No, the men. Same faces.
Children could be unerringly accurate in their observation of detail, and so could stupid adults. Goutonnet was describing something that Dr. Uthan had told him about soldiers, identical soldiers, mindlessly obedient soldiers, clone soldiers. Hokin couldn't believe that clone troopers could operate like this, and the one weapon that would work against them was denied him, because in its present state it would kill everyone, Uthan and her team included. But there were probably only 8 of them. He had nearly 100 droids. He had weapons.
Haradi! Haradi!
The young captain came running and saluted.
Sir! I think we face a 2-pronged attack. There are 2 squads, and I find it unlikely to imagine that they would not have one squad attack the villa while the other made an attempt on the most obvious target. Divide the droid platoons between the locations. That's what you would do with 2 squads, sir? Not concentrate your forces? Yes, if I weren't sure my objectives were consolidated in one place. They can't know who and what is in which building,
And they'll attack at night, because while they're bold, they're not stupid. He shook his head suddenly, interrupted by his own preoccupation. Who would have thought clones could carry out this sort of operation? Uthan said they were no more than cannon fodder.
Commanded by Jedi, sir. Perhaps our tactician is the woman. It was an interesting idea. Hokin considered it for a moment, then realized that Gutane was waiting expectantly, oddly upright and apparently unafraid.
Well,
Hokin said, I tell you stuff. You let me live? Hokin activated the lightsaber again and held it out to his side, just above the level of his right shoulder.
Of course not,
he said, and swung the blade.
It would be bad for morale.
Chapter 15. So, how do we justify what we are doing now? Breeding men without choice, and without freedom, to fight and die for us. When do the means cease to justify the end? Where is our society heading? Where are our ideas, and what are we without them? If we give in to expedience in this way, where do we draw the line between ourselves and those we find unacceptably evil? I have no answer, masters. Do you? Jedi Padawan Barden Jessic, addressing the Jedi Council. Attain jerked involuntarily, as if falling in a dream. She opened her eyes and stared straight ahead.
He's dead,
she said.
Who is?
Darwin had been watching her meditate, worrying what might happen to her in a coming battle. Afraid both for her and because of her. She could be either a liability or an unimaginable asset.
What's wrong, Attain?
Nader caught his eye with a look that suggested he thought Darwin was being too familiar with an officer. Whatever she had ordered. Then he went back to checking his datapad.
Gutane.
She rubbed her forehead and looked defeated.
I felt it in the Force.
Fi looked about to say something, and Aden silenced him with a frown. Darwin gave both of them a shut-up look. There was a way of saying unpalatable things to people, and Darwin thought it would be better coming from him than from his comrades.
Hokin would have found him sooner or later, he said. If the Weequays managed to mislead him about our true target, he's at least redeemed himself a little.
Dar,
she said. It was shockingly familiar. The squad nickname for him.
I killed him as surely as if I'd cut him down.
You told us yourself that he was a rapist,
Fi said, sounding irritated.
The world won't miss him. Shut up, Fi.
Darwin tried again.
It'll save lives in the end. Yeah, ours,
Fi said. Darwin twisted around angry.
I said shut up, didn't I?
Niner stepped in.
You can both shut it,
he said.
We're all tired, and we're all testy. Save it for the enemy.
Darwin swallowed a sudden and unexpected desire to tell Fi to lay off Attain, and in no uncertain terms. Fi knew nothing about her. Nothing. Darwin was ambushed by a split second of protectiveness and was immediately embarrassed by it. He turned back to her.
He's right. It's one life for many.
Means justify the ends, right?
Attain stood up from her cross-legged position in one movement.
And what about you? What happens if I send you, or Fi, or any of you into a situation where you're going to die?
She was genuinely upset. He could see it in her face, and in the way she held one thin, scratched, bony hand clenched tightly into a fist. He stood up as well, walking after her, as she headed for the edge of the copies.
We were all made for this,
Darwin said. It was true, wasn't it? He wouldn't exist at all if it hadn't been that someone needed soldiers, utterly reliable soldiers. But it didn't feel that way right then. Her reaction told him he was wrong, and suddenly he saw Cal Skirata in tears, a drink in his hand. You poor boys, what sort of life is this?
Attain, we all do what we have to. One day, you really will have to give an order that's going to get some of us killed.
Us?
Soldiers, troopers, whatever.
Perhaps. But the day I can accept that without being diminished by it is the day I'm not fit to be a Jedi.
Okay, he said. I understand that.
How do you feel when you kill?
I never had time to think about it. On Geonosis, they killed my brothers, and they were trying to kill me. They weren't like us.
So what if it was someone you do?
But you didn't know Gudene, and he isn't like you. Or me, come to that. Darman hadn't a clue what she was going on about. She was new to killing. It was inevitable that she'd have a few problems dealing with it. Attain, this squad needs you. To be sorted and alert. Think about that. He turned and walked back to where Niner and the others were sitting. It seemed too obvious to replace their helmets, and discuss privately whether the commander was going flaky on them. She wasn't giving orders anyway, but a simple glance could convey a great deal. Darman hoped Fi understood that his fixed stare meant lay off. Apparently, he did. Fi made a quick palms-out movement with his hands, as if in submission. The subject was dropped. Niner was right. They were all frayed by the last few days, hovering on short fuses. They busied themselves checking and rechecking weapons. We've never fought as a squad before. They were probably all thinking the same thing. Darman took the hydraulic ram apart and reassembled it, then checked the hand pump for pressure. It came with an assortment of claws, and at least having the original plans and specs of both buildings meant he knew which ones to leave behind. It could exert 8 metric tons, so if the charges didn't get them through the door, the ram would. The hand-operated ram was lighter to carry, but packed less than half the punch. He'd have liked cutting equipment too, but he'd opened steel blast doors on Geonosis with thermal tape charges, and the ribbon version was even more powerful. Explosive moved at 8,000 meters a second, enough to slice through steel. Rapid entry didn't get much more rapid than that. This wasn't a silent job. It was an application of force against an enemy who knew they were coming. Whoa, receiving, Niner said. He shoved his helmet back on his head. in a hurry. Darman could hear the blip of the alarm from where he was sitting.
Jannar's got the remote cams in place.
He was looking at something only he could see, and judging by his quick head movements, it was interesting. Darman and the others followed suit.
What are they doing?
A platoon of tinnies was marching down the track, from the villa and into the facility. There appeared to be some urgency in their pace.
It looks like they're going back to the laboratory.
The remote was looking down on the scatter of small structures around the former farmhouse. It didn't have a complete view of all the approaches to the building, but it did look out on both the front path and the land to the rear. It had no view of the rear slope of the roof or the land immediately at the back. There was a man in armor very similar to their own, standing with a familiar helmet tucked under one arm. He was middle-aged, and his hard face and confident attitude said clearly that he was a Mandalorian. It had to be Ges Hokan. Darman heard the collective holding of breath in his helmet comlink. Hokan was talking to a Transdoshan mercenary, making short, stabbing gestures with a finger pointed at nothing in particular. He was agitated, but in control. He was marshaling troops.
Yeah. Dar, I think that's exactly what they're doing. Looks like he's making some last-minute changes. Why would they be doing that?
Darman said, but he had an unpleasant feeling that he knew.
Because we've been too clever by half.
Niner said.
Fire effect. Gudene did his job all right. Too well. What would you do if you thought you were really facing 2 squads? Assume 2 separate attacks were really possible.
Adam made a noise that sounded like a controlled exhalation.
Oh well, we were going to meet the whole Tenny family sooner or later. Plan to see anyone?
They waited standing in an awkward group. Within half an hour, they would know if Jannar had managed to get a remote cam close to the Neomodian villa as well. Darman felt a hard rap on his back plate, and jerked around to see Attain standing with her hands on her hips, looking anxious.
What's got everyone upset?
She asked.
Come on, I felt it. What's gone wrong?
Darman took off his helmet.
Gudene did a pretty good job of convincing Hogan. We were targeting the villa, but we overplayed our hand by hinting that we had another squad.
Why?
It looks as if Hogan thinks one squad will be going after each target, so our chances of getting most of the droids in one location have taken a bit of a tumble.
Attain raked her fingers through her hair and shut her eyes.
Time for a rethink then.
Dharma replaced his helmet to watch the feed from the remote. Then the second cam came online. There was a shaky but clear view of the Neomodian villa and its outbuildings, seen from the branches of a swaying tree. A wide path stretched away out of shot from the front of the house. At least they could now see the size of the problem facing them. If Hokin tried to move Uthin, they had a high chance of spotting her. But whichever remote view Darman switched to, there were an awful lot of droids.
Okay, Snyder said. Vi, you take the first watch on the remotes. I'm going to see if we can get some backup. Majestic should be on station by now. We were ordered to keep comm silence until we needed extraction,
Darman said, looking at Attain.
Commander,
Niner said.
We've taken out the comm station. They can't intercept our signal.
Attain didn't even pause.
Sergeant, you go right ahead and call up Majestic.
She said.
Ask for whatever help you think we need.
I held up one hand.
Hey, we might have a break here. Check out the remote at the villa.
Darman switched channels with a double blink. The display in his HUD showed him a shot of a young boy in a scruffy smock walking around through a side door at the villa. A fruit-laden basket, clutched in both arms. He knocked, and the door was opened by a droid. The youngster went in. There was something familiar about him, even though Darman had never seen him before. He had a very characteristic walk.
Denny's wouldn't have sent out for fruit, would they?
Vi said. The kid's gait reminded Darman of an old woman he recently slammed up against a barn wall.
You've got to hand it to Jannard,
he said.
She's certainly got guts. Let's hope she manages to get that fruit into the cellars.
Let's hope she comes back out,
Attain said. Dr. Uthin appeared to have forgotten that Hokin had hauled her across the desk by her collar. At least for the time being. She sat in one of the beige brocade chairs that really didn't match her utilitarian office, listening to him with apparent patience.
This is an unprecedented opportunity,
she said at last. Hokin agreed completely.
I realize that you haven't managed to create a delivery system for the nanovirus yet, but I think we might be able to help with that. Inhalation will work, yes? Could we introduce it into a sealed room?
He had ideas for ambush and entrapment.
Can that be done?
Is one of several vectors,
she said.
Is skin contact too, but that isn't quite what I had in mind.
Which was?
A live subject. I would like you to take one of the clones alive.
That wasn't quite what I had in mind. I tend to have problems with the alive bit. Not my forte.
You can't simply spray this agent around, Major. I told you, we haven't ironed out the genome specificity.
I have droid troops. While rust might be a health issue for them, I suspect that viruses aren't.
Having a live test subject would almost certainly enable us to achieve weaponization faster.
If you allow me access to the nanovirus, I'll do what I can to save one for you.
Uthin shook her head. Her vivid red and black streaked hair was scraped up in a tight bun on the top of her head, giving her an even more severe appearance. Not a wisp of hair escaped the top knot.
I can't do that. While you might be an expert in combat, you're not a microbiologist, nor used to handling hazardous substances. This is far too dangerous, a pathogen for you to use at this stage of its development. I'm also not prepared to expand what limited samples we have on a risky counter-assault.
Hokin knew he could have taken it by force, but it would have been pointless. She was right. If the virus wasn't in a state that could be weaponized, it was a long shot compared to proven weapons he had at his disposal.
Pity,
he said.
I'll endeavor to learn more about this technology after we've dealt with the current difficulty.
So what happens now?
Sit tight. Stay in the suite of rooms with your staff until further notice.
What do we do if shooting starts?
The same.
What if they get through your defenses?
They won't. But if it makes you feel safer, I'll provide you with hand weapons for your personal protection.
Uthin gave him a regal nod of the head and reached for a pile of notes. Then she went on reading, pausing occasionally to write something in the margins of the papers. Despite the brief showdown earlier, she didn't seem afraid of him, in the least. Perhaps working with deadly organisms on a daily basis gave her a different perspective on threats.
Something highly effective, please.
Commanding Officer Majestic,
The voice said.
that was fast. Position?
Nunner couldn't get a video image on his HUD, but the sound was crystal clear.
That's a negative on the extraction for the time being, Majestic. Requesting gunnery support. Say again? We'll be needing gunnery support. It might get a bit hectic down here. 100 droids.
There was a second or two of silence.
Omega Squad, be aware that it might get busy up here too. We have a Techno-Union vessel standing off our port bow. Is that a negative, Majestic? No. If we cease firing though, maybe because we're repelling an attack ourselves. Understood. Coordinates uploading now. On receipt of code Greenwood, direct cannon at this location. On receipt of code Boffin, this location. Enemy now has no comm apart from droid networks. Repeat, comm disabled, knock yourselves out. Received. My, you've been busy, boys. Standing by, Omega.
Nunner shut his eyes and felt the relief flood through his stomach. He wasn't exactly sure how they were going to deploy Majestic's massive firepower, but at least they had it to fall back on.
Are you making this up as you go along, Sarge?
Vi asked.
You got a better idea? I meant the codenames. Yes. Classy. And I meant it about the better idea.
Vi drummed his fingers on the thigh plate of his armor.
I wish Scarada was around. What was it he always said? Turn the problem upside down. See it from the enemy's perspective.
The tank glanced up, now a sure sign that Jannar was approaching. They seemed to share a kind of radar. The Gerlana slunk into the laying up point and swung her head around. Darman and Vi gave her a mute round of applause and a show of thumbs up.
Nice job, ma'am,
Darman said.
Amazing deception.
Thank you, gentlemen, she said. Uthan is definitely not in the villa, and your device is now sitting in Ankit's wine cellars, between a case of vintage Naboo Taro wine and a crate of thermal detonators. When you're ready, you can give Corlora its own asteroid belt.
That'll make their eyes water,
Vi said.
And ours, if we're too close,
Nunner said.
So what now? Let's do what Scarada taught us. Turn it upside down.
The hollow chart plans of the facility once again hung in midair as the squad, Etain, and Jannar sat around it, seeking inspiration.
Is this how you plan operations?
It's not meant to be like this, no. You gather intel, and then you plan and execute. This is what Scarada called a self-adjusting screw-up, when the problem actually provides a solution to another problem. It's there. All we have to do is work it out.
Niner didn't mind admitting it was more guesswork than anyone should have indulged in. But then, he'd been on 2 real missions now, and they'd both been the same. They hadn't known what they were going into until it was too late. Intel was all about having reliable intelligence.
There's 3 things you should never believe. Weather forecast, the canteen menu, and intel.
Scarada said soldiers always complain. Niner was not given to complaining. But he was definitely not satisfied with the situation. This wasn't what special forces were best designed to do. They should have been there to gather intel themselves, identify the target, call in airstrikes, and maybe recover hostages or data. They might even carry out assassinations. They weren't meant to be artillery and infantry as well. If the Republic hadn't wanted Uthan alive, they needn't have been here at all. Majestic could have targeted the facility from orbit, and everyone would have been home in time for supper. Nobody would have needed to get their backside shot at, or spend days hauling 45-kilo packs across farmland.
I'm glad you're not just accepting this.
The tank said. I shrugged.
If you can't take a joke, you shouldn't have joined. I didn't join,
Atton said. At least they all managed to laugh. It was the first time that anyone had found any humor in the situation, apart from Vi, of course.
What do we normally do?
Darman said suddenly.
How do we normally take a target? Break it down.
Niner concentrated.
We isolate a target, go in, and neutralize it. Okay, say we don't fight our way in. Not with you. We're expected to pull off a rapid entry and fight our way in. What if we fought our way out?
Darman prodded his finger into the hologram.
Can we get under the facility to the central room? This plan only shows strengths. The bore's too narrow to get a man down there, and this really isn't a job for Jannar.
The Gurlana twitched visibly.
I wasn't offering, but if there was anything I might do.
You've done more than enough already.
Darman tilted his head this way and that, studying the plans.
The main drain chamber is nearly 100 centimeters wide here, though. It only tapers to 30 centimeters at the wall. Is there any other way of getting into the main? Short of walking up to the wall and digging under it like a G'dan in full view of the droids know.
Jannar sat upright.
G'dan warrens.
They tunnel, don't they?
Everywhere. They even cause subsidies.
Are there tunnels around there? Could we locate them? Would they be wide enough?
Yes, there are warrens because it was once a farm site, and G'dans like eating murdies. The tunnels can be quite wide, and I certainly can locate them for you. In fact, I will lead you through the warrens. You might have to excavate some of the way, though.
Basic sapper procedure,
Darman said.
Except we don't have proper equipment, so we'll have to be digging with these.
He took a folding sharp-edged trowel from his belt.
Entrenching tool, also used for freshers.
What is it between you and the G'dans?
Satane asked.
Why do they avoid you and your synth?
Oh, we eat them.
Jannar said casually.
But only if they try to approach our young.
That's it then,
Darman said.
Get me into the central chamber from below, and I'll work my way out through the facility. Take Adam with you,
Niner said. He didn't want to say in case you get killed, but he wanted another technically minded man in there to lay charges and blow up doors.
Vi and I can lay down fire out in front and deal with any droids we see. When you bring Uthan out, a tank can help us get her clear, and then you blow the place. Then we do a runner for the extraction point. Gets my vote,
Adam said.
You okay with that, ma'am?
Atay nodded reluctantly.
If that's Plan C, it sounds as impossible as Plans A and B.
She patted Darman's arm, not quite focusing, as if she was lost in thought about something.
But I don't have a better suggestion.
Okay,
Niner said.
Everyone take a stim now. Be ready to move out at nightfall. We've got 4 hours to prep for this. I'll notify Majestic.
What if this fails?
Atay asked.
They'll send in another squad.
And lose more men?
She shook her head.
If it's down to me, I'll happily give the order from Majestic to pound the facility to dust, with Uthan inside or not.
Do you think we're going to fail?
Atay smiled. There was something mildly unnerving about the way she was smiling.
No, I don't. You're going to pull this off. Believe me.
Niner kept a tight grip on his breathing. If he gave the slightest hint of a sigh of doubt, they'd pick it up. It was crazy, but as Skirata said, they went where others wouldn't, and did what nobody else could. And fighting your way out from the heart of an alloy-plated, heavily guarded facility designed to be impregnable to any life form certainly lived up to that boast. For some reason, he felt fine about it all. You're going to pull this off. Believe me. He wondered if his thoughts were actually his own. If Atay was influencing his mind to improve his confidence, that was okay by him. Officers were supposed to inspire you. Right then, he didn't care much how she did it. Chapter 16.
What do I think about it? I don't know, really. Nobody's ever asked me for my opinion before.
Clone Trooper, RC 5093. Retired. SCF Vet Center, Coruscant. Chronological age, 23. Biological age, 60. An autumnal mist had settled over the countryside.
It wasn't dense enough to provide cover, but it did give Darman a sense of protection. He tabbed behind Atten as Jannart led the way. He was a walking bomb factory. Why was he even worried about being spotted? The ram and its attachments clunked against his armor, and he adjusted them, fearing discovery. Atten walked ahead, these held in both hands, with his finger inside the trigger guard, a small but significant expression of his anxiety level.
Matte black armor,
Darman said.
First thing we ought to slap in for when we get back. I feel like a homing beacon. Does it matter? Does to me. Dar, it's one thing for the enemy to spot us coming. It's another thing entirely for them to do anything about it.
Atten wasn't still checking all around him, though.
I was knocked flat by a round, and it didn't penetrate the plates.
Atten had a point. The armor might have been conspicuous, but it worked. Darman had taken a direct hit too. Maybe in the future, the sight of the armor alone would deter enemies. A touch of what Scarada called assertive public relations. Myth, he said, won almost as many engagements as reality. Darman was all for a little help from the myth department. They were 400 meters southeast of the facility. Jannart stopped in front of a gentle slope and thrust her head through a break in the foliage. Her sniffing was audible.
"We enter here,"
she said. There didn't even appear to be a hole.
How do you know what's in there?
"I can detect solid surfaces, movement, everything. I don't need to see."
She sniffed again, or at least Darman assumed she was sniffing. It occurred to him that she might have been echolocating.
"Do you want to stand here and present a target all night?"
No, ma'am,
Darman said, and got down on all fours. Jannart might not have needed to see, but he did. He could have relied on the night vision visor, but he felt the need for real, honest light. He switched on his tactical spot lamp. He switched it off again, fast.
What's wrong?
Atten asked.
Nothing,
Darman said. It was natural not to light confined spaces, he told himself. With the light projected forward, he could see just how suffocatingly small a space he was in. With his night vision in place, he was simply looking down a narrow field of view. Safe inside his armor, cocooned from the world in a way he was not only used to, but actually needed. Get a grip. He could hear the sound of scurrying further ahead, but it was moving away from him. His pack caught the roof of the tunnel, occasionally scraping loose soil and stones. The warren had been excavated by thousands of small paws, circular in section because Gdan's obviously didn't need as much floor space as a tall human male. Darman almost felt that his hands and knees were against the sides of the tunnel because of the curvature of the floor, like negotiating a chimney when rock climbing. At times he felt he was losing his orientation and had to shut his eyes and shake his head hard to regain accurate proprioception.
You okay, Dar?
Atten asked. Darman could hear labored breathing in his helmet, and he thought it was his own, but it was Atten's.
Bit disoriented. Let your head drop and look at the floor. The pressure on the back of your neck is going to make you feel giddy anyway. You too, eh? Yeah. This is weird. Whatever we inherited from Django, it wasn't a love of caving.
Darman let his head hang forward and concentrated on putting one hand in front of the other. He switched to a voice projection.
Jannart, why do such small animals dig such big tunnels?
"Have you ever tried dragging a whole Merli or Vec home for dinner? Gdan's work as a team. That's what enables them to take prey that's many times their size. A point, I think, that would not be lost on men such as yourselves."
On the other hand,
Atten said cautiously,
you could say that the sheer numbers overwhelm strength.
"Thank you for that positive view, Private Atten. I suggest you select the interpretation that inspires you most."
They didn't talk much after that. As Darman progressed, sweating with effort, he was aware of a particular scent. It was getting stronger. It was sickly at first, like rotting meat, and then more bitter and sulfurous. It reminded him of Geonosis. Battlefields smelled awful. The filtration mask was active against chemical and biological weapons, but it did nothing to stop smells, shattered bodies, and bowels had a distinctive and terrifying stench. He could smell it now. He fought down nausea.
Fire effect,
Addon said.
That's turning me off my dinner for a start.
We're near the facility,
Jannard said.
How near?
Darvin said.
That odor is seepage from the drainage system. The pipework is local unglazed clay.
Is that all we can smell?
Said Darvin.
Oh, I imagine it's also the Gedans, or rather their recent kills. They have chambers where they amass their surplus. Yes, it's an unpleasant stench if you're not accustomed to it.
She stopped unexpectedly, and Darvin bumped into her backside. She felt surprisingly heavy for her size.
That's good news, because it means we're near a much larger chamber.
Darvin almost felt relief that it was simply rotting meat, although that was bad enough. It wasn't his meat. He crawled farther, encouraged by the promise of a bigger space ahead, and then his glove sank into something soft. He didn't need to ask what it was. He looked down to spite himself. In the way of men exposed to memory triggers, he was immediately back in training, crawling through a ditch filled with nerve entrails, Scarada running alongside and yelling at him to keep going because this was nothing compared to what you'll have to do for real sun. They called it the sickener. They weren't wrong. Fatigue made nausea inevitable. He almost vomited, and that wasn't something he wanted to do in a silk suit. He fought it, panting, eyes shut. He bit the inside of his lips as hard as he could and tasted blood.
I'm okay,
he said.
I'm okay.
Athen's breathing was ragged. He had to be feeling it too. They are physiologically identical.
You can straighten up now,
Jannard said. Darvin flicked on his spot lamp to find himself in a chamber that wasn't just larger, it was big enough to stand up in. The walls were lined with what looked like tiny terraces spiraling up around the chamber from the floor. There were scores of 20-centimeter tunnels leading off of them.
This is where the Gedans retreat if the rain floods the warren,
Jannard said.
They're not foolish.
I'll thank them one day,
Addon said.
How close are we to the drain? Can you locate it?
Jannard put a paw against the wall, where there were no tiny escape tunnels.
The Gedans know there's a solid structure behind this.
She paused.
Yes, there's a water trickling back there. The soil feels a meter thick, perhaps a little more.
Darvin would have removed his helmet, but thought better of it, and settled for letting his pack drop off his shoulders. He took out his entrenching tool and made an exploratory stab at the chamber wall. It was about the consistency of chalk.
Okay, I do 5 minutes, then you do 5,
he said to Addon.
And me,
Jannard said, but Darvin held up his hand to stop her.
No, ma'am. You better go back to the Niner. We're on our own now, and if this all goes wrong, he'll need your assistance even more.
Jannard hesitated for a moment, then raced back up the tunnel without a backward glance. Darvin wondered if he should have said goodbye, but goodbye was too final. He planned on coming out that front door with Addon and Uthan. He scraped out a guide circled with the tip of the tool and hacked into the hard-packed soil. It felt like slow going, and he was surprised when Addon tapped him on the shoulder and took over. A man-sized hole began to emerge.
Should we shore this up?
Darvin said, wondering what he might have to sacrifice as a pit prop.
We should only be going through it once. If it collapses after that, it's too bad. If we have to blast our way in, it might collapse. Alternative exit? You want to be pursued through those tunnels? They'd fry us. One flamethrower volley, and we'd be charcoal.
Addon was slowing. Darvin took the other side of the opening, and they worked together, removing progressively damper and darker soil, flattening out the sides of the excavation so that they had access to drill through without having to lean through a short tunnel. It was weakening the integrity of the soil wall. Darvin willed it to hold together until they were through. Maybe he should have brought Etain. She could have held the wall with that Jedi power of hers. Suddenly he realized that he missed her. It was amazing how fast you could form a bond with someone when you were under fire. Addon's tool hit something that made a distinctive chink noise.
Drain,
he said.
Drill time.
A A few quick rounds from the D's would have blown a good-sized hole in the thickest clay pipe. It would also have brought down the chamber roof, Darman suspected, and summoned a lot of droids. It was time for a slow, quiet route. A hand drill was part of their basic rapid entry kit, and they each took half the rough circle, drilling at 5cm intervals around the circumference. Starting from the top, it wasn't until they got down to the bottom that the ooze started appearing from the holes. It had taken them an hour to excavate and drill. Darman couldn't stand the sweat trickling down his face any longer and took off his helmet. The stench really was worse than ever. He shut his mind to it. Adam took a swig from his water bottle and held it out to Darman.
Hydration,
He said.
5% fluid loss stops you thinking straight.
Yeah, I know. And above 15% kills you. Darman drank half the bottle, wiped the sweat away, and scratched his scalp vigorously. Another thing to tell Rathana's geeks when we get back. Up the temperature conditioning in these suits. He lifted the ram and took a side-on stance to the disc of clay pipe visible through the soil. He gripped hard, fingers tight around each handle. He had to swing carefully this time, or he might collapse the pipe. Ready?
Ready.
1, 2, 3. Darman grunted. The ram hit with a couple of metric tons of force, and the perforated section fell inward, as a waterfall of stinking dark slime shot out and splashed across Darman's legs and boots.
Oh, that's just great.
He sighed. Definitely matte black next time, okay? Adam took his helmet off, and Darman realized he was struggling not to laugh. Now that the drain was open to the air, it was a perfect conduit for sound to the building above. Adam put his hand to his mouth, bent over slightly, and appeared to be biting down hard on the knuckle plate. He was actually shaking. When he straightened up, tears were streaming down his face. He wiped them away and gulped, then bent over again. Darman had never seen the man smile. Now he was in hysterics because Darman was spattered with the accumulated waste of total strangers. It wasn't funny. Yes, it was. Actually. It was hilarious. Darman felt his stomach begin to shake in a completely involuntary reflex. Then he wasn't certain that it was funny, but he still couldn't stop. He shook in painfully silent laughter until his abdominal muscles ached. Eventually it subsided. He straightened up, inexplicably exhausted.
Shall I let Niner know we're through?
He said, and they both managed to stay completely calm for a count of 3, before the hysteria overtook them again. Once you knew what laughter really was, and what primitive reflex triggered it, it wasn't funny at all. It was the relief of danger past. It was the primeval all-clear signal, and that wasn't the reality of their situation at all. The real danger was just starting. Darman, suddenly his usual self again, replaced his helmet and opened the comlink.
Sarge, Darman here.
He said quietly.
We're into the dray. Ready when you are.
Niner and Phi set up the E-Web repeating blaster, half a kilometer from the front of the facility. That was pretty close. If anyone had spotted them, they weren't reacting.
Copy that, Dar.
Niner checked the chrono on the forearm of his left gauntlet.
Can you see the drainage cover yet?
The comlink crackled. Niner was yet again faintly pleased with himself that he decided to take that trip to Teklet. They never had stood a chance of pulling this off in comm silence. There were too many unknowns to do it by op order and chrono sync.
I just followed the trail of crud, and there it was.
Darman said.
Want to look?
Niner's HUD flashed up a grainy green image of huge dripping tubes that could have been a click wide, or just a centimeter. Come to that, it could have been an endoscope view of someone's guts. It didn't look like fun in either way.
What's above you? Dirty square plate, and it's not a drain. The water's feeding down here from other pipes.
The image jerked as Darman's head lowered to look at his datapad. It threw up eerie ghost images of the building.
If they stuck to the blueprints, then this is the hazmat filter, and the maximum containment chambers are above it.
There was a scraping noise.
Yeah, the serial numbers match the schematic. If they had to hose down after a mishap in there, this is where the screen water or solvent would come out. Are you going to need a bullet? Well, it doesn't look as if I can unscrew it with a hairpin. It's perma-created in place. It's not the sort of thing you want coming loose, I suppose. Good timing for a spot of pyro. At the villa, then. Let's sync that up. Okay, give me a couple minutes to set the charges.
2 minutes was a long time. Niner counted it down in seconds. He was aware of Attain pacing up and down behind him, but you didn't tell Commander to pack it in and stop fidgeting. He focused on Phi, who was kneeling behind the E-Web tripod, checking the sights, utterly relaxed. Niner envied him that ability. His own stomach was churning. It always did on exercise. It was much worse now. His pulse was pounding in his ears and distracting him. Darman responded 11 seconds late.
All done. I'll count you down. We're moving back out of the drain now. If we bring the outer chamber down, then we might take a little time to work our way back in. What's a little time in your book? Maybe forever. It might kill us. Let's avoid that, shall we? Let's.
Attain was hovering at Niner's shoulder. He glanced at her, hoping she'd take the hint.
You've never worked as a complete team before, have you?
She said unhelpfully.
No.
Niner hissed, and withheld the ma'am.
You're going to do fine. You're the best trained, most competent troops in the galaxy, and you're confident of success.
Niner was close to responding, with a few words of pity, a tease. But he suddenly saw her point. His stomach settled into a peaceful equilibrium again. He could hear Darman clearly. His drumming pulse had faded. He was perfectly content not to think how she had achieved that reassurance.
In 10.
Darman said. He still had his forward helmet cam patched through to Niner's HUD. He was scrambling through a tunnel. Niner had a sensation of rushing down a flume, and half expected to splash into a deep pool at the other end.
5.
It went dark. Darman had his head tucked into his chest.
3.
Niner felt for the remote detonator.
2. Go, go, go.
Niner squeezed the remote. For a fraction of a second, the landscape was picked out in brilliant, gold, silent light. Niner's anti-blast visor kicked in. Then the ground shook, and even at 2 clicks, the roar was deafening. It seemed to go on for several seconds. Then he realized he was hearing 2 blasts, one at the villa and one below the facility. As the fire blazed and clouds of amber lit smoke roiled into the air, the droids on the watch outside the facility started reacting.
Hold, Phi.
Niner swallowed to clear his ears.
Dar, Atton, respond. Was that us or you? Both. You okay, Dar? Teeth are a bit loose, but we're fine. Nice job with the custom ordnance, you two. I think the villa's got a new indoor swimming pool. The chamber's holding down here. Just about. Going in.
Silence had fallen on the countryside. It was as if everyone was waiting for the next move. Phi moved the 5-pack of energy cell clips a little closer to him. Niner aimed his Ds to get a better view of the front of the villa, and saw droids milling around, and an Umbaran officer with binocs scanning left to right across the fields.
Ready, Sarge? Wait one.
A few more droids came out of the farmhouse door. If Niner hadn't seen the plans, he would never have believed what was concealed inside and beneath the convincingly shabby wooden siding. Attain stood to one side of him.
Ma'am, you might want to duck and cover.
I'm all right,
she said. She looked longingly at the Trandoshan concussion rifle.
Let me know when I'm needed.
Darman's voice cut in on the calmly.
We're about to enter the drain cover,
he said.
Time for a distraction, Sarge. Got it.
He knelt beside Phi and touched him on the shoulder.
Put a couple down a little short of that barn, just to say hello, then fire at will.
Phi hardly moved. The characteristic warmth of the energy cell was followed by a ball of fire and a fountain of splintered wood. The barn rained back down, burning as it fell.
Oops,
Phi said. It got the droid's attention, all right. 6 formed a line and began marching down the field. Phi opened up. Niner could feel the roar of noise in his chest as droid shrapnel rained down on them, and incoming fire whisked over their heads. A large chunk of metal flew in an arc. Niner heard it fizzing in the air as it cooled while it fell. He didn't see where it landed, but it was close. His night vision saw the sprays of shrapnel as brilliant white irregular raindrops. A few tinnies were getting through. Niner picked off 2 with grenades. The next rank of droids advanced. Phi was firing in short bursts. Niner picked off whatever was still standing. Hot metal shrapnel continued to rain down on them. At the E-Web's rate of fire, he's going to run out if he simply hosed them. And they were only minutes into the engagement. They dropped around 20 droids. That meant 20 more inside the facility, at least. Then the tinnies stopped coming. The field fell silent, and it rang in Niner's ears as loudly as a cacophony of battle.
I hate it when they work out what's happening,
Vi said. He was panting from the effort.
They'll sit tight. If it's just 20 or so in there, I say we go in now. Let's make sure we haven't got guests arriving.
Niner opened the long-range comlink.
Majestic, Omega here, over. Majestic, receiving you, Omega. That was some fireworks display. Got trade for us? Majestic, extra target for you. Have you got a visual between targets Greenwood and Boffin? If you've got a remote you can patch us into.
Niner slipped off his pack and took out a remote, releasing it into the air.
Droid's estimated strength, no more than 50. If they're heading toward us, do me a favor and spoil their day, will you? Copy that, Omega. Sit rep. We've breached the facility, and we got 20 or 30 droids, and an unknown number of wets holed up in there. Say again? 2 of our squad are inside. Ingress via the drainage system. You guys are off your repulsors. The thought did cross our minds. Okay, some fireworks coming your way. Omega, be advised, we still have a techno-unit vessel standing off, and we're expecting a response when we train the lasers. Watch how you go,
Niner said.
Omega, out.
Apart from the tickling of cooling metal, it was silent. Even the chatter and whistling of Quillora's nocturnal species had stopped. Smoke was billowing across the field from the wrecked barn.
You okay, ma'am?
Vi said. Niner glanced around and expected to see Attain in some state of distress. But she wasn't. She was kneeling in the grass, alert, as if listening to something. Then another huge explosion shook the ground to their north. She closed her eyes.
Ma'am?
She gave a little shake of her head, as if loosening stiff neck muscles.
It's fine.
She said.
It just took more out of me than I imagined.
What did?
Diverting all the debris. Droids make a terrible mess when they explode.
Niner hadn't a clue what she was talking about. It was only when he turned around that he saw the meter-long jagged sheet of metal right behind them. It had almost given him an unwanted haircut. Attain managed to grin.
Can you open doors as well, ma'am?
Niner asked. Darman and Adden looked around the plastoid-lined chamber and decided not to remove their helmets.
This is one way to find out if a nanovirus can breach our filtration mask,
Adden said. Darman checked the cupboards, looking for booby traps and other surprises.
I don't feel dead yet. Anyway, they don't leave this stuff lying around. It'll probably be sealed in something.
He checked the room. It was exactly like a medic station on Camino, except it was completely constructed from plastoid ceramic. Some of the cupboards had transparent fronts. You could see racks of virals in them. In the middle of the room, there was a separate sealed booth, running floor to ceiling, with a glove box in it. It was empty. There was also a refrigerated cabinet full of flasks and small boxes. He had no idea what might be live virus and what might be the lab technician's lunch. And he wasn't going to open everything to find out. This was another case of using P for plenty.
Seeing as they're not helpful enough to label the stuff with the skull and crossbones, I'm going to set an implosion device in every room to be on the safe side.
He ran his hands over the walls, testing for signs of metal substructures that might block his signal. The HUD showed 0 from his glove sensors. He checked his comlink to be sure that he could get a signal outside.
Darman here. Anyone receiving over? Vi here. The inner chamber's clear. I'm setting charges, and then we're going to move out into the rest of the building. We're approaching the front. It's gone quiet out here, and we think you still got up to 30 tennies for company. Is that you shaking the ground? Majestic. Good to know the Navy's here. Leaving the helmet comlink channel, by the way. Make sure you leave us your visual feed. We'll let you know if it spoils our concentration. Darman out.
He gave Adden a dubious thumbs up and took the implosion charges out of his pack. He could improvise most devices, but these were special, guaranteed to create such a high temperature fireball and shockwave that they would destroy not only everything standing in half a click radius, but also every microorganism and virus as well. They were disappointingly small for such massively destructive power, a little smaller than the average remote. Darman still had two. It was overkill, and overkill made him feel safer. He picked up the lidded boxes in the refrigeration unit and tested each for weight very carefully before finding a lighter one that suggested it was half empty. He set it on the table, held his breath, and eased the lid off. It held a few metal tubes with sealed caps and enough space for one of the devices. He placed the thermal carefully inside and replaced the container.
Go careful,
Addon said, indicating the boxes.
I will.
He found another lightweight box and peered inside.
There. And if they get to searching, they might even stop after they find one device.
He closed the refrigerator door.
That won't reduce the blast anyway, will it?
Addon asked.
Not so you'd notice, believe me. Time for the tour of the building, then.
There were status panels to the right of the door, set to warn some monitoring system. If the chamber was open, and a hand-sized button marked emergency close, a smart precaution if you were handling deadly viruses, opening the door would advertise the fact that they had gained entry to the building. Addon moved in and carefully unclipped the control plate. He took out a disruptive device, about the size of a stylus, and held it just clear of the exposed circuits. It was much the same technology as a mini EMP, only with less powerful electromagnetic pulse. Nobody wanted a full-strength EMP going off a few centimeters from their HUD, hardened or not.
Next big bang,
Addon said.
Then they might think they've just taken a hit.
The ground shook again, and Addon touched the mini EMP against the control panel. Status lights winked out. The door gave a sigh as it lost its safety vacuum seal. A thin vertical gap opened in the smooth ceramic. Sound now filtered in from outside. Explosions, shouts from officers, and occasional monotone response continued. He stood back and gestured to Darman. The gap was big enough to admit a flat endoscope, as well as the claws of the ram. He slid the probe cautiously through and checked the image it was receiving. The corridor lights were flickering. There was no movement.
I'll force the doors, and you stand by. I'll be ready to lob an EMP grenade and flashbang. Both?
Addon said.
Yeah. I don't want to waste any either, but we've got wets and tinnies out there somewhere.
Darman wedged the ram's claws into the gap and locked the bars in place. It was more awkward to configure it as a spreader than a simple ram. But he didn't want to blow it open. He pumped the ratchet handle furiously. An 8 metric ton force slowly pushed the doors apart. Addon checked outside with the endoscope again, then stepped through the opening with his D's raised.
Clear.
Darman dismantled the ram and hurriedly hooked it back into his webbing.
Room by room then. Killing house time.
That was something they'd done many, many times before. Each time they entered the killing house on Camino for an exercise, the walls and doors had been reconfigured. Sometimes they knew what they were going to find, and sometimes it was like a real house clearance. A sequence of nasty surprises that they had to take as they came. But there was a lot more at stake now than their individual lives. Addon gestured left. The inner corridor was a ring with doors leading off it, and a single passage to the front entrance. At least there were no stairs or turbolifts to cover. They moved almost back to back, pausing at the corner to slide the endoscopic probe out far enough to check.
Oh boy,
Addon said, just as the first droid swung around and blasted. Darman heard the clatter of metal feet from exactly the opposite direction, and for a frozen moment he found himself staring down the scope at a very surprised Umbaran officer. Darman fired. So did Addon. They both kept firing down their respective ends of the corridor.
Okay, Plan D,
Addon said.
Niner, we're pinned down here, over. We're concentrating fire on the front.
Niner's voice cut back in with a background of explosions both near and farther away. That was why Darman didn't like having a four-way open comm link during an engagement. The noise and chatter were overwhelming.
They pulled back inside, but nobody's coming out. We haven't located Uthin yet. Can you hold a position? Can you see where we are? West side corridor, left of the entrance.
Adam emptied a clip into 2 droids that came around the corner. Then there was no noise except for their respective panting.
Dar? Still here, Niner.
Back to back with Adam, he waited and stared down the polished hallway 20 meters ahead. There were 2 doors on the right, unconventional hinged doors. He glanced up at the ceiling to locate the emergency bulkheads. One was on the other side of Adam, and the next was between them and the inner chamber. If those were activated, they'd be cut off on both sides, boxed in and waiting to be picked off. And then anyone could easily enter the biohazard chamber and defuse the implosion device. It seemed that someone had the same idea at the same time, because there was quite a whump noise, and then the quiet whine of a small motor. The bulkheads were descending from their housing.
Adam, chamber! Wow!
Darman yelled, even though he didn't need to, and they both sprinted back toward the chamber. The bulkhead was down to waist level when they reached it and skidded under on their knees. It sealed with a clunk behind them. It was suddenly so silent that Darman knew another bulkhead had closed somewhere along the ring, sealing them in. There was the sound of a door unlocking manually, a real clunk-click noise, and then nothing.
Start again,
Darman sighed.
Let's see what's around there.
Atton moved forward and edged out the scope. He paused. He sat back on his heels and shook his head.
Show me,
Darman said, and switched his HUD to the scope view, expecting disaster.
I think it's called irony.
Darman crawled up to him and patched the endoscope into his own helmet. Yes, irony was a good word for it. He almost laughed. Between the corner and the next bulkhead, he could see 2 doors, one closed and one partly open. Someone humanoid, was peering around the edge of it.
Women don't have look different, don't they?
Atton said.
That's the most amazing hair I've ever seen.
Darman agreed. They hadn't seen a lot of females in their lives, but this one would have been memorable, even if they had seen millions. Her blue-black hair was streaked with brilliant red stripes. They were trapped with Dr. Ovalot Quell Uthan, and she was clutching a Verpine Shattergun. Chapter 17. CO Majestic to Coruscant Command.
Techno-Union vessel is now drifting. Damage assessment is incomplete, but it is no longer returning fire. Vengeance is standing by to dispatch a boarding party. We'll continue to provide turbo-laser gunnery support to Omega Squad. Who activated the emergency systems? Which die cut hit the button? Tell me.
Gez Hogan found himself shouting. He had abandoned dignity.
Open this Dicutla bulkhead.
Captain Haradi's voice was strained. They were both on the wrong side of the first safety bulkhead, in a single unforgiving corridor that led to the entrance, and the main doors were jammed shut. It was a very secure building, and as Uthan had said, it was designed to stop anything from getting out if things went wrong. It was doing that well.
We've been infiltrated, sir. I worked that out for myself, Dicut.
He was interrupted by a grenade exploding against the front wall.
How in the name of...
I don't know yet, sir, but the bulkhead's activated because the containment chamber doors weren't registered on the system as closed, and it triggered the emergency systems. Stuck open, in other words.
Yes?
Hogan swung around on the nearest droid.
Anyone up on the surface see signs of injury?
A pause.
Negative.
Oh, how he longed for decent communications again. He could guess from the strength and direction of some of the explosions that the area was coming under laser cannon fire, which meant the Republic assault ship had finally showed its hand. Could even be landing more troops. But that wasn't his immediate concern. The bad news was that somebody had already managed to get in, and not through the front door. They could have come in through the drains. They shouldn't have been there, but there was firing, and droids were reporting casualties. There were Republic commandos inside the facility. Hogan had never thought himself infallible, but he had at least imagined he was exceptionally competent. He'd locked down the facility, and they'd still found a way in. His first thought was that Uthan had wanted a live subject so badly that she was prepared to lure them in and trap one. But that was ludicrous. She hadn't the means or the opportunity to bypass security. The nanovirus was out of Hogan's reach behind bulkheads. That wouldn't yield. Droids patiently fired blasters into the face of the alloy, but as in his earlier tests, they were making no impression, beyond heating the sealed corridor to tropical temperatures.
Do we know if all the bulkheads are down?
He asked the droid. His comlink with its peers made it suddenly a lot more useful than Haradi.
All of them?
Hogan was trying to work out if he had any way of getting to Uthin or the nanovirus. The control board in the office of the main corridor was showing red throughout, but he didn't know whether to believe it or not.
All of them. Droids trapped in sections 4, 5, 7, and 12.
It felt like being in the middle of a brawl, and then finding yourself dragged off your opponent. The enemy couldn't get at him, but now he couldn't get at them, either. And if the biohazard chamber doors were open, then both the nanovirus and Uthin were on the commando side of the barrier. If they had managed to get in, they could probably get out the same way. The front wall shuttered. Even if any droids had survived the assault on the villa, how would reinforcements help them now? Hogan turned to Haradi.
Can you get into the system and override the safety controls?
I'll do my best, sir. Haradi's face said that he doubted it, but he died trying. He retreated to the office with Hogan, and they rummaged through the cabinets and drawers looking for operating instructions, tools, anything that might be used to release the bulkheads. In one cabinet, Hogan found a crowbar, but its edges were too thick to get any purchase in the flimsy thin gap between the two sections of the front door, or the lower edge of the bulkhead. He flung it to the floor in frustration, and it clattered across the tiles. The doors needed a blast of some magnitude, and he didn't have the ordnance. Haradi removed the cover from the alarm panel and began poking the tip of his knife experimentally into the maze of circuits and switches. Hogan took out the lightsaber and took a swipe at the bulkhead more out of frustration than any expectation of success. The air took out an oddly ozonic smell, almost irritating in its intensity. He stared at the bulkhead previously smooth surface. There was a definite depression. He made another pass with the blade, more slowly and controlled this time. He pressed his face close to the cooling metal at one edge and squinted across the flat surface. One eye closed. Yes, it was definitely warping the alloy. But at this rate, it would take him hours to cut through. He suspected time was a luxury he couldn't afford. Something thudded into the wall of the corridor. Darman didn't even hear the shattergun fire. The Verpine projectile was never in danger of hitting anyone, but he suspected they'd have known all about it if it had.
Wow, that's some dent,
Adam said.
I don't think the good doctor is going to come quietly. Niner, are you picking this up?
Darman said.
Found her, just like that.
There was a faint sound of movement in his earpiece. He switched off the video feed. Niner sounded almost relaxed.
That's the first bit of luck we've had. Yeah, but she's got a Verpine on her. They're fragile weapons, and they don't bounce. Give her a fright. I've got a few frighteners ready. If you need a hand, we're going to have trouble getting in. I reckon all the emergency doors have shut tight. All quiet out there? Apart from the Majestic getting 2 on target for comfort? Yes. We don't want to take the whole building out with you still inside. Can you go back for the other ram and try to force the front doors? Do you need us to? Well, trying to get Uthin out via the drains. If we can't, it's plan D. Cheer up. Still got E through Z plans.
Fi's voice said.
One day, Fi, I'm going to give you a good slap,
Darman said. Adam held up his hand for silence. Darman heard the faint sibilance of whispered conversation, and then the door slammed, and the lock clunked. So it wasn't an automatic safety door. Uthin had company.
She really doesn't know me, does she?
Darman said, and pulled off a few centimeters of thermal tape. He checked around the corner with a probe, loath to test his armor against the Verpine.
It's going to take more than a lock to keep me out, sweetheart.
He hugged the wall. He was nearly at the door when it opened, and he found himself face to face with 2 Trandoshans, who seemed pretty surprised to see him. Maybe it was the armor. It seemed to have that effect. There was nowhere to run. There were times when you could pull your rifle, and times when you couldn't, and Deeses weren't much good at point-blank range, unless you used them as a club. Darman aimed an instinctive punch before he thought about what he would do with the explosives in his hand.
Even with an armored gauntlet, it was like hitting a stone block in the face. The Trandoshan fell back 2 paces. Then his comrade came at Darman with a blade. There was a frozen second or two of bewilderment as the Trandoshan looked at his knife, and then at Darman's armor.
Aden, want to give me a hand here?
Darman said quietly, taking 1 step back with the vibro blade extended.
Oh. Yeah, oh.
The nice thing about a fixed vibro blade was that nobody could knock it out of your hand, not unless they took your arm off with it. The trainee seemed to be considering that as an option before taking a huge lunge, the blade of his weapon skidding off Darman's arm plate. Darman ran at the trainee head first and cannoned into him, throwing him against the wall and pinning him there while he tried to drive the vibroblade into soft tissue. He tried for the throat, big blood vessels, quick, effective, but the trainee had his wrist clamped tight. It was taking Darman all his strength to keep the enemy's blade from his own throat. It seemed like deadlock. The bodysuit was stab-proof, wasn't it? He couldn't see Aten. He had to concentrate on his own predicament, and he wasn't getting anywhere fast with the trainee. It was time for one of those bar brawl tactics that Scarada made sure they all learned. Darman scraped his boot along the trainee's shin and brought it down hard on his instep. It gave him the split second of loosened grip he needed, and he plunged the vibroblade in up to its hilt, over and over. Not sure what he was hitting, but noting that the trainee was shrieking and that the shrieks were gradually getting fainter. Scarada was right. Stabbing someone was a slow way to kill him. He pressed his forearm against the trainee's neck and held him pinned while he slid down the wall. Darman followed him, all the way down, and finally knelt on his chest to make sure he didn't move while he jammed the blade up under his jaw and across his trachea. He waited for him to stop moving, then scrambled to his feet to see Aten standing over the other Trandoshan, still cursing. There was a lot of blood, and it didn't look like Aten's.
I could have done without that interruption,
Darman said.
Ruins your concentration,
Aten said.
Where were we? About to use my universal key.
Darman retrieved the ribbon charge from the floor, wiped it on his sleeve, and set it with its detonator against the lock. They moved quickly to the hinge side, and Aten drew the Transdotional ray blaster he'd been so unwilling to abandon.
Aten is captured alive, remember? She's got company. You make sure you need to use it then. If they'd wanted her disintegrated, they'd have said.
Darman took out the stun grenade and the mini EMP. She might have droids in there too. He juggled both spheres in one hand.
Okay, I blow the lock, and in these go. They're down for 5 seconds. I take Uthan, and you shoot anything else still moving. Got it. Cover.
The door exploded, showering Kuvara splinters, and Darman leaned forward and threw in the surprises. A blinding 300,000 candle power, white light, and 160 decibels of raw noise flooded the room for 2 seconds, and Darman was inside before he realized it, pinning Uthan flat to the floor as Aten pumped the ray blaster across the room. The dust and smoke settled. Darman had cuffed Uthan. He didn't actually recall doing it, but that was the adrenaline working. For some reason, he had expected a fight, but she was simply making an odd, incoherent groan. He'd become used to Tane's resilience. Uthan was a regular human, untrained, unfit, and apart from her intellect, nothing special. Darman picked up the Verpine and aimed it at a wall. It made the finest whirring noises, then jammed. None was right. Verpines didn't bounce. Or maybe the mini EMP had temporarily fried its electronics.
Darman here. We have Uthan. Repeat, we have Uthan.
Fi's whoop hurt his ears. Neither could in.
Are we done here? Let's check we haven't missed anything, Aten.
He glanced over his shoulder. Aten was cradling their ray blaster, staring down at 4 bodies on the floor. It was all a bit of a mess, as Fi would say. 3 of the dead were Transoceans, and the 4th was a young, red-haired woman who wasn't pretty any longer, or even recognizable. Darman wondered if the girl was Uthan's daughter. Then he had another thought.
How many staff do you have here, ma'am?
He took his helmet off and rolled her over so they were face to face.
How many?
Uthan seemed to be regaining her composure.
You murdered my assistant.
She had a blaster,
Fi said, almost to himself. Darman shook her.
Ma'am, I'm going to detonate an awful lot of ordnance under this building very soon. And your staff, if you have any, will be dead anyway.
She was staring up into his face, seeming totally distracted by him.
Are you really a clone?
I'd like to say the one and only, but you know I'm not,
Amazing.
she said. Staff.
4 more. They're just scientists. They're civilians.
Darman opened his mouth, and Kalskarada's voice emerged unbidden again.
Not all soldiers wear uniforms, ma'am. High time those scientists took responsibility for their role in the war effort.
Yes, it was personal. War didn't get much more personal than a virus aimed specifically at you and your brothers.
Darman here. Sarge, Uthan's staff members are somewhere in the building, too. What do you want us to do? Retrieve them as well? I'll check with Majestic. Wait, what?
Niner's Link went dead for a few moments, and then crackled into life again.
No, not required. Get her clear, and let us know when you're going to detonate.
They were just following orders.
Uthan said.
So am I.
Darman said, and Trust, gagged, and hooded her with salvaged paracel cord and a section of sheeting. He replaced his helmet and heaved her over his shoulder. It was going to be a tough job getting her down those tunnels. Atten followed. They slipped back down the drain. Darman hoped that they could find their way back to the surface without Jannart as their guide. Hoken could feel the sweat stinging his eyes. He withdrew the lightsaber and examined the substantial dent in the bulkhead. It wasn't deep enough, or fast enough, and he knew it. This was a displacement activity. He was little help to Haradi, so he vented his frustration on the alloy, and all he seemed to succeed in was making the stale atmosphere even hotter and more suffocating. Then he heard a hiss of air, and he wondered if it was the sill breaching, but it wasn't. It was Haradi. Hoken ran the few steps along the corridor to the office. He feared that the young captain had electrocuted himself, and whether he wanted to admit it or not, he actually cared what happened to him. But Haradi was intact. He was leaning over the desk, both hands braced on the surface, head down, shoulders shaking. Then he looked up, and his face was a big, sweaty grin. A bead of perspiration ran down his nose, and hung there for a moment before he batted it away with his finger. "Check the status board, sir." Hoken swung around and looked for the board. The unchanging pattern of red lights had now become a pattern of red and green. "Bulkheads 2, 6, and 9, sir," he said. "Now I can clear the rest. I had to try every sequence. That's a lot of permutations." He shook his head and went back to carefully prodding a piece of circuit board with the tip of his knife. "They'll be jammed open, though."
Better than jammed shut.
As Hoken watched, the lights changed from red to green, one by one, and a cool draft hit his face. The front doors had opened. Hoken expected a missile or blaster volley to punch through them, but all that entered was the silent, refreshing, fire-scented night air.
Haradi,
Hoken said.
"Right now, I couldn't love you more if you were my own son. Remind me I said that one day."
He drew his blaster and raced down the corridor past droids, stumbling over the shattered metal plates and the body of an Umbaran, and into the room where he had left Uthan and her Trandoshan guards. He had half expected to see her lying dead on the floor with them. In a way he had hoped for it, because it would mean the Republic hadn't stolen her expertise. But she was gone. He picked up the Verpine and tested it for charge. It made a faint whir and then ticked. Either Uthan hadn't managed to get a shot off, or they'd used an EMP grenade. Hoken worked his way down the passage to the biohazard chamber, pausing on the way to check inside prep rooms and storage cupboards, wary of booby traps. As he opened one door, he heard whimpering in the darkness. He switched on the light. The remaining 4 members of Uthan's research team, 3 young men and an older woman, were huddled in the corner. One of the men held a blaster, but its muzzle was pointed at the floor. They blinked at Hoken, frozen.
"Stay here," he said. "You might be all that's left of the virus program. Don't move."
There seemed little chance that they would. When Hoken reached the central chamber, the only sign that anything untoward had taken place was that the concealed drain in the center of the floor was now a charred, gaping space. He looked around the walls, shelves, and cupboards. A mistake. He made a mistake. A terrible oversight. He hadn't taken the time to check what the virus containers looked like, or how many there had been.
He could see gaps on shelves through the transparent doors. He pulled on the handles, but they were still locked. He ran back up the corridor and grabbed one of the young men from Uthan's team.
Do you know what the nanovirus looks like?
The boy blinked. It has a structure based on...
Idiot.
Hoken jabbed fiercely toward his own eye, indicating look.
What does the container look like? How many? Come on, think.
He hauled the scientist to his feet and dragged him down the corridor to the biohazard chamber.
Show me.
The boy pointed to the plain-fronted cabinet. 14 alloy vials in there, inside their own vacuum-sealed case.
Open it and check.
I can't. Uthan has all the security codes and keys.
Is it conceivable that the enemy could have opened it and simply shut it again?
Normally I'd say that was impossible, but I also remember thinking that it was impossible for anyone to breach this building. The hole where the drain had been was now a jagged fringe of scorched, broken tiling, and twisted metal frame. Hoken looked down into the void and saw debris. For a moment, he wondered if he was actually dealing with human beings, and not some bizarre unknown life form. He knew where they'd gone. Now he had to hunt them down and stop them from taking Uthan off the planet, or whatever was left of the nanovirus project. If this was what a handful of clone soldiers could achieve, he was almost afraid to think what millions might do. Chapter 18.
You never have perfect knowledge in combat, gentlemen. It's what we call the fog of war. You can either sit around worrying what's real and what's not, or you can realize the enemy hasn't got a clue either, and fire off a few rounds of psychology. A truly great army is one that only has to rattle its saber to win a war.
Sergeant Cal Scarata.
Omega to Majestic. Check, check, check. Cease firing.
Niner waited several minutes before moving. There had been trees to the northwest of the facility that weren't there anymore. You couldn't stake your life on the accuracy of gunnery support. He edged forward on his stomach and propped himself on his elbows to check the area. First with his binoc visor, and then through the scope of the DC-17. Nothing was moving, although nothing with any sense would present itself in a bright lit doorway anyway. The facility was now stripped completely of its wooden farmhouse shell, and its alloy doors were wide open. For a few seconds, Niner almost expected to see Darman and Aden walk out into the yard, and for Cal Scarata to shout, "Index, index, index, end of exercise." But there were no more exercises, and this night wasn't over, not by a long shot. Behind him, Clyde switched to his Dees and trained the sniper attachment on the entrance, waiting to pick off anything insane enough to walk out. Niner wasn't sure if Phi would pause for thought if anyone did come out, even with raised hands.
Dar, Atten, can you confirm your position?
Niner waited.
Somewhere pitch black and smelly, and dragging a semi-conscious woman behind me,
Atten said.
Sounds like happy hour at the Outlander.
Niner said, although he had no idea what a nightclub was really like, and probably never would. The comment sprang from his subconscious.
Is Uthan injured? Dar got fed up with her struggling and sedated her. How long before you can detonate?
Muffled noises filled Niner's helmet. It sounded as if Atten was conferring with Darman without the comlink. Maybe he'd removed his helmet to sip some water. A woman was making incoherent noises, and Niner heard Darman's voice clearly.
Shut up, will you?
You didn't need a medic to check Dar's stress levels. Atten was back on the link.
At this rate, half an hour. Fine. How fast can you cover one click right now? Unladen and suitably motivated? About 3 minutes.
Now it was the timing that was giving them grief. They needed to keep whoever was in the facility right where they were until Darman was in position to detonate the implosion device. Niner wondered how long Majestic could wait, and how long it would before they had more company. He decided to ask.
Omega here, Majestic. What's the Techno warship doing? Listening to port and smoking a bit, Omega. You've been busy? If we get busier, we'll let you know. We're dispatching the gunship now. It'll be waiting when you reach the extraction point.
Niner crawled back to Fi's position and nudged him.
You might as well make a move for the EP now with the Tane. I can hold this position. No. Can I give you an order? I might call you Sarge, but right now, I'm ignoring you.
Attain appeared on the other side of Fi with Jannard.
What's happening?
The gunship's on its way. I suggest you and Fi head out and meet it.
Where's Darman?
About 50 meters down the tunnel. It's heavy going.
It's still the quickest path through the warren,
Jannard said.
short of digging them out.
Digging through 5 meters of soil without power tools or explosives is going to take a long time.
Niner turned to Attain.
Is there anything you can do, ma'am?
Attain pushed her tangled hair back from her face.
If Jannard can find the shallowest point of the tunnel, I can try to part the soil. If you explain to me what needs to happen, I can picture it. The more accurately I can picture it, the better my chances of bringing the force to bear. I have to see what's happening in my mind.
I can find their position,
Jannard said.
By all means, bring your lightsaber, ma'am.
Fi said.
But only use it if you miss with this.
He handed her his blaster. Attain shoved it in her belt.
You persuaded me.
Jannard was fast. Attain had trouble keeping up with her when she was running on all fours, her snout to the ground. The Garlanan's rhythmic sniffs were in counterpoint to Attain's gasping breath. They were moving in a square search pattern across the field to the east of the facility, trying to locate the exact section of tunnel that Darman and Fi had taken. Attain could sense Darman now. They were close.
Are you following this scent?
Attain panted.
No, I'm listening for echoes.
With your nose?
Where I keep my ears is my own business.
Jannard stopped dead and pressed her snout into the soil with a few short, strong snorts.
Here, dig here.
I hope they know we're right above them.
We aren't. They're about 10 meters back up the tunnel. If you excavated where they are, you could bury them completely.
Attain wasn't sure if Jannard was making a general point about rescue procedure or commenting on her confidence. She didn't care. Darman was down there, and he needed her help. Atten was down there too, but the thought of Darman focused her because he was a friend. She could almost imagine him advising her that sentimentality was a luxury that a commander can never afford.
Here we go,
she said, more to herself than to Jannard. Attain knelt to one side of the line of the tunnel and placed her hands flat on the ground. When she closed her eyes, she visualized the warren, seeing its uneven walls with tree roots emerging from them like knotted rope. She saw small stones and seams of amber clay. Then her focus became more intense. She saw smaller roots and then the individual grains of mineral and veins of organic material. She felt her breathing slowing, changing, as if her lungs weren't moving within her, but rather the air outside her body was pressing and relaxing, slowly and rhythmically. And she finally saw the space around each microscopic grain. It wasn't empty. It was invisible, but it was not a void. Attain felt it. She had control of it at a fundamental, subatomic level. She could feel the pressure throughout her body. Now all she had to do was shape it. At the sides of the tunnel, she pictured the space thinning and reducing, compacting the walls, strengthening them against collapse. Overhead, and now she felt like she was lying flat on her back, looking up at the vault above her. She saw the space expand. The grains moved further apart. The space flowed in to displace them. The space flowed upward to lift them. And then the space was suddenly all there was. Attain was aware of something cold and slightly damp across the backs of her hands, and opened her eyes. She was kneeling in fine, friable soil. It looked as if a patient gardener had sieved it to prepare for planting seeds. She was looking down into an open trench. There was a domed line of soil along both sides, as neat and regular as if an excavator had done the job.
That
said Janar's voice beside her.
Was quite extraordinary.
Erlenen's tone was almost reverent.
Quite extraordinary.
Etain knelt back on her heels. Instead of the exhaustion she normally felt after using the Force to shift objects, she felt refreshed. Jannar slipped down into the trench and disappeared. A few moments later, a familiar blue-lit, T-shaped visor popped up from the darkness below, and it didn't alarm her at all.
There's always a career for you in the construction industry, Commander,
Darman said. He scrambled out of the trench and Etain threw her arms around him without thinking. Her blaster clunked against his armor plates. It was odd to hug something that felt like a droid, but she was overwhelmed by relief that he'd made it. She let go and stepped back, suddenly embarrassed.
Yeah, I've been in the sewer,
he said, all guilt.
Sorry.
Atton's voice carried from the trench.
Dar, are you gonna stand there all night posing for the Commander? Or are you gonna help me lift this? As if I could forget,
Darman said. After some grunting and cursing, the two commandos managed to lift a thoroughly trussed body onto the edge of the trench. Etain pulled off the hood and stared into the half-closed eyes of Dr. Uthan. She was drifting in and out of consciousness.
How much did you give her?
Etain asked.
Enough to shut her up,
Darman said. Etain hoped the woman didn't vomit and choke to death. It was always a risk with heavy sedatives. They hadn't come this far to lose her. Atton leaned forward, and Darman heaved Uthan onto his back.
10-minute shifts,
Atton said,
and I'll be counting.
I hope she's worth the effort,
Etain said.
So do I,
Jannar said.
You must make your own way now. I've done all I can. Remember us, Jedi. Remember what we have done for you, and that we expect your help in reclaiming our world. Honor that promise.
Jannar looked the Padawan up and down, as if measuring her, and then the Gurlanen lost her outline and became black fluid again, vanishing into the undergrowth.
Do you think I nearly shot her?
Darman said, shaking his head. He moved off toward the extraction point across country, remarkably empty of Gidans. Gez Hokan lined up the young scientist on the other side of the door. He gestured to Haradi.
On my mark, he said. Kill the lights.
Sir, if the speeders have been destroyed, what are we going to do?
Hokan thought an unusually stupid question for such a fine officer, but perhaps he was thinking about just how far untrained civilians might get on foot before falling to the enemy.
Run, he said. Just run.
He turned to the four biologists, hoping terror would speed them up, as it often did.
What's your name?
He asked the woman.
Sheva,
she said.
Well, Sheva, when the lights go out, hang on to me and run like crazy, understand?
Yes.
And if the captain or I shot drop, you drop down flat. Got that?
I can assure you I have.
Haradi, you take the rear. Don't lose any of them.
Hokan was expecting more laser bombardment. It was quiet outside, but he felt that it would begin again as soon as they emerged. He couldn't defend a facility with its doors jammed open. There was at least one squad of enemy commandos still out there. His last chance was to make a run for it with the remnants of Uthan's team and hide them somewhere. Then he would look for Uthan. One way or another, he would salvage what he could of the nanovirus program. Beyond that, he hadn't made plans.
Ready, Haradi?
Ready, sir.
Hogan slid on his Mandalorian helmet, as much for comfort as protection.
Lights.
Chapter 19. C.O. Majestic to Coruscant Command.
Standing by to retrieve LAATI from Kalura. Be aware we have detected 2 Trade Federation warships approaching from the Tendril Arm to reinforce Quilura. Vengeance is moving to protect our flank. We're almost at the 1-click line,
Darman's voice said.
Ready when you are.
Niner clasped his glove to the left side of his helmet. He feared it was becoming a nervous tick.
Good. See you at the EP. Give me a few minutes.
Phi made a casual thumbs-up gesture and adjusted his shoulder plate. 5 minutes felt like forever right then.
Whoa, what's happening here?
Niner said.
Dar, hold on, wait one.
The light from the front doors had died, and his night vision visor kicked in. He thought he saw Darwin, or Atten, another odd flashback now that the stems were wearing off. But then he realized the T-slit visor coming out the door was Hokin's. He opened fire. The hesitation had cost him half a second, an eternity, and he hadn't seen anyone fall. Phi laid down a burst of plasma bolt rounds, and they waited. Nothing. Then there was another flurry of movement, and someone yelled,
"Drop!"
But the three shapes didn't, at least not until the plasma rounds hit them. It was silent again. Niner paused. As he and Phi began edging forward to check, someone got up from the blast-cratered ground and sprinted around the far side of the building. Niner and Phi sprayed more rounds and paused again, but there was no more movement.
If there's more inside the lobby, Sarge, can I put a bit of anti-armor in there? I don't fancy running with droids behind us.
Standard grenades wouldn't trigger the thermal detonator.
Lob in 6,
he said,
and then set the E-web to self-destruct.
Phi lined up the blaster, easing it a little on his tripod. Niner heard a high-pitched noise, like a repulsor lift drive starting up, but then it was drowned out by the first 3 grenades, launching and exploding. The doorway of the facility belched black, rolling flames and smoke.
Now that's Index,
Niner said, and they ran. They ran over rutted fields and crashed through 2 hedges, and were into the trees before Niner managed to open his comlink and gasp out the take, command to Darwin. The white flash illuminated the track before them a second or two before the shockwave smacked Niner hard in the back. It threw him forward. His mouth smashed against the interior of the visor, and he tasted blood. When he turned his head and tried to get up, Phi was also flat on his chest, arms out in front, head turned toward him.
No, Sarge,
Phi said, still seeming totally pleased with life.
That was Index.
Gibbs Hokin found himself on the ground, with his speeder bike upended, his drive still running. The blast was ringing in his ears. He froze, head covered, waiting for incoming cannon fire, but only silence followed. He struggled to his feet and managed to heave the speeder upright again. A steering vane was slightly bent, but it was serviceable. He dusted himself down and then swung back into the rider's seat. He could see his hands gripping the bars. The tan glove on his left hand looked black. It was still wet. Sheva had hung on to him. She'd run, as he told her. Her blood had sprayed over him when she was hit. It was the closest he had come to feeling pity in many years. Enough of this. You're going soft, man. Concentrate.
Sir.
It was hard to identify the voice from a single shout. Hokin turned to check, but there was really only one man who would have struggled to stay with him.
Sir.
Karate rode up from behind and stopped, his speeder level with his. He had no second rider. Hokin didn't need to ask.
I'm sorry, sir,
Karate said.
They froze when the shooting started. They didn't even drop.
Civilians tend to do that,
Hokin said warily.
The blast was the facility. Judging by the color, that was a high-temperature implosion, not laser cannon.
Does it matter?
Nothing could have survived that, even in a blast-proof container. If there were any samples of the nanovirus, they're gone now.
So there was no nanovirus in Separatist hands, and no scientist with any degree of expertise in the program, either. That made it imperative to retrieve it. Given the blast area of an implosion device, they were using sensitive remote detonators. Hokin was relieved that he had some EMP grenades in his cargo pane.
Find them,
Hokin said. Couldn't even trace their route from the drainage system now. Where would he start? The enemy would need to leave Quilura. They would have a vessel somewhere. If intelligence from Geonosis was any guide, they would have gunships to extract them and evacuate wounded. It was a quiet, backward, rural planet. You could hear motors and drives for kilometers, especially at night. Hokin powered down the speeder and waited, listening.
Etain could feel it long before she saw or heard it. She hadn't been able to detect the droids, or so she thought, but she could feel something big disturbing the Force, and it was getting nearer. She wasn't sure if it was mechanical or organic, and it didn't communicate any sense of threat beyond the mild anxiety. Then she heard the rushing air and steady drone of a vessel's propulsion drive. She stopped and craned her neck. Atton and Darman stopped too.
Oh, I love that sound.
What is it?
The sound of us getting out of this cesspit in one piece. A gunship.
The sound was practically right overhead. As Etain scanned the night sky, she picked out a silhouette against the stars. The vessel wasn't showing any navigation lights. It dipped slightly, its drive changing pitch, and Darman reacted as if someone were talking to him. He gestured and nodded, then he waved. The gunship picked up speed and lifted higher before shooting away.
They tracked us by our comlink transponder,
Darman said.
Good old Niner. Bless him for knocking out Teklet.
Atton jerked his shoulders to heave Uthan a little higher on his back.
Your carriage, Princess,
he said to her, far more cheerful than Etain had imagined him capable of being. His presence felt almost hilled, but not entirely.
Want to sit up front?
Uthan had recovered from the sedation enough to squirm. Etain realized that the scientist was the only person she had ever seen who could convey such rage just by writhing. She didn't envy the soldier who had to untie her.
Your turn, Dar,
Atton said.
Okay.
He seemed elated as well as edgy. Etain could feel it. It was nearly over. They'd pulled it off. She wanted to ask him what he was going to do when he got back to base, but she could guess that involved a lot of sleep, a hot shower, and food. His dreams were modest. She thought that was a fine example to set, even for a Padawan. She just hoped that she could become a competent officer. She wanted Darman's respect.
Come on, Dar,
Atton said irritably.
Uthan's starting to weigh a ton. Your turn.
Try this,
Etain said, and lifted with the force. Atton half turned to check what was relieving the weight on his back. Darman had almost caught up with him. Atton pitched forward. Etain thought he had merely tripped, but Darman was now down on the ground, and she followed suit. He was sprawled across Atton with his rifle raised. Atton wasn't screaming, but he was making a rhythmic noise, as if he was trying to gulp air. Uthan was lying in a heap on the grass.
Man down,
Darman said, unnaturally calm. Etain heard him clearly. He still had the voice unit open.
Sarge, Atton's hit.
Whatever Niner's response was, Etain didn't hear it. Darman fired rapidly, and she saw the brilliant rounds fly over her head. Why hadn't she felt anyone behind her? Because she'd been distracted? This was her fault. If Atton died, she would have him on her conscience for the rest of her life. The firing stopped. It was over inside 30 seconds. The world had somehow gone back to the way it was before, except for Atton. Darman could obviously see something through his rifle sight that Etain could not. She watched him get up, run forward, and aim at an object on the ground. He switched on his helmet lamp.
One of Hogan's officers,
Darman said.
A captain.
Is he dead?
He is now,
Darman said. This time, Etain wasn't quite as appalled as she had been when Darman had dispatched the wounded Umbaran. She was wrapped up in concern for Atton. Perspective had shifted radically. Atton was now worryingly quiet. When Darman turned him carefully onto his side, there was a shattered hole in his armor plate about 20 centimeters below his right armpit that was leaking blood. Darman took a small, gray oblong container with rounded edges from his belt and emptied the contents on the ground. He shoved what looked like a field dressing in the gaping hole and taped it to the armor.
Get on,
Atton said. His voice was shaking.
Go on. Leave me. Don't go all heroic on me, or I'll smack you one. I mean it. Get Uthan out of here. Atton, shut up, will you? I'm not leaving anyone here.
Darman was working with all the precision of someone who'd been drilled repeatedly in combat first aid. He nodded at Etain. She grasped Atton's hand and squeezed it hard.
That's what a burnt pipe projectile can do to hard armor. Easy, brother. I've got you.
He removed one of Adam's thigh plates, peeled back the section of bodysuit, and exposed the skin. He held 2 short single-use syringes in his hand.
It's going to hurt a bit, okay? Steady.
Darman stabbed both needles into Adam's thigh, in quick succession. Then he scrawled something on Adam's helmet with a marker and replaced the thigh plate. Attain stared at the letters, P and Z, now written on the forehead of the helmet.
P for painkiller,
Darman said. He laid Adam flat on his back.
Z for blood loss, control agent, because B looks too much like P when you're in a hurry. It's for the medics, just in case they don't scan him, so they know what I've dosed him with. Now this is going to look really odd, but trust me.
Adam was flat on his back, breathing heavily. Darman slid on top of him, back to chest, then slipped his arms through Adam's webbing and rolled both of them over, so he was lying underneath. Raising himself on his arms, he drew his legs to a kneeling position, and then stood up with Adam secure across his back. He tottered slightly, but he didn't fall.
Easiest way to lift and carry a heavy man,
Darman said, his voice sounding a little strained.
I could have done that for you.
Yeah, but he's my brother. Besides, you're going to carry Dr. Uther.
Attain felt momentary guilt for not checking on her, but the scientist was still lying there, trussed, quite silent, and no doubt bewildered. Attain leaned over her.
Come on, Doctor.
She said. She went to lift her, but her hands touched something cold and wet. There was a jagged silver of pale gray plastoid alloy protruding from just under her ribs. It was shrapnel from Adam's armor. The doctor was bleeding heavily.
Oh no, not this. Look, Darman, look!
Firefact. After all this run,
No, she's alive.
just get her to the extraction point. They better have a medic on board.
The disappointment was sudden and crushing. Attain felt it. It almost made her stop in her tracks, too overwhelmed by the unfairness of it all to move. But it didn't stop Darman, and so she was determined to go on. His absolute discipline was tangible. In a few days she had learned more from him than she had ever been able to learn from Follier. Being seconds from death so many times drove the lesson home, now much harder. Attain also knew it had forged a bond that would cause her enormous pain in years to come. It was worse than falling in love. It was a totally different level of attachment. It was shared trauma. Master Follier said you could fall out of love, but Attain knew you could never fall out of this, because history could never change. She lifted Uthan across her back by her own arm and jerked her forward until she was comfortably across her shoulders.
Let's move it, Darman.
She said, and hardly recognized her own voice. For a moment, she didn't sound like a Jedi at all. Hoken was still on the loose. Niner knew it. He'd seen him, or at least someone, in his armor come out of the facility. The officer whom Darman had shot had just been a young captain, and Hoken was probably doing what the dead captain seemed to have done, and tracked them down by the gunship. Their salvation might also prove to be their undoing.
About one more click,
Clive said.
Any word on Haddon? Haven't you got your long range switch through? No, it's one more distraction I can't face right now.
Niner was beginning to understand how Phi coped. The man just switched off, sometimes literally. He wondered who or what had taught him to do that, because it wasn't Scarada. Cal Scarada felt, all too visibly sometimes.
I hope we get an urban deployment after this,
Niner said. Stay positive. Look ahead.
A nice, noisy, confusing city with places to hide and lots of running water. Surveillance, data extraction, easy street. Nah, jungle. You're sick. Jungle's like a city. Lots going on. You're worried about Adden. Shut up, Sarge. I'm just worried about me, okay? Of course you are. Why didn't we just pound this whole region from space? No intel. Virus could have been at several locations. We might not have hit them all, and we never know until it was too late. Just when we were making a good team. He's still alive, Phi.
Niner began walking backward, playing the tail roll.
He's still alive. Jedi can heal. Darman's done all the right first aid.
Niner never did like being tailed on patrol, especially at night. He liked it even less when the point man shouted, "Down!" He dropped flat in the grass and looked where Phi was aiming his D's.
Speeder.
Phi said,
Guess who? Crossing right to left ahead. It's gotta be Hogan. Can you take him? Clear shot when he passes the trees. Don't hang about then.
Niner counted the seconds, following the speeder bike with his rifle scope. The speeder's movement behind the avenue of Kavara created a strobe effect. A flare of energy lit up his night vision, and the rider was thrown out the vehicle in a cloud of vapor.
That's the way to do it.
Niner said. They waited the mandatory few seconds to check that Hogan was truly down. There was no movement at all. Niner could see the glint of Gadan's eyes in the grass, a sign that at least someone thought the fighting was over, and that it was safe to come out again. Niner was on his feet, and Phi was up on one knee, when Hogan rose from the grass like a specter. He staggered a few steps and raised his weapon. Niner didn't hear him fire, but he heard a projectile whistle past him, and hit something with a loud crack. Verpine shatterguns were silent, and they were accurate. If Hogan hadn't been winded by Phi's round, then Niner would have had the same hole blown in him as that.
Sarge, when I kill him, can I have his armor?
Phi asked.
You get to take it off him personally. I needed that motivation, thanks. Still see him? No.
A blaster round hit the grass a meter in front of Phi, and sent sparks swirling. Their enemy wasn't a mindless tinny, or a stupid Weequay. He was a Mandalorian. A natural-born fighter, dangerous even when wounded. He was very much like them.
You think that gunship's going to wait?
Phi asked.
Now wants to have Uthin. Fire effect.
Phi snapped on the grenade attachment and aimed.
Maybe we shouldn't have ditched the E-Web.
The night lit up with the explosion. Phi raised his head a little, and a blaster fire flowed back, a meter farther off target than before.
You go right of him while I keep him busy.
Niner edged forward on his elbows and knees. These crooked in his arms. He'd moved about 10 meters when the air above him made a frying noise, and a blaster bolt took the seed heads off the grass above him. If it hadn't been for that Verpine, things would have been a lot simpler. Majestic wouldn't wait much longer. The stims had worn off fully now, and Niner was feeling the impact of days of hard tabbing, little sleep, and too much noise. He made himself a promise, there and then. If he and Phi weren't getting off Quilura, neither was Gez Hogan. But Mandalorian or not, Hogan was just one man, and he was facing two men who were at least his match. Niner didn't underestimate him, but the end result was almost certain. Sooner or later, he would deplete the power cells. Still, time wasn't on their side right then.
Not good at all,
Niner said.
Darman, Niner here. What's your position?
He sounded out of breath.
Slow going, Sarge. About 10 minutes from the EP. Ask them if they'll keep the meter running, will you? Just saying goodbye to Gez Hogan. I'll drop Adnoff and... Negative, Dar. We can handle this once we crack his armor. Stand by.
Phi was edging forward, looking for a clear shot. Niner, running out of patience, looked about for some cover he could use to get a position to the side of Hogan. The flash of a weapon discharged caught his eye, but he didn't hear anything except Phi beginning to say something over the comlink, and then a very brief, searing peak of high-pitched noise. Then everything went silent and black. For a moment, Niner thought he'd been hit. He couldn't hear Phi, and he couldn't see the data from his HUD. There was no green image of the field and the trees behind it in his night vision visor. But he could feel his elbows squarely braced in the soil, and he could feel his D still in his hands. No pain, but if you were hurt badly enough, you sometimes didn't feel a thing. It took him several slow seconds to realize his helmet systems were totally dead. His face felt hot. He wasn't getting air. He pulled off the helmet and squinted through the scope of his DC-17. The night vision scope picked up his image. Phi had taken his helmet off too, and had his hand inside it, pressing controls frantically. EMP grenade, Niner thought. Hogan's droid at us. You used electromagnetic pulse charges against droids, but they were equally effective against delicate electronics attached to wets. The enhanced Katarn helmets, 3 times the price of an ordinary Trooper's version, were packed with sophisticated prototype systems, vulnerable systems. Niner crawled slowly and carefully toward Phi. Several blaster bolts went wide. He lay flat, head to head with him,
He's fried our helmets,
Vi whispered.
Don't they test these things properly? I bet some civvy thought nobody would use EMPs against the wets. Yeah, I might look them up when we get back. They should reset. How long? No idea. D still works though. As long as he puts his head up. I could do with one of Dar's flashbangs. Doesn't fit the D's anyway. Can you see him at all? No. No, wait. There he is.
Niner had to track back and forth a couple of times before he spotted Hogan through the scope.
Got any of the IEDs in easy reach? 6. How far can you throw? Far enough. Wide as you can. Scatter them across him.
Niner laid down suppressing fire, while 5 bounced up and down, lobbing the little makeshift bombs, dropping flat again. Niner took the detonator control.
When I hit this, you go wide that way, and try to get side on to him.
Fire rolled slightly to one side, bracing on his right arm, for a quick start. Niner hit the dead. 5 bopped up. Nothing happened. Blaster rounds seared the grass between them. 5 threw himself down again.
We really must talk to procurement about hardening our electronics, Vi said mildly. I fear we might be back to old-fashioned soldiering. I'm fresh out of bayonets. Sergeant Cowell would have an idea. You got his number on you? I'm going to scream. What? Don't laugh. This man's a nut. If he thinks I'm down and badly injured, he won't be able to resist coming over and slitting my throat. And then I give him a surprise party? Anything that resolves this fast. Okay, kid, off you go.
Niner suddenly realized he didn't actually know how to scream, but he'd heard enough terribly wounded men to make a fair stab at it. He threw back his head and let go. Chapter 20.
I don't know who the good guys are anymore, but I do know what the enemy is. It's the compromise of principles. You lose the war, and you lose your principles. And the first principle is to look out for your comrades.
Cal Scarata. The gunship was the most beautiful craft Darman had ever seen. It came into view as he staggered through the line of bushes and into the newly plowed field. Its cockpit bubbles gleamed like a hollow of Cloud City, and its cannon turrets had the symmetry of the finest Naboo architecture. He even loved its rust and the dents in its wings.
Look at that, Aden,
he said.
Sheer art, Aden. Yeah, nearly there.
White trooper armor came running toward him with a Gran in a medic's uniform just behind them. Aden's weight lifted from his back, and he struggled to pull his arms free of the webbing. He followed the sketcher, trying to talk to the medic.
Burbine projectile, right side of his chest,
he said.
Painkiller, 5 cc's of... I can see,
the Gran said.
Neat job, Private. Now get in that ship.
When he looked around, troopers had taken Uthin from Attain, and she was walking toward the gunship, stopping to look over her shoulder every few steps. General Arligan Zay stepped down from the troop cabin and bowed his head very slightly in her direction. She slowed down and stopped to return it. It struck Darman as a remarkably formal greeting under the circumstances. Behind this tableau of Jedi etiquette was a scene from a nightmare, with medics working on both Aten and Uthin, removing armor, cutting garments, hooking up transfusion lines, calling for more dressings. It was like watching two parallel worlds, each wholly oblivious to the other. Zay didn't look at Darman at all, but the ARC trooper who jumped down beside the general took off his helmet and simply stared at him in silence. Something black moved in the shadows of the ship and then emerged slowly to sniff the air with a long glossy snout. It was Valaquil. He had come home. Darman could hardly say that he recognized the Gurlanen, because this one looked indistinguishable from Jannard, but he could guess.
Private Aten is still collecting scars, I see,
Valaquil said.
And my consort is impatient and waiting for me. I have to go. Jannard?
Darman shrugged, embarrassed.
She's been an extraordinary help to us, sir. A sixth member of the squad, in fact.
I'm sure she will tell me all the details of what has made her so very excited for the past few days.
And then he was gone, lopping across the field and into the bushes. Darman hoped the Republic wouldn't disappoint the Corlanans. They'd served as well as any soldier.
You've done remarkably well, Padawan,
Zay said.
especially without the guidance of a master. Quite exceptional, in fact. I think that this may hasten your progress toward your trials, as far as the Council is concerned, with the supervision of a master, of course.
Darman expected delight, or embarrassment, or something equally positive to soften Atane's expression. He knew she believed she was unfit to be a Jedi Knight, or even a Padawan at times. He knew it was the one thing she lived for. But the elevation didn't appear to move her at all. She didn't appear to hear what Zay had said.
Master, where are Niner and Phi?
Atane asked. Zay looked bemused. Who?
Sorry, Master. The 2 other men from Omega Squad.
Darman felt the scrutiny of the Ark even more keenly now. He'd only seen Arks a couple of times before, and they came as close to scaring him as anyone supposedly on his side ever could. Zay shook his head.
You're the first to make it here.
They'll be here, sir.
Darman said. He flicked open his helmet to helmet calmly. If the Ark was listening in, it was too bad.
Sarge, bye. Time to get a move on.
There was no sound at all in his ear, not even static. He switched to the alternative frequency, and still there was nothing.
Niner, bye. Are you receiving?
He checked the diagnostics mode of his HUD. His helmet was fully functional. You could see the crevasse on Geonosis again, standing behind the cooling, taking E-Web, trying to raise Talar, Vin, and Jay. He couldn't see the biometric data from their suits on his HUD.
No, not again, please.
Ma'am, I'm not getting any response.
What does that mean?
He could hardly bear to say it.
Their helmets are offline. I don't think they made it.
They're dead?
Zay asked.
They're not dead.
Atane said firmly.
Ma'am, I can't raise them at all.
No, I don't care. They're alive. I know they are.
You have to go, Zay said. If you don't go now, you could be flying straight into a battle with the Trade Federation vessels. We've attracted a lot of attention.
The general turned back to the 2 medics working on Uthan.
Is she going to survive?
She's in a very bad way, sir. We need to move her.
Keep her alive, any way you can. Prepare to lift off. Atane?
Master, there are 2 men still out there.
They're dead.
No, I can feel them. I know them. Sir, I know where they are. They're not even hurt. We must wait for them.
We must also save Uthan and get you 2 out of here.
They've destroyed the virus. Isn't that what matters? You can't abandon them now.
Darman could see she was at the point where she would either collapse or do something extreme. Her face was drawn tight, and her pupils were dilated. It was an expression that scared him. He'd seen it a few times in the last few days. The gunship's drives were throbbing now. Atane still had one boot on the platform, and the other firmly on Quilora soil. Atane swallowed hard. Oh, Darman thought. Just bite your tongue, ma'am. Don't react. But he felt what she was feeling. All the sweat and terror and pain for nothing. All that when they could have bombed the facility and gone home. All that and Atten fighting for his life, and Niner and Phi either dead or marooned here.
I will not leave without them,
Atane said.
I regret disobeying you, Master, but I must.
Zay registered visible annoyance.
You will do as I order,
he said quietly.
You're compromising the mission.
We need these men. They are not expendable.
We are all expendable.
Then, sir, I'm expendable too.
She lowered her head slightly, looking up at Zay, more challenging than coy.
An officer's duty is the welfare of her men.
I see that Master Fulier taught you a little about obedience, but a great deal about sentimentality.
Darman dared to interrupt. He couldn't stand seeing Jedi Masters arguing. It was painfully embarrassing.
Look, I'll stay, ma'am.
He said.
Go with that. See he's okay.
Despite Scarrata's frequent assurances that their lives had meaning, Darman had accepted the hierarchy of expendability. It was not only natural in the Grand Army, but also necessary and inevitable. His life was a more valuable defense asset than a clone trooper's. The Ark's life was more valuable than his, but the mirror that Etain loyalty and care held up in front of him had made him see himself as a man. Yes, Niner and Phi deserved better. They all did. Zay ignored Darman. You must go. More separatist vessels are heading this way. And I know how this pains you, but... Etain bounced off her back hill into the troop cabin in one move. For a moment, Darman thought she had changed her mind, but that wasn't Etain at all. She took out her lightsaber and held the glowing shaft a handspan away from the power conduit, running along the spine of the airframe. She could ground them with one move. Zay's jaw was set. Nobody else moved, except for the Grand Medic, working on Atten. He seemed oblivious to the drama. The quality Darman suspected was honed by working under fire.
Master,
Etain said.
Either all of Omega Squad leaves, Hulura, or nobody does.
This is a foolish act, Etain. His tone was very calm. You must see the necessity of this.
No, Master, I don't.
He's going to do some of that Jedi stuff on her, Darman thought. No, please. He couldn't see the Ark's expression, but he could guess it was one of astonishment. Etain, this is precisely why you must resist attachment. Oh, he doesn't know her at all, Darman thought. If only he'd. Her lightsaber was still ready to slice through the conduit.
As Jedi, we say we revere all life. Are we prepared to live that belief? Are these soldiers' lives worth any less than ours because we have them created? Because we can buy more of them if these are destroyed?
They are soldiers, Etain. Soldiers die.
No, Master. They're men. And they've fought well. And they're my responsibility, and I'd rather die than live with the knowledge that I abandoned them.
It was so silent that Zay seemed to have frozen. Zay and Etain were locked in a wordless argument. Then Zay shut his eyes. I feel your certainty has its roots in this force, he said. There was a sigh in his voice. What's your name? Darman? So you have names, do you? Darman, go where she directs you. She values your lives more than she values becoming a Jedi Knight. Etain made as if to follow him.
You stay, ma'am, please.
No,
she said.
I won't leave any of you.
She was holding her lightsaber as if she was part of it now. Not like something she feared would bite her.
I realize this is gross disobedience, Master Zay, but I really don't think I'm ready to become a Jedi Knight yet.
You're completely right, Zay said calmly. And we do need these men. Darman followed her, looking back for a second at the general. He looked as if he was smiling. Darman could have sworn he seemed almost proud. Guess Hoken had expended almost every round he had. He was down to his vibroblade, a lightsaber, and the last two projectiles in his burp by now. He pressed his glove hard into his thigh and checked again to see if the wound was sweeping fluid. He couldn't feel any pain. His glove came away wet. The blaster burn had gone deep through skin, nerves, and fat, cauterizing blood vessels, but exposing raw tissue that wet plasma. He wondered what kind of injury was making the commando scream like that. A high-pitched, incoherent sobbing scream that trailed off and then started up again. Hoken couldn't see the man's comrade. He knew he had one, because he had been hit from two separate positions. Maybe the other was dead. He listened a little longer. He'd heard many men die. Whatever their species, whatever their age, they almost always screamed for their mothers. Clone soldiers didn't have mothers as far as he knew. So this one was screaming for his sergeant. The sergeant was called Cal, or something like it. It was hard to tell. For some reason, that made it unbearable. For once, Hoken could not despise weakness. Whatever he thought of the Republic, and the loathsome sanctimonious Jedi. This was a Mandalorian warrior out there, used and discarded. He would finish him. It was the decent thing to do. A wounded man could also return fire, so he wasn't going soft. Not at all. He was simply ending the battle. Hoken knelt and looked around. It was clear. Even so, he struggled to crawl with his head down toward the direction of the screams. They were quieter now, a series of gulping sobs.
Sarge, don't leave me. Sergeant Cal. Sarge. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts.
How dare the Republic use Jango Fett to create this abomination? How had Fett let this happen? Hoken edged closer. He could see a body in the grass now. He could see light-colored, dirt-caked metallic armor, very similar in design to his own, but bulkier and more complex. And now he was close enough to see the face, with the mouth wide open. The man had his arms folded tight across his chest. He was sobbing. It was Jango Fett, many years before. Hoken drew himself up on his knees and knelt a couple of meters away from the wounded commando, absolutely astonished.
I'm sorry, my brother,
he said. The lightsaber would have been fast, but it was a disgrace to use a Jedi weapon to kill a Mandalorian man. It was too much like reenacting Jango's fate at Geonosis. Hoken drew his vibroblade instead.
It's not your fault. They made you like this.
The commando opened his eyes and focused at a point just past him. As Hoken had seen many dying men do, they all seemed to see ghosts at the final moment. It was only then that Hoken heard the sound of a lightsaber, and it was too late.
You cut that fine,
Niner said. It was the only time Darman had ever seen him look shocked. He wiped his face with the palm of his glove.
And where were you, Fi? Thanks a bunch. I could have been filleted. You were supposed to slot him.
Fi searched through the decapitated Hoken's jacket.
Ah, I could see Dar and Commander Attain behind. I knew you were probably okay.
He paused, and the rifling grew more vigorous.
Here you go, ma'am. I think you ought to have this.
Fi handed a short cylinder back to Attain. It was Master Cass Fullier's lightsaber. It was a matter of honor to return it.
They do work well against Mandalorian armor, don't they?
Attain didn't seem remotely triumphant. She took the hilt and turned it over in her hand, before placing it in her pocket. Darman wondered how long it would be before she sheathed her own lightsaber. She was still clutching it in one hand, its blue blade humming and shimmering as she trembled. She wasn't focusing. Darman willed Fi not to make the obvious comment that killing someone with a lightsaber was nice and clean. No guts, no mess. For once, he kept his gallows humor to himself, and simply walked a few paces away to recover the genuine Mandalorian helmet he had decided to appropriate.
You want to put that away now, ma'am?
Darman said gently.
We're done here.
Niner got to his feet and saluted her in the best formal parade fashion.
Thank you, Commander. You don't mind me calling you that now, do you?
She seemed to come back to the here and now. The shaft of blue light vanished.
It's an honor.
Darman called back on the comlink. General Zay had kept his word. The gunship was still waiting. They set off in column, picking up speed until they broke into a trot. The gunship was surrounded by a skirt of billowing dust. Its drives had been idling so long that the heat of the downdraft had dried the top layer of soil. Attain didn't care if the ship had taken off. She hadn't abandoned her squad. Nothing else mattered after that. And although she knew it had been a deliberate decoy, the sound of Niner screaming would haunt her forever. He must have heard that for real, at least once in his life, to have mimicked it so horribly well. She felt sick, and it was not because she had killed Gez Hoken, and that filled her with shame. She understood fully now why attachment was forbidden to Jedi. The Yarg trooper was pacing a slow, regular square, hands clasped behind his back, head down. And Attain would no longer make the assumption that he was lost in thought. He was probably listening to comm traffic in the private world of his helmet. General Zay was sitting patiently on the ship's platform. Are you ready now? She held out Master Fullier's lightsaber to him.
Omega's squad recovered it. I felt I should return it to you.
I know what you are going through, Padawan.
But that's no comfort, Master.
A concern for those under your command is essential, but it carries its own pain if you identify too much with your troops.
Yes, it did sound as if Zay had known that dilemma.
There are always casualties in war.
I know, but I also know them now as individuals. And I can't change that. No clone trooper, no commando, not even an ARC trooper will ever be an anonymous unit to me now. I'll always wonder who's behind that visor. How can I be a true Jedi and not respect them as beings, with all that entails?
Zay was studying his hands a little too carefully.
Every good commander in history has had to face that fact, and so will you.
If I'm the commander, then may I accompany them on their next mission?
I suspect that would not be for the best.
And what do I do now? How can I go back to everyday duties after this?
There are no everyday duties. Now we're at war. I will not be leaving. I have come to do what work I can here.
Work?
What will happen to our allies, the Garlanans, if we abandon them now? With enemy forces in the area, I'm here to operate with them and make Quilura as inhospitable to separatists as we can.
I'm glad we're honoring our commitment, Master.
You know this land better than anyone now. You would be a valuable asset here.
And when will more troops join you?
I'm afraid we'll have to continue the covert work for the time being. We would need to disappear.
We? Tang could think of nothing worse than staying on Quilura. With its terrible memories and uncertain future, the nearest she had to friends was a squad of commandos who would be deployed on another mission in days. She would be working with a master she didn't know. She was alone again and scared.
Attain, you have duties,
Zay said quietly.
We all have. We talk about duty when it's easy, but living it is hard.
And he didn't need to add what she knew he was thinking, that she needed to be separated from the object of her recent and desperate wartime attachment. She needed to let her squad go. It was no different from what was asked of soldiers every day.
I would like to play a useful role in the future of Quilura, Master.
She hoped Darman wouldn't think she was turning her back on him, and that he was, after all, just a glorified droid to her, an asset to be used in battle and expended if necessary.
But I would still find it a comfort one day to know how Omega Squad is faring.
I understand, Zay said. The choice is yours, though. You can go with Omega Squad, or you can stay. You might even request that one of the squad remain here.
One of the squad? Maybe he thought she was just a girl who'd become too attached to a young man, or neither of them would ever be able to take the relationship farther. He was testing her, challenging her to make the choice a proper Jedi Knight should make. Yes, she had become close to Darman. He'd been the making of her, but she cared at an inexplicably fundamental level about all of them.
I don't think caring about your troops is a weakness,
she said.
The day we stop caring is the day we turn our back on the Force.
She dug her nails into her palms. Zay was right, though, and it was going to hurt. She sat on the platform beside Zay in silence, eyes closed, composing herself. The ARC trooper suddenly jerked his head up.
General, sir, we must absolutely go now. General Zay,
Niner said, and touched his glove to his temple.
Sorry we kept you. Are we ready to lift?
We don't have time for a mission debriefing, but perhaps you'd like a moment with your commander,
Zay said, and beckoned the ARC trooper to follow him. It was a gracious gesture. Otang watched him walk to the rear of the gunship to offer her some privacy, apparently supervising the offloading of equipment. She was wondering if they had managed to land Zay's starfighter somewhere. She'd worried about that later. She beckoned the commandos to her.
What's going to happen to you now?
She said.
Next mission. Have they assigned us to you?
She wondered whether a lie might be in order. She looked at Darman.
Not exactly,
she said.
I'm staying here with General Zay.
Darman and Niner both averted their eyes, looking at the ground. Nodding as if in agreement, Vi raised his eyebrows.
I'm really going to miss you, Commander. Just when we were shaping up. Typical of the Army, eh?
He rapped his knuckles on Niner's backplate, pushing him a fraction toward the gunship.
Make a move then, Sarge. Hope to serve with you again, Commander,
Niner said, and saluted her.
And don't ever think you didn't earn that rank, will you?
Attain wished they hadn't left her alone with Darman. She wanted a quick exit, with no time to think and make a stupid emotional comment.
I chose to stay.
She said.
I really would have liked to have stayed part of the team, but I'm not the officer you need.
Darman said nothing, of course. How could he ever have learned how to take his leave of a friend? All his brief life had been spent among his own kind, immersed in warfare, real or virtual. This is where he became a 10-year-old child again. His embarrassment and confusion were palpable.
You could remain here with me and General Zay.
And I'd know you were safe.
You have that choice.
He really was a child now. His eyes were fixed on the ground. He was flicking one of the switches on his rifle, back and forth, over and over.
Just me, ma'am?
She felt she was testing him now.
Yes.
The gunship's drive rose in frequency, a high whine. The pilot was more than impatient to leave.
I'm sorry, Commander,
Darman said at last. For a moment, he really did seem to be considering it seriously.
I have a job to do.
I can't pretend I won't miss you,
she said. Darman's gaze didn't flicker.
I've got about 10 years left, but I'll be with my brothers, doing what I do best. It's all I've ever known, like going home, really.
He bent his head and snapped on his helmet, becoming one of the faceless again.
You take care, Commander.
And you,
she said, and watched him run to the platform and grasp by his outstretched arm to be hauled inboard. The drive roared into higher gear, and the gunship shook slightly. Attain turned and walked away in a crouch to steady herself against the downdraft. She speeded up into a hunched run until she found a tree and sat down in the lee of it with her back to its trunk, and she let the tears run down her face. All that she was, and all that she would be in the future, was because a clone soldier had put such undeserved faith in her that she had become that Jedi he imagined she was. She could now harness the Force in a way she had never been able to at Fulier's side. She thought of that look of complete faith. She thought of his stoic acceptance of his duty and of the fact that his life would be brief and bright. Whatever happened, he had never known a moment of self-pity. She had learned the most important lesson of all from him. She wiped her eyes with the hill of her hand and hoped Zay wasn't watching. Attain didn't know if she would ever see Darman or Omega Squad again. She did know, though, that in the days to come, every clone trooper or commando or ARC that she might have to order into battle would be neither anonymous nor meaningless, nor expendable. Under that grim helmet was a man, someone just like her, a human being, but one without the freedom or the lifespan afforded to her. Attain Turmurkin stood up and walked back into the clearing at the edge of the field to watch the gunship lift into the early morning sky. Thank you for listening to Star Wars Republic Commando Hard Contact, written by Karen Travis. I want to thank George Lucas for the creation of the Star Wars universe. I want to thank my family for their support in my endeavor to create the Republic Commando series in audiobook form for you. And I want to thank the Lord God Almighty for his blessings. Thank you.